Bon dia, good morning everybody, and welcome to the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero. Exciting championship tour stop on the World Surf League Championship Tour as we take a look of an overview of Itaúna Beach. You can see that we've got some better surf today as it picked up. Seen it this morning, looking very rippable. It was a quick call to call the contest on, kicking things off with the opening round for the women this morning. It'll be Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, Isabella Nichols, and Aaron Brooks starting things off for us this morning. Thanks for being with us. I'm Joe Turpel, Maida Pops, and also Jesse Mendez here for the morning report. Maida, we had a quick day off, but we saw the fans down here into the thousands. They stayed overnight, and it's already packed on the beach, and exciting that we are getting started today.
Yeah, for sure. The city's completely packed. Everybody's so excited to watch the best surfers in the world.
Jesse, you walked down and checked the surf for a few minutes this morning. What are you seeing out there in the lineup?
I actually see a little bit more. I was actually surprised with what I've seen. It's a little bit bigger than expected for this early in the morning. Swell's supposed to fill in, so we're going to have some fun waves. It's clean. Obviously, it's bouncy. We have a south swell, which kind of goes against the grain here for the left side of the beach, so it creates a bit of bounce around, but still pretty fun. Some good rights going into the channel and some fun lefts as well, so a lot of opportunities for the surfers.
Look at these fun waves coming through at Itaúna. We're going to be running that first heat, which does include Betty Lou Maida. 2 big wins this year. What are your expectations for the Hawaiian coming into the event today?
Yeah, she's coming from this big win, and she does pretty well here. Her surfing really suits this wave. So for sure, she's in tune, and it's going to be fun to watch.
Really looking forward to seeing how she competes. Isabella Nichols in the water as well. She had that big victory at Bells this year. And then Aaron Brooks is the lone rookie survivor following the midseason cut. So she already moved up to seed number 9, qualified at the 10th spot for the back end of the year. As we now get to check in with the mayor, Lucimar Vidal, to kick us off this morning.
Cinco, quatro, três, dois,
Beautiful ceremonial siren set off from the mayor of Saquarema, Lucimar Vidal. Thank you so much for getting us started in this 30-minute heat. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, Isabella Nichols, Aaron Brooks, followed by world number 1, Gabriella Bryan in heat 2, taking on Lakey Peterson, and also a wild card representing the South American region on the Challenger Series. Zorena Rodriguez will be making her debut. And then we get to see Katie Simmers, Tyler Wright, Tatiana Weston. Webb is back on tour after taking 4 events off. And then we'll finish off the round with Molly Picklum, Caroline Marks, and Luana Silva. Things moving very quickly post-cut. Just 4 heats in the opening round. And if you win these heats, you're going straight into the quarterfinals. That kind of takes us by surprise when we get past the cut, how fast we can move in the back end of the year, Maida.
Yeah, for sure. Last day of events we need, so it's better to surf in better conditions. We can pick the best days of the window.
Now looking at 3 people in the water now. Jesse, for strategies when there's no priority on a big beach break like this, what are you thinking?
I mean, I think it's kind of anyone's game, really. Like, you can just make your own strategy out there. I've noticed, I was watching the waves with Chris, actually, and we've noticed a little right rip bow going into the grain, like into the channel on the inside. None of those surfers are actually sitting there. I saw João Chumbinho sitting there and another local kid, Rickson Falcão. And it looked a little bit steeper. It was obviously a shorter wave and lacked a little bit of size compared to the sets that are coming out the back, but it was a way better shape wave and way more high performance. So I'm interested to see if someone's going to pull the trigger and go there. Like, I wouldn't be surprised you getting 7 and 8s on that little wave.
Looking forward to that. Isabella Nichols enjoying what's been her best year on tour, Maida. Finding a lot of consistency and making big finals, and the big win also at Bells Beach.
Yeah, after that win, she got a different mood, and she looks really in tune. Also, she did semifinals here during the Challenger Series last year, so she knows this wave and could get a really nice win here.
It's a good point with the Challenger Series being in Saquarema. The surfers that have been cut from the tour have had a little bit more experience competing at this venue. As we look at a bowly left-hander, good backhand hook from Betty Lou as she controls a beautiful start to this heat, Jesse.
I mean, that was incredible from Betty Lou. What a way to start an event off. Like, very solid waving sides for a day like today. Very critical. Got up and vertical, came out clean, and I mean, I think the judges are going to like that. From what I've seen it, you know, like a lot of waves are kind of dying out, bouncing off a lot, and it loses energy, and that one just stayed steep for the whole time. And she went to town on that section. As you see, it cuts it short, that bottom turn. Make sure she gets up and vertical before the lip starts to creep in on her.
Well overhead section, hits it right in the critical part of the wave, Maida.
Wow, amazing turn. Just one turn there, but look how vertical she went. And as you said, Jesse, it looks way better than we were expected.
That's always a great sign. Everyone was anticipating a potential start today, but it wasn't quite clear if it would be later in the afternoon. But we've got great favorable tide swing at the moment. Tide rising till about lunchtime today. And so we'll feel that tidal push in these first few heats of the morning. Betty Lou just identifying a closeout where she could rifle off one major maneuver, and that's been a recipe to success for even Katie Simmers, who's won back-to-back titles here at Saquarema. Sometimes her highlights are just one big maneuver right in the pocket on a set wave.
And mostly from the past few years, the conditions have been a little bit similar to this. We haven't had those southeast swells or even east swells that kind of turns into a point break here at Itaúna, the left corner of the beach. So it's been very bouncy, and either the wave kind of goes to flat or is a closeout. So the judges have been rewarding, and this score right here is going to be a good measurement for us to see where the judges are going to thinking of going.
First score of the event is in. Betty Lou earns a 5.83 on one move. Let's get some more insight on the day as we go to the My Teja morning call with Rachel Apollonio with Griffin Colapinto.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here with Griffin. He just came out of the water. Griffin, good morning. Talk us through the conditions today and what are the expectations for the competition?
Yeah, bon dia. Yeah, the waves are really fun. A little bigger than we thought, and there's peaks everywhere. There's a little ripple right over here, and then the left's really good, and the bank's really good. There's a bunch of sand all piled in together, so yeah, we're in for a good day.
The water is not that cold.
No, it's not bad. I mean, I think in a heat you could wear board shorts.
Thank you very much. Good luck. We're on, guys. Stay tuned. Back to you.
My Teja morning call. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Griffin Colapinto. Griff inside the top 10 now. Now at stop number 9 of the season. We have 9, 10 is J Bay, 11 is Tahiti, and then we'll see who's in the final 5 at Cloudbreak. Griffin got a morning surf, but we won't see him for a while. He's in the last heat of the opening round for the men, but it's a giant one because he's got local hero João Chianca and also Felipe Toledo, the king of Rio, as we see Aaron Brooks speeding down the line. Nice connections off the lip. Fun laugh, just a freestyle. Some great little fin throws. Good size wave with her speed to attack her targets down the line. We always expected this to be a great event for the rookie on tour, Maida.
Yeah, for sure. She won here in 2023. During the Challenger Series, I got the opportunity to watch her. I was here, and look how stylish she is. She hits the lip right there. Another good turn. I like the way she connected all the 3 turns.
Nice angle on this one, Jesse.
Yeah, she missed a little bit timing on that first turn, but she definitely cleaned it up on the second and third one. It's just polar opposite approaches from a wave. One just going for one big section. This one for Aaron put the wave a little bit better, well more timed and cleaned up on the end. So it's going to be interesting to see what the judges think. Finish it off very strongly right there. Wave gets critical, but smaller wave in size. Both waves just very well ridden, different approaches.
Yeah, bigger wave for Betty Lou, but one major turn compared to a smaller wave with a nice long link up to tag it a few times. Aaron Brooks, like Maida mentioned, winning out here in Saquarema at the Challenger Series level. It was a really emotional celebration. She's one of those surfers that just went through so many milestones so quickly, you know, where she was just controlling the storylines as she just got barreled at Snapper, got a 10-point ride, won a major here to qualify. And the story was doing it with what was like a big sister to her in some ways. Isabella Nichols, who's sharing the water with her now. Betty Lou tagging it, another big section to work with. Single maneuver opportunities on the back end seems to be her strategy this morning, Maida.
Yeah, seems to be picking the bigger ones, the larger ones, and sometimes it works pretty well here. We saw like Italo winning like this last year. Look, huge turn and bigger wave. It's a different strategy.
As her first score came into the 5.83, now we've got an easy comparison because she's kind of done the same thing twice. Jesse, which one did you like better?
I mean, I have to go with the first one for sure. It like this one, as much as it was committed and there was kind of a bounce, so it made it dramatic, but she was kind of more lateral. She didn't approach that nose of the board to bring it all the way around as we expect from her, so it's going to be a little bit on the shorter side.
Scores in now for Aaron Brooks, a 6.23. So that's the new best score of the heat so far. So Aaron finding a wave, bit smaller, but able to tag it multiple times and even got the fins out on the finishing move. Will now be the benchmark in the matchup. Betty Lou's first wave, 5.83 just under, and Isabella Nichols still scoreless with 20 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. But a lot of fun moments for Aaron Brooks and Isabella Nichols throughout the Challenger Series. As we knew, Isabella had already been on tour, but fell off the midseason cut in back-to-back seasons, which meant she got more time to hang out with like a little sis, one of her best friends in the world. And that tends to happen. You get matchups together more often than not, even on that QS or Challenger Series, and including right now on the championship tour.
Yeah, it's true, Joe. I think last year Isabella Nichols was already qualified when she came here for the Challenger Series, but I mean she came and got the spot in this year. So, and also this win of Aaron Brooks here in 2023 kind of just set up her mind for winning in Snapper Rocks next year and then second place in Sydney. So made her path through her spot in the championship tour.
We have beach breaks all around the world, Jesse. What makes this one so unique, and why is it important to actually spend some time in this lineup to work it all out?
I mean, it's just a bounce. Everyone's going to probably complain about that, and some people are going to take advantage. I got to agree, like it's something annoying that you have to deal with, mostly in conditions like we have today on offer, with the swell coming straight in, almost like towards from the right into the left, and going and bouncing off that corner in that deep channel close to the rocks that you see on the top of your screen right there. So it creates that instability on the wave that it's hard for you to engage rails, and you have to time it very well. It could be your best friend or your worst enemy at the same time, and you can see that in Isabella Nichols' wave.
Opening ride for Isabella. The champion bells, tags the first section, open face, nails it again for the second turn and a third. This is why she was so selective. Got a little racetrack left-hander to open up her heat here in the first matchup of the morning. Breaking down to 9.66 required to take the lead as we roll in with Isabella again, Maida.
Yeah, nice first turn. The wave kind of bounced it a lot, as Jesse was saying, but nice finishing turn. 3 moves, good pace.
And then from this angle, Jessie, she had to identify that backwash and kept her rails clean to stay on her feet. You could tell she wanted to rip in a little bit harder if she could have.
And that's what you're usually going to see from most surfers. Some of them are very good at just, you know, dancing as the music plays in this wave specifically, but all of them are not so, most of our surfers are not so used to that much backwash. It's very unique from this specific break. And you can see they get wobbly. She cleaned up on the end right there. That last turn, she opened up, kind of drove through the fins a little bit better, got in the turn a little bit earlier, so made that look bigger and extended very well. So that was a very good way to finish the wave off, but definitely it lacked a little bit of aggressiveness and just control in the beginning, in the first 2 turns.
Focusing on the forecast that we have for the day with Surfline, they told us we'd see this building swell here on Sunday. And just focusing on the tides here at Saquarema, that we've already passed the low. That was at 6:41 this morning. Local time at 7:45 a.m. And the tide will peak at 12:24 when we're getting our acai. Maybe early picanha. It's never too early, right, for picanha, Maida?
Never too early. I mean,
with that,
it's 12 o'clock somewhere, right?
Exactly.
Like it's lunchtime somewhere.
With that tide rising, how is that going to affect the bounce, Jesse? Or do we kind of have to wait and see how it materializes on the bank?
It's actually very interesting here. Obviously, since I've arrived, the waves have been on the smaller side, so you can't really tell how to predict. It could get better or worse. It really depends on the bank. Sometimes actually low tide with very shallow banks towards the bottom of towards the beach, it makes it even worse because it creates that little wake. So maybe sometimes higher tide will get a little bit better, but we'll just time will tell us, because I haven't been here enough the last few days with waves to actually know what I'm talking about.
And the competitors are in that same spot, you know, with such a tight schedule in between events. You're flying in, you're trying to figure out what might work, and they're trying to figure that out on flat days. You know, this is the biggest day of surf that a lot of these competitors have seen so far on their trip to Brazil this year.
yeah, it was completely flat, but a few weeks ago, it was pumping. Actually, we had three weeks of pumping waves here in Saquarema, and then we had this flat on this previous week. But I mean, so let's see today how the bank's gonna work.
Some of the surfers actually that lost early at lowers were able to come over and check it out, because I saw some waves from Rio. He got barrel. Saw some waves from Aaron Brooks. So they got the swell right before we arrived, maybe 1 or 2 days. So those surfers have the advantage already to be tuning in and, you know, dialed in with the bounce, because you can see it on the screen. It's really there's no way you can find a wave without a bounce here today. All of them, are gonna have it. So you're just gonna have to figure it out how to pace yourself to it.
Betty Lou out front, still with the lead. Opening score for Isabella, playing the patience game. She waited over 10 minutes for that left. Tagged it a few times, but had to keep it fairly horizontal because of the bounce. We got in with a 4.83. That's higher than Betty Lou's low score of a 3.83. It's all about winning heats in the opening round compared to the first half of the season where you were trying to avoid third to go to the elimination now. Now it's about winning heats to go to the quarters. Second and third are reseeded into the elimination round, which is actually on the cards for maybe later on this afternoon, conditions permitting. Priority is with Aaron Brooks. Doing a lot of firsts already in pro surfing. I mean, the first to represent Canada on the championship tour. She's in the white jersey. She'll punch through. And Betty Lou, second priority in red. 2 wins this season, still just 20 years of age. Like Isabella's had to deal with the midseason cut, has dealt with injuries already in their first couple of laps around the world. But now into the world title race for the first time in her career, with her comfort factor in real hollow waves, and especially in backside barrel riding. She'll have a great shot at cloud break if she can keep that spot in the top 5. The goofy footer, Aaron Brooks, finds a left wedge. Opens up with a little wrapping turn, but the bounce takes down the rookie, and she ends up incomplete.
Yeah, she lost her back foot right there. Probably the bounce.
Tough fall for Aaron Brooks as she was ready to back up her 6.23, which is still the best number of the morning so far, as we're still enjoying the sunrise here in Saquarema. Back for more at the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Cero. Thanks to Surfline for giving us the reports for the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Cero, telling us that Sunday today, which is the 22nd, we'll be seeing really fun surf today, 4 to 5 foot faces, real clean in the morning, and so far so good, Maida, off to a good start.
Yeah, Betty Lusakura Johnson took the first very clean wave and showed us the conditions.
Looking at today, 4 to 5 foot faces, offshore this morning, switching to onshore this afternoon.
Yeah, it's not the strongest of the onshores though, so we might still see some waves, you know, we might still see some decent conditions coming up. And also, as the week comes in, we expect to, I mean, if it's as big as it is today, it's going to be bombing on Wednesday afternoon.
That's been the big day everyone's talking about. Wednesday and Thursday looking like big competition days for the event. And with the swell like this, kind of overproducing for wave heights, yeah, it could be really, really solid in Saquarema. Big thanks to Surfline, official forecaster of the World Surf League. As we have 10:30 on the clock, Betty Lou still out front now with priority. Brooks fell on her second effort, but still hanging on to second and the highest single score of the matchup. And Isabella Nichols just one wave ridden so far, chasing down at least a 4.84 to try to move into first place. Isabella, the most successful in the Aussie leg of the tour, as we see a bowling left-hand wedge for a clean frontside wrap for Erin Brooks. Second turn, a lot of water off the rails. Great timing, great positioning on those two frontside hooks, and she is just taking the lead.
Yeah, a steeper wave, very nice first turn right there. Nice bowl, look how she engaged her rail, and the second one was good as well, no backwash.
And just looking at a wave, Jesse, how badly did you want to surf that?
I mean, that first bowl was very tempting. Obviously, me as a goofy footer, I always want to be on left. If that was the opposite way around, I'll pass it on. But what's very impressive is just how she's not trying to wipe off speed whatsoever. That wave has a lot of juice on it, has a lot of bounce, and she's always driving off her front foot. You're going to see right here, engaging that inside rail to generate speed and acceleration to get a good opening turn and a second one. So that was very impressive from Erin Brooks, and not many of the girls are capable of doing that, like driving off that front foot as hard as she does, mostly from her being such a small girl and so young still. It's very impressive to see.
Scores in for the two-turn combination for Erin Brooks. 4.17 takes her to first, as Lakey Peterson is preparing for Gabriella Bryan and a wild card named Arena Rodriguez. Lakey's been stellar this season. That looks like a fresh surfboard from Channel Islands. Now back into the lineup, Erin Brooks on her fourth attempt in this matchup. Finding these lefts, timing that one through the backwash, controls the tail drift, and a stronger second move, and she'll step off. So different types of turns as she's had more of those front side carves, now able to hit the lip on that last wave, Maida.
Yeah, this one was more vertical. She blew the fins up off the top and very well timed the second one as well. Look, she does the bottom turn and then kicks the rail right there. Another one blows the fins. Good timing. I like it.
Yeah, that was very impressive from her. And once again, what makes it special is just how she's able to create the acceleration on the bottom turns and have speed to wipe off the lip. Gets that first turn very critical and loose, and the second one, even once again. And you can notice how she's applying pressure on the front foot by how she's on top of the front leg and getting very compact.
Isabella Nichols now on her forehand on her second wave, just kind of feeling her way back to the pocket, tapping the section, still staying really full on the face until now. Well-timed finishing move for the surfer from the Sunshine Coast in Australia. Started off slow, had to be light on her feet, didn't really get to engage a full rail hook on her first effort, but stayed patient, saved the best for last.
Yeah, it seems that she was kind of trying to figure out what the wave's gonna do, and then the last turn right there was the money one.
Good time for Isabella Nichols to showcase her power. Nice little point of difference that she's been controlling a lot of big heats on tour this year. Her best season to date as far as productivity, making more finals days than she's had since she's been on the championship tour. Runner-up to Gabriella Bryan at Punta Roca. An emotional one is too, because she was missing her sister's wedding for that one. Speaking of Gabby, the most powerful surfer on tour and world #1 coming up next. Jesse.
I mean, it's definitely a lot of advantage out here in Saquarema being like a sure-footed surfer like Gabby is. It's going to help her with the bounce, with the backwashes. If she can just time it well, she could take a lot of advantage of that.
Gabby trying to hang on to the yellow jersey. Pretty fun to follow the championship tour rankings. You can see it all on the live rankings on worldsurfleague.com before the event started. But if you open up the website, you can go to live rankings, and after every heat finishes, you'll see an update. Top 10 moving forward for the women, but it was top 14 that was able to make it for the 2026 championship tour. Surfers like Sawyer Lindblad, Brisa Hennessy, Bella Kenworthy, Vahine Fierro, they are not having to worry about Challenger Series results moving forward. They can kind of plan their off season now, how they want to train and how they want to prepare for next season. Erin Brooks, a 5.33 on her last, has the lead. She's got a lot of great memories here at Saquarema, like Maida was reminding us. Winning back in 2023 was a special victory for Erin Brooks to take out a huge Challenger Series win.
Yeah, it was amazing to see her. She was even younger than now, and look what she did. Very nice turns and looking strong. She was very happy. Everyone was happy to see such a young girl winning in this kind of conditions here at Itaúna.
Yeah, you can see still charging, learning how to deal with the backwash and executing some really big moves that looked impossible for her to make it out of.
I mean, that was psycho, that turn. And obviously, like, a lot of times power is just related to how much water you throw, and I don't like to think it that way. I think it's just how you step on the board and how you can move in critical conditions with a lot of speed. And if you think pound for pound, what she did right there, it was so impressive. Like, it's so powerful for her to actually stay on the top of the board. I mean, how much did she weigh 2 years ago? You know, like 100 pounds. So
it's a good point, because I think you see her pushing so hard, and sometimes there isn't a lot of water moving off the tail. And she changed that a little bit at Burley, where her turns were really big and she was able to get a big fan of spray. But there's sometimes she works so hard for those numbers. She's so quick in the pocket. As we see Betty Lou with some speed on this left. Lights up that first section. Can she combo it up? And she will, with a nice snap into a finishing move. She's been getting those single maneuver options. That had a nice pace to it, picking up 3 turns, chasing a 5.74 for Erin Brooks' lead out front, Maida.
Yeah, it was just incredible how she could stay on her feet after the first turn. We're going to watch on replay, but it felt like she would lost balance. Look, she came, wait for the face of the wave, and then hits pretty strongly with the lip already like falling, and then placed another 2 turns.
So Betty Lou having the speed. How'd you do on the first section, Jesse?
I mean, I'm sure she wished she would have been a little bit more in front. It was just the wave started to break a little too early right there, and that's because she was deep in that point as she took off. But then she cleaned up and finished it off with 2 nice turns. But the problem is you got to compare apples to apples. We have a 3-turn combo from Erin Brooks. The 6.23 was the best wave of the heat. And then you compare it to that, you lacked a little bit of criticalness, not because of Betty Lou, just because of the wave itself. That's my personal opinion on it.
It's a good breakdown, too, of that first turn that she did drill, where she got 3 turns completed. However, sometimes less is more. If her timing was better on the first and she flowed into a second combination, that could have got her more points from the panel.
And that also goes to what you just mentioned, less is more. She got a 5.83 with only 1 turn. So, but, you know, to her defense, I got to say that was a very hard wave to read. And you probably she felt the excitement of like, I need to hit it this critical section right now instead of going around and getting something a little bit on the flatter side. So she tried to be critical, just the wave didn't cooperate with her.
Minute 40 on the clock. Scores for Betty Lou, a 4.27. Has her in second place. 3rd priority now. So still needing more to get enough to take the lead off Erin Brooks. Now she's right next to the rookie. And Erin's the one with priority. Erin already winning events, has a wild card last year at Cloudbreak. Last year, Cloudbreak was the regular season event. Now, for the first time in surfing history, we're crowning world champions in Fiji. And Erin trying to move quickly in these last few events to see if she can maybe sneak into the final 5. Currently ranked number 9 on the championship tour. Waves on the way. It's up to Erin if she wants it. Betty Lou showing signs that she wants her to commit to it. Brooks using priority, bowling left-hander. Big wind-up, greases it off the top. Great first turn. So much speed, late hit, and she always goes for it. A big wipeout for Brooks. But we are always grateful that she has that type of commitment on a heavy section like that.
I mean, and that's the type of surfing that I was mentioning. Like, as much as she's very small, and like, the power that she carries, it translates to the speed that she has. This is a very powerful wave, and you see a lot of the girls trying to wipe off the speed, and she's just front foot all the time.
Betty Lou trying to turn the heat on that inside left. It'll be a closeout, and Betty Lou is going to have to deal with the elimination round. Isabella Nichols will lose time. Holding priority was just very selective. Only 2 waves ridden. She ends up in 3rd with pocket 4.83s. And the young rookie takes the first victory of the event. And she's already positioning herself into the quarterfinals. Job well done for Erin Brooks. Jake the Snake Patterson is going to be proud of that performance.
Oh, for sure. She started the heat very strongly with a 6.23 and then kept like trying to find good waves. And here's the result.
Fun lefts like this. I'd be putting Jesse Mendez on my fantasy team as a power surfer.
Oh, man, that's a huge mistake.
No. It's a great call. That would be the recipe for success as we continue on with the competition. World number 1's coming up next. Gabriella Bryan takes on Lakey Peterson and Arena Rodriguez. We'll be right back.
falar para vocês que eu tenho boas lembranças do Festival de Música aqui em Saquarema, em 1976. Parecia o Woodstock brasileiro. Milhares de pessoas aqui em Saquarema. Na praia, tinha mais de 30 mil pessoas acampadas. Loucura total, mas uma loucura bacana, né?
Rapaziada, porra, maior vibe, aquele pique Saquarema representando, energia lá em cima, parabéns todo mundo, toda a organização aí, festival, cidade, tudo. Muito obrigado. Povo de Saquarema, é nóis, até a próxima.
The Sun, Sound, and Soul Festival kicked off what's a giant festival-type event here at the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero. Thousands of people were here over the weekend in the lead-up to this big event, and with a lot of great music, a lot of fun, big parties up and down this beautiful beach. It's been incredible. Even yesterday, it was hard to get a seat for lunch. I think more people than I've ever seen in this fun little country surf town. I think we'll break all the records with fans on the beach this week.
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, it's been packed. It's the most packed I've ever seen this place. No doubt about it. It's hard to actually find spots for you to eat and sit down because every place you go, it's kind of, you know, you're in a wait list of 30 minutes.
Yeah, there's people up and down the streets yesterday, people driving in from all over Brazil. A lot of international fans we've already met on the beach, and some fans getting to meet Isabella Nichols, current world number 5. As we go into surfing with world number 1, Gabriella Bryan, kicking out of her first wave of the matchup. You can see some scores there. Lakey's already onto her second wave, just had a 2.0 to start. And we're welcoming Arena Rodriguez to her championship tour debut. Arena Rodriguez representing Peru got the call from Renato Hickel himself. Said she was on a plane, and she's going, well, whose number is this? Maybe I'll look at that. Wait a second. I think this might be good news. And she just was in tears, realizing that she was going to be on tour.
I mean, when you get a call from Renato, you're in trouble, or it's very good news. So it's a 50-50 right there when she picked up that call.
Smart call, just to be able to celebrate that moment. She said it was just really emotional, sharing it with her mom and her dad. She was actually on her way home to Peru after her performance in Newcastle. Newcastle lost in the round of 16 to eventual winner Francisca Veselko. And being the highest seed on the South American region, that's why she got the call. We've seen that happen several times this year. A great system and really rewarding those that are committed to the Challenger Series. So I think Arena's going to have some advantages, Maida, especially like you mentioned before, those surfers that have been out here in Saquarema for the Challenger Series and also at the Pro Junior level. Arena's got a ton of experience at this beach break.
Yeah, for sure. She competed many times here at the Saquarema Surf Festival. During the Saquarema Festival, actually, they have the Pro Juniors and also the QS. So she competed a lot, and she made finals here in 2024 and lost for Laura Haupt. So, but she has plenty of experience in this beach break.
Such an advantage for these surfers to get into the Red Bull Athlete Zone with their heroes and deal with this. This wild card is so valuable in so many ways because your plan is to be here full time. And if you get those reps in early, that'll really set yourself up for a great rookie year.
No doubt, Joe. And it's just because it's a huge contrast from a Challenger Series to the CT level. It feels like every heat win on the World Tour level, it feels like it's you're winning an event. Like really, like it's very tough for you to put things together, see Lakey Peterson up and out. So as soon as you arrive on tour, there's that shock. So if you have repetitions before that where you're more freed up to show your surfing, it's gonna, like you mentioned, help you along the road if you plan to qualify in one day. And, you know, every surfer on Challenger Series, that's their goal in mind.
Winner of the first heat, rookie Aaron Brooks, is standing by with Rachel.
Yeah, guys, we have a happy Goofy here. Congratulations, starting the very first heat with the win. Talk us through the conditions today and what was your plan for this heat?
I just woke up early, came down, and it was actually like really, really small, and it kind of grew once the sun came up. But there's so much opportunity, so many waves out there, so I was just trying to stay active, and I'm lucky that I did.
And you also have amazing moments here in Saquarema. What's your favorite memory here?
It's really hard to pick. I'm so here for the CT, so coming here always brings back those good memories, and I just love Brazil. I mean, the waves are so fun. I love the lesson. I'm just really happy to be here.
We're all looking forward to watch you. Good luck. Thank you very much. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Aaron Brooks, happy to celebrate even more great memories here in Saquarema as we see Lakey just trying to go for a big backhand blast, falling right in front of Gabby Bryan. So she's still building in the 2 range, trying to stay really active. Completely different start to what we had in the previous heat where we started with keeper scores. This one, all 3 surfers trying to find what's going to work in the second heat of the morning.
So far, all of them kind of looking for the same type of wave, like just one big closeout crack, but all of them just being a touch delayed to approach the lip. They're kind of going lateral because the wave's already breaking, so they try to place the board with the bottom and then try to connect with the lip and come out clean, but just not helping them right there. Just the bounce is making it very tricky for all the surfers in the water right now.
See what happened on this one, Maida.
Yeah, nice turn, but lost balance. I think she was a little bit late for that one.
And then to Gabby Bryan, Jesse.
This is the one that I mentioned. See how she has to come up lateral, like the wave, almost like it felt like she needed to accelerate a little bit more her paddle in order to get on that wave a touch earlier, so she could get up and vertical before the lip was going down. So as she was late, she had to approach just the lip line very lateral, and the lip just hit her body, and that's all she rode.
It's been the year of Gabriella Bryan, just providing her best surfing so far onto the biggest stage in the world. Spent a lot of time working hard in the off-season, got stronger, needed more volume in her surfboards from Matt Biolis. Her quiver has just been the best she's ever had. She has so many different boards to choose from, even going back to El Salvador when she busted her magic board, had to switch boards in the final, and then she realized her back off was maybe just as good. So she said her major problem is just picking one because she's got so many good ones. It's a great problem to have.
It's a really great problem to have. Imagine not being afraid of breaking your board, especially with her power surfing. So.
And just a breakdown for today, I feel like you're working with the best shapers in the world, and with all the technology that they have, they are capable of replicating boards very similar. So those surfers are actually going to have an option of very similar boards to choose to one condition. Obviously, you gain something with one board. One board's going to be a little more driving, but also a little bit slower, not as weepy. And then the other one is just the opposite of that. So they're all very similar. And it's very tricky for you coming up on a heat, try to identify which board is better for the type of surfing that I'm thinking about doing on the heat. So for them, it creeps in their head. It's not easy. Obviously, you have that magic one that it's clear in your head that you're going to go with that board, but most of the boards are so similar nowadays.
19 on the clock. Lakey out in front just with a couple of twos, so this one's still just getting started. Let's check in with, well, our wild card. Lorena Rodriguez has priority and likes the look of this left, and she just goes up and down, throws away priority, and Gabby Bryan has it now. Let's say good morning to our good friend Manu.
Remando, vem pra onda, tá aí a regular foot, ficou por ali, viu que a onda, na realidade, ela não caiu. Ela já abandonou, viu que a onda já estava.
Catch up with Manu in just a moment. She's getting all set down on the beach. She's feeling the vibe.
Hello,
of the
Joe.
first day.
Hello,
Hi,
everybody.
Hi, Manu.
I'm here at the beach, and it's crowded. It's like really early. Okay.
We'll catch up with her in just a moment. There's a lot of fans down there, and yeah, we can hear you. We'll check in just a moment. We'll get you all set up with 18 on the clock. Lakey out in front, Gabby, Bryan in second, Arena, all of them with throwaway scores at the halfway mark of heat number 2. We've got Katie Simmers with a great story building. Can she go 3 in a row? She comes up next in a crazy heat, including a 2-time world champ, someone who's won in Brazil, Tyler Wright. And the favorite in the matchup for the locals, Brazilian Tatiana Weston-Webb, coming back. Nice speed and pace from Gabby Bryan, getting some completions, smaller waves. She's thought she had the timing with the backwash, but it ends up catching up to her on her final turn. But I love the speed she had, even on a cornering bowl like that. Didn't really have a big pocket to belt, kind of like the Betty Lou waves in the heat previous. But just that down-the-line momentum really looks solid, Maida.
Yeah, actually the conditions now, it's totally different from the beginning of the first heat. But I really like the way she found that one, and she placed the second turn, throwing buckets right there. Let's see how the judge is going to score this one.
This has been the year for Gabriella Bryan, equal 9th at Pipeline. And I suppose we're always breaking down the strengths of all the best in the world and also what they need to improve on. You know, looking at Gabriella Bryan, you probably go to pipe and waves like Tehupo in Tahiti as something that she really wants to look at, so she'd have no weaknesses in the world title race. Quick one there from Orena Rodriguez, Jesse.
Yeah, I agree with you, which is very weird for you to think of someone that comes out of Hawaii, but she is really, it feels like that's not her strength point. And coming up at Fiji, we could have those conditions, you know, we hope to have those conditions, like some 6 to 8 foot perfect cloud break days where you can get shacked out of your head and also combo it up with turns. But here we see Arena with that one big crack. That was very clean, very well timed from her. I like what I see it.
And then also Lakey Peterson here, Maida.
Yeah, just a closeout for Lakey Peterson.
And then back to Gabriella Bryan, Jesse.
A lot of backwashes. You can see her. She's trying to just aim it down. Times it well. Lacked a little bit of, I feel like, criticalness on putting that nose of the board a little bit deeper and back towards the whitewash. And right here, that's what you mentioned. Trying to time again that backwash. But like I said, it could be your best friend or your worst enemy. And that's what happened to Gabriella Bryan, just getting her off the board.
Live action, Lakey Peterson with some speed and nice pace. Good sections to throw down the carbs, and she will be able to survive a tough end section. Her best so far. Orena Rodriguez getting her best so far, and Gabby Bryan doing the same. So they're kind of growing together with their numbers. Last for Bryan, 3.57. Rodriguez will have a similar 3-ranger. And Lakey Peterson trying to find a little bit of separation on the scale. Lakey having some great years here in Brazil. Going back to 2018, he almost won the event, finishing runner-up in the final. As we watch Lakey's wave once again here, Jesse.
Yeah, that's a beautiful pace like you mentioned, Joe. And what I love here, the importance of her to finish it off that last turn. She's going to get converged right there. Pressure coming from the inside of her rails and from the back as well as the wave moves in, and you can notice that she gets very low and compressed on her board to kind of get a low center of gravity to give her more stability, so she makes sure she comes out clean out of that whitewash and completes that wave, and it's going to be very important. It's not a massive score, but for what we see on hand with less than 15 minutes left, is going to help her cause for sure.
Last score for Lakey Peterson, 4.83 is enough to take her to first. Gabby Bryan to second, and Orena Rodriguez with her 3.5 is down in third, but still incredibly close. Gabriella likes the look of this little wedge. Her backhand in motion, has the speed, has the wall. First section, has her set up a bottom turn and belts it. Making it rain on the first section, and then off balance to try to complete the combo. But a solid first turn. We might see her drop that 3.0, Maida.
Yeah, maybe. I think this is going to be the challenge here, how they can be vertical with this backwash. And the second turn, she was just kind of late right there and couldn't manage the bounce of the wave.
I mean, if you're her coach in that situation, what can you tell her? There's nothing really to say. It's just, you know, luck of the draw. Like, you just got up in perfect timing on that lip line on the second turn, and just the massive backwash hits her. But this is, for me, the single best turn of the heat so far. Gets up in vertical, nice scope right there. Cleans up that bottom turn and generates speed, but, I mean, that was rodeo. Like, she did as much as she could on that wave.
It's like kind of like if you're skateboarding in a park and in your final section, they move the ramp on you, like shut it down at the same time.
Or you have a friend pushing you over the ledge.
Exactly.
As soon as you get on the coping, it's like, hey, here you go, boom.
Try to stay on your feet. Good luck. Man, it's a difficult section. If Gabby Bryan is falling on those backwashes, we've got her score in at 4-1-0. Her coach already taking notes there. And that's Ryan Fletcher behind Richard Dogmarsh. He's in the corner of Molly Picklum this season. Molly coming off a nice final appearance at Lower Trestle, still number 3 in the world. Coming up in the last heat of the round, Molly taking on Caroline Marks and Luana Silva. All about first place now, post-cut, to move to the quarterfinals. Aaron did that in the first heat of the morning. So far, it's Gabby Bryan sitting there in the lead. A paddle there from Arena Rodriguez has her lose first priority. And Lakey will have it now. Can Lakey and Arena catch up to the power of world number 1? We will find out when we return from this short break. The VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by VIVO, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Banco do Brazil, official bank of the WSL in Brazil. And by the city of Saquarema, official host of the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero. Look at this wonderful beach and all these beautiful people watching pro surfing here at Itaúna in Saquarema. This event has moved all around this great country of Brazil, and we've really been enjoying Saquarema for the last handful of seasons. Right before this, it was in Barra da Tijuca. We've been down in Imbituba in the past. We've been in Bahia. It's been fun to see this beautiful country, one of the biggest in the world, 5th biggest geographically, 5th largest population as well. As we look at a left-hander setting up for Arena Rodriguez, the Peruvian, ends up getting stuck on that first turn. As we have 8:55 on the clock, Arena's best of 3.5, but needs a 4.64 to take the win. So she's still in this one. Making the round of 16 at Newcastle. She will be competing at the Bledo Pro, the next stop on the Challenger Series, which starts pretty quickly, June 30th. As we watch this wave again, Maida.
Yeah, maybe her debut in the championship tour is playing some nerves with her, and she looks a little bit nervous, couldn't stay on her feet.
During the break, Lakey got this wave, Jesse.
I mean, that looked a little bit more cleaned up, but let's see what happened on this closeout here. As she's trying to approach, the wave just run away from her. Probably going to better her situation. Not by much, but yeah, that was 3.3. It's enough for her to take the lead and expectable. I didn't expect Gabby to be on the lead with a 4.1 and 3.57. The surface would catch up at some point, and Lakey doing it right there.
Lorena Rodriguez, well prepared for this. Got here, I think, since Tuesday to really perform and train and get comfortable. I was talking to our colleague, Mitchell Salazar from Mazatlan, and he was telling me that she's working with the same coach that Luca Messinas worked with in the Olympic Games last year. Lorena said she's found a lot of comfort, feels really confident working with Luis Eduardo Escudero, and also has her filmer here, Gonzalo Noriega, capturing all the clips on a big moment on her championship tour debut. That's what a world champ does. Rocks to the beat of her own drum and hangs out with Tommy Whitaker, who's wearing the San Diego Padres hat. They had a tough time with the Dodgers last week. As we go back to this one, little backside snap there off the top from Gabby Bryan. She's since lost her lead with the work that Lakey's been putting in. Lakey got a 3.3 during the break, which was enough to get a lead change, Jesse.
Yeah, but I personally feel like she's probably going to looking to get back on the lead. I think it was very smart of her not trying to get caught on doing 2 turns and just identify that one big section. Didn't do much movement on the board, made sure he kept her rails very clean on the bottom turn so she could get up and vertical, stomping on that back foot so that nose wouldn't get caught as she was there dropping off the sky. Just smart surfing. You can tell that she's stoked about that.
A hard-working performer. Gabriella Bryan puts in so much work in the offseason. Believe it or not, was injured last year. Hurt her shoulder in a free surf session at Sunset Beach. She actually got run over by someone riding a really big board. And she had plans to deal with that injury if she didn't make the cut. As we know, she won Margaret River last year, surfed injured, almost made the final 5. And we say a big welcome back to Tatiana Weston Webb, taking 4 events off, going to Indo, and deciding to accept this wild card opportunity to represent her country, Brazil, and shake things up in the world title race, Maida.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch Tati again here. And also the crowd, it's been really excited to see her on the beach. I went to the Rising Tides with her, and everybody was so happy and hugging her because it's good to see her happy, having fun, and it will be fun to see her competing here.
Katie Simmers in her first step to try to go 3 in a row in Brazil with wins. Last time we saw a three-peat was Carissa Moore at Bells Beach. From 2013 to 2015, she owned the Bells Bowl. And Katie's trying to go 3 in a row here. But she has Tyler Wright, a 2-time world champ, who's won out here before. And we'll be watching Tyler. When we saw her at Lowers, she was clearly surfing with some back pain. She ended up seeing a lot of the medical staff in Southern California just to kind of figure out what was going on. A guy named Mark Kazuki's worked on the world's best for several years. Was doing the best he could to get her prepped for Brazil. Knowing that you don't have any throwaway results, you know, in the back half of the year. And for Tyler, she's still been chasing world title number 3. It's been since 2017 since she's won a world championship. So she knows, even if she's got a little pain, if she's not making it worse, she's giving it the best she can.
Yeah, I mean, there's types of injuries that you can keep pushing, and your people behind you are going to tell you, it's like, hey, this is the type of injury that it's not going to make it worse. So, like you mentioned, you know, it's do or die situation right now in the second half. You cannot miss any events because it's going to count a lot.
Let's now focus on the score line. Gabriella Bryan has pocket 4.1s. Let's look at the last 4.1, Jesse.
Yeah, that was, I mean, she had the same score. Waves reading very similar with just a 1 big turn. But this one, she was able to kind of go down the line, and the wave gets a bit more critical. She doesn't get as vertical, but the criticalness of the coping of the wave was there. That's why probably the judges were thinking that she got the score. And it was pretty interesting. If you see the panel, 3 judges not giving her the score that she needed, but 2 of them giving. and that Chu kind of gave a little bit above than expected. Not that I expected, but for obviously the score that she was expecting, and she ended up getting the score. Split decision there for the judges and going Gabriella Bryan's way.
And sometimes the average comes out the exact same number. There's 5 judges on. They had different opinions on both of those 4.1. So take Judge 5. That judge liked the first 4.1 better than the second. Put a 4 on the first, 3.7 on the second. And then you could flip-flop that. Judge 4 put a 3.8 on the first and then a 4.5 on the second. Drop the high and the low. Sometimes you just get the same score.
I personally, I like the second one better. I thought it was more critical. As much as the other one, she redirected the board better. But second one, the wave was bigger. There's more of a commitment to it. But yeah, they're both very close. And just by luck of everything that happened, she got the exact same score.
Really close. See, Lakey's the one with priority. But the surfer up is the wild card from Peru. Arena Rodriguez up and down. Still chasing just a 4.7. When you think of Peru, you can't not think of one of the best ever. Sofia Milanovic putting Peru on the map, being the first to win a world title from that wonderful nation. Sofia had an unbelievable backhand attack. A day like today would have been easy money for Sofia. How quick she was, how talented she was at a young age. She's an absolute superstar in Peru. Everybody knows who she is and definitely made an impact on the career of Arena Rodriguez. Big swing there in the pocket from Lakey Peterson. Getting there early to make sure she was riding away. Smart decision from the veteran.
Yeah, and she just need 3.37. It's not that much. Nice wave reading, 2 turns. She might get the score.
Minute 15 to go. Nice little wedge right there for Lakey. Jesse?
I mean, that's the dream scenario wave that you're hoping for to get on conditions like today. 2-turn combo, not as critical. Didn't relay so much on her trying to generate speed and time it. She gets up in vertical. You see how clean the face of the wave is. She almost loses right there. Maybe stomped on that back foot a little bit too much, but gets up in vertical once again early. So she makes sure she throws spray up the top, comes out clean. In my eyes, she's taking the lead right now.
Lakey Peterson had an emotional run at Margaret River to make the cut. Late takeoff. Arena Rodriguez goes over the falls. 34 seconds to go. Lakey trying to take the lead off Gabby Bryan. Was chasing just a 3.37 and a 2-turn combo. Looks really solid and probably a good chance to maybe send world number 1 into the elimination round. Scores in now for Lakey. 4.73. It is enough. Gabriella with priority to second. Now needs a 5.46, but we're going to run out of time. Lakey finding a lot of inspiration this year. An unbelievable run to make the cut. Back at Margaret River, had some great exchanges at lower trestles, and now finding the flow here in her first heat at Saquarema. She will be taking the win and getting the jump straight to the quarterfinals. Gabriella Bryan and wildcard Arena Rodriguez will be reseeded into the elimination round. Potentially will be out there later on this afternoon. Coming up next, it's Katie Simmers as we follow her run to try to three-peat here at Saquarema. She has Tyler Wright, and we welcome back Tatiana Weston Webb to the Championship Tour jersey. Take a quick break. Back for more right after this.
right, surf fans, time to get fired up. It's the VIVO Rio Pro. We're taking a look back at Caitlin Simmers, back-to-back VIVO Rio Pro champion. Can she get the three-peat? Well, we're about to get a good scouting report about Caitlin Simmers. She's going to be going up against Tyler Wright and Tatiana Weston Webb. What a way for Katie Simmers to start her potential three-peat campaign. Every heat in this post-cut landscape, absolutely stacked. No walkthroughs. It's going to be a battle from beginning to end for all of the surfers in these opening rounds. There is beautiful Saquarema. Here you see Katie Simmers, number 2 in the world as of now, going up against Tyler Wright and Tatiana Weston Webb. Tatiana Weston Webb coming back after a few events off. Straight onto my fantasy team. Why wouldn't you? Probably the best Tier 3 pickup we've ever seen on the tour this year. I'm Chris Cote, Mitchell Salazar, Strider Wasilewski. How excited are you guys to get this one fired up?
I'm actually a little bummed because I missed the cut on putting in my fantasy.
Oh my God, dude.
I can't believe I did that.
Go ahead, the door's right over
I'm
there.
just going to leave. Exit stage right. No, we're excited. I mean,
we had an off day yesterday, Strider. You could have done it all day.
Well, we had a lot of fun yesterday,
we did.
too.
It's crowded here yesterday, Chris.
I think it's one of the biggest crowds that we've seen yet at this event, and that's saying a lot because we have seen 50,000 plus surf fans on this beach in the past. We could break that record. Well, let's get to the business at hand. Tyler Wright starts us off. This is her opening ride. This came through at a 317.
Yeah, and what we're looking at on the rights here, we were up in the Red Bull Athlete Zone earlier, and they tend to go out to sea in the middle part of the peak, Strider, but those ones that really get closer to the rocks tend to be way better, but the lefts still seem to be the better option out there.
Yeah, it's fun to go and take a look at the playing field here. From the screen, you get kind of a smaller view of what's actually out there. The playing field is massive. Yep. It's probably 400 yards wide. Tatiana setting up a nice turn there. She looks so comfortable. I mean, the way that she's performing, she's been surfing with Jessie in the smaller waves and having really a lot of fun, which I like to see.
Well, no pressure too, and Tyler. Patented layback right there. Chris seems like just the one and done for her. And, she didn't look 100% over there at lowers, dealing with some lower back injuries. She looks much more comfortable right here. Former champion in Tyler Wright in Rio. And as of right now with a couple of threes in the lead. But Tati's wave, the best of the heat, close to a 5, Chris. So we got one in our hands in the first 4 minutes.
You love to see it. I mean, we're rocking in Rio. 25-24 to go. Tyler Wright comes through in the lead after that opening salvo with a 3.80 and a 3.17. Tatiana, highest single wave score, that 4.83. Katie Simmers in priority out the back. You got Tyler Wright, a 3-time Rio Pro champion. Didn't do it all in consecutive order, but 3 wins here is a huge stat for Tyler Wright. For Katie Simmers, though, I mean, you got to wonder why she feels so comfortable here in Rio, and I'm looking out here, and I'm looking at high tide Oceanside right here. So Katie Simmers, super comfortable in beach break conditions like this. And it's pumping this morning. Yesterday was half a foot out there. So really cool to come down here bright and early on a Sunday and see waves coming through. Definitely no easy waves to surf out there. Every single wave has a different look, a different feel. Speed bumps coming up the face and ramps, everything out there. So 24-24 to go while these surfers reset themselves in the lineup. Let's find Manu.
Hello guys, I can hear you now. I'm here at the beach and it's crowded. It's early, but it doesn't seem to be a problem to the Brazilian crowd. We have some characters here, especially this one that we call Portuga. That means like a Portuguese man in Brazil, but he's not from Portugal. His dad is. But look at this. He has all these autographs, more than 60, okay? And it's only for this year. He's been walking with his board all over, and he says, wherever there is açaí, I can find surfers. So tell me some names you have here, Portuga. Fala alguns nomes que você tem aqui.
Chianca, Ítalo Ferreira, Cano Garage, Isabella Nichols, aqui, Ítalo Ferreira e Tyler Wright, a menina, a canadense Erin Brooks,
Legal, Portugal. Really nice. So, this is a nice board. We should have it at the studio. Vou levar ela lá pro estúdio, hein? We also have here, we also have here a young talent from Saquarema, Felipe. This guy, he's 16 years old, and he's been doing interviews and interviewing surfers and living everything. He is from Saquarema. He just turned 16 yesterday, and he has interviewed a bunch of people. How is it for you to be in your city and be in contact with all this championship tour and Challenger Series? Como é que é para você estar na sua cidade e estar em contato com o CT, com o CS?
É simplesmente incrível. Adoro estar aqui presente no Campeonato de Surf da etapa brasileira. Estar entrevistando os surfistas, ter esse contato é simplesmente sensacional.
Muito obrigada. Parabéns para você. Happy birthday. It was his birthday yesterday, so it must be really nice for you to see all these young surfers that he sees, and now the championship tour surfers. That's amazing. So back to you guys. Have a good day.
Thank you, Maru. Bom dia. And yes, the siren song of Saquarema calls surf fans, not just from Brazil, but from all over the world. And again, expecting record-breaking crowds here this week. Why wouldn't you? It's the peak of summer action here in Saquarema, and you've got superstars like this. Tatiana Weston-Webb, great opening turn to start. Nails it again. Kind of catches an edge on the final turn, but the opening two turns, couple of blasters there. So for Tatiana, she's coming off of a amazing-looking boat trip. Scored at Kandui with her husband, Jesse Mendez. She'd get third place here in 2018 and last year in 2024. That stat to me is a little skewed. I mean, I feel like Tatiana has everything it takes to get a big victory here. Maybe she just needed that freedom of the, the pressure taken off her. So far, so good for Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Yeah, and as you said, the combination at the beginning really well. But what I'm so impressed about in the first 9 minutes, really the wave selection. She's found 2 diamonds out there in the rough, and as Strider was mentioning, 400 or 500 yards where you can really select a couple of these waves, but managing the backwash very well right here.
Yeah, I think Tatiana, obviously had a game plan going into it, and Tyler is going right on those little reforms, but, when they pick a spot and they sit on it, they'll get there. It's not luck, you know what I mean? They understand where they are in the lineup. Tati pushing really hard, though, and I like it. It's the same thing we saw out of Tyler, but Tyler is coming off the board, whereas Tatiana is actually finishing off here really well. It's so hard to navigate, even those end sections, all the lump in the face. She's really coming through the strength and the core. I love it. I mean, that off-season was great for her.
Yeah, she was able to complete a documentary called A Marble in the Jar. Basically explaining her process of enjoying the small wins throughout the day, the little things that just keep you going.
Well, look at the score. That's going to keep her going for sure.
That's a big marble in a jar right there. 7-point ride for Tatiana Weston-Webb. She jumps well into the lead, 11.83 total for now. Tyler Wright sitting in second. A couple slips to start for Tyler. I mean, that shows us that everything will be earned out here today. You see on the outside, pretty clean. That wave right there, we can all mind surf this one together. You've done a couple turns, and now that's where the things can get a little wonky. So wonk management through the inside. You're not going to get the bulk of your points on the inside sections, I don't think, yet. Maybe we'll see that switch up when the tide switches. But that first turn, super important, as we've seen already with the big numbers on this board.
And this is where having the team manager here on location for the board builders is essential. You want to have a couple of epoxies in your quiver. But, of course, today, with all that backwash, all that reverb coming off of the rocks, especially on the right, PUs to me seem like the better selection, just a bit more stable out there.
I feel like also, all the training you do, all your twitch muscles, all those little supportive things that really are going to keep you on top of your board, because it's so easy to work the big muscles, but those little ones are actually the ones, the in-betweens that keep you upright.
Katie Simmers now.
Good wave.
Catch this one with priority. Cranks it off the bottom straight into the lip. Beautiful start for Katie, and here's where, when the going gets weird, the weird have to stay focused. She's going to make her way through to the inside. Good finish there. Blows the tail out on that inside section. It's a great looking wave for Katie Simmers. Of course, one of the most stylish surfers on the planet. showing us that she has grace under fire. Tatiana Weston Webb will slip off. So we've seen a couple of the slips, the back foot flying off the back of the board. We've seen Tyler do it twice now. We see Tatiana do it. That just shows us that with the bump coming up the face, probably a little bit difficult to manage through the mid-section of those turns.
And I think that's exactly what's happening. Let's get to the replay right here. This first turn, just attack mode. She saw the section and went for it.
The wave spit.
Even
it did.
It did have a little breathe on the end there, but she makes everything look so good and effortless, but radical. That's, I think, the key about Katie Simmers is that she'll throw the fins around, boards moving in the lip, and all the technical side of things are there, but she so easily does it. It's fun to watch her.
So fun to watch.
I think she lent to the spit with the spray on that turn. That was pretty cool.
Everything worked out there for Katie Simmers. We'll see what that score is in just a moment. Before we get there, let's go down to the glass. We've got Hakel waiting with Lakey Peterson.
Yeah, guys, Lakey, congratulations. I'm sure it was very hard to manage all the bounces in your heat, plus the pressure of going back and forth with Gabby. How was it for you?
I know that heat was so back and forth, and it was really, there wasn't much in it, honestly. It wasn't my best performance, but I think the tide was just kind of changing at that moment, and so it was typical Saquarema, pretty bouncy and bumpy and backwashy, but the girls are making it look really good in this heat at least, so yeah, I was really stoked. My game plan was kind of just to keep swinging and keep riding a lot of waves because you sort of never know what is going to work out there. So I think I rode I don't know, I felt like I rode like 10 waves in that heat. So yeah, I was stoked one finally kind of lined up in the end, and Gabby's a tough one, so I was happy to get the jump on her.
And about Brazil and Saquarema, what's the most exciting part of being here?
Oh, for sure, just the crowd. I think everyone, will say that. Obviously, Brazil is just full of passion, and the people love surfing, and it's really cool. It's so rad to come here for an event, and they support, obviously, the Brazilians on tour, but they really support everyone. They're just stoked to see everyone here surfing their home break. So I'm feeling the love, and yeah, it's really fun to be here. I've been having a really nice time. Obviously, I work with Leandra Dora, too, so yeah, I'm well taken care of.
Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hakel. And I love that point that Lakey just made. You go around the world and there's Brazilian pockets of fans everywhere, Australia, all over the place. But when you come down here, contrary to what you might think, this fan base, which I would call the best in the world, they're cheering for good surfing. They're not just cheering for the flag that's on the shoulder of the surfer. They're cheering for great surfing. And this right here, this is light work. This is the lightest crowd we'll probably see. I think most people in town probably stayed up a little late last night. They're sleeping in, but this place is about to come alive like Peter Frampton. If you don't know what I'm talking about, this beach is about to go off. I mean, we saw traffic coming in from all corners of the world last night, so this is going to be a huge week for surf fans here in Saquarema and for all of you watching at home. I mean, this is a penultimate event. This right here is setting things up for the final five. A big result here could really lock you into that conversation. An early loss could be a heartbreaker for the rest of your season.
Yeah, and I think that's a big testament to what Katie's been able to do this season. If you look at the separation between her and Gabby, it's around 800 points. And I know people are like, oh, but she's not leading the rankings. She still had an extremely consistent year, has the win in Abu Dhabi, coming off of a semifinal at lowers. And, she's still showing a lot of moments of brilliance, but as of right now, we talked about Tati having that time off, having the best score of the day so far, the 7. It just seems like having that time off, no pressure, and selecting your waves well, it'll go a long way in the event right here.
I feel like, what we have here is the opportunity to just take a bunch of swings too, right? You got a lot of balls flying at you. You can hit a home run, or you can just bunt the ball. There's so many things to do out here with so many opportunities, which is what Saquarema is all about. And it's finding that moment. I mean, we saw Iago Dora take the win on a closeout that had just enough of a wedge where he just blew out that huge frontside 3. I mean, those kind of moments happen all day long here, which is the kind of X factor of Saquarema, and that's what I really love about this place.
And for Tatiana Weston Webb, she's had some nightmare finishes in the final 5, so this could be I don't think she's a vindictive person, but this could be her way to get a little Rio revenge. Well, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with the culmination of opening round Heat 3. Can Tatiana Weston-Webb stay on top? Stay tuned to find out. We'll be right back.
Virar Saquarema.
Desde pequena eu venho para Saquarema. É um lugar tão especial na história do surf no Brasil. Eu cresci ouvindo sobre as surf trips que meu pai fazia para cá nos anos 70, 80. Então é um lugar muito marcante para todas as gerações de surfistas. 2 horas da cidade do Rio de Janeiro, provavelmente todo surfista do Rio já ouviu falar ou já surfou nas ondas aqui de Saquarema. E é uma das 10 cidades da região dos lagos, que é conhecida por ter vários lagos e lagoas próximos do mar, todas com água salgada. É uma cidadezinha linda e sempre tem onda boa. Realmente é um lugar especial.
If that didn't make you want to come to Saquarema, I don't know what will. This place is underrated as a surf trip destination. It is a bit of a mission to get here from California, but from the East Coast, I mean, totally
Easy
worth
peasy,
it.
yeah.
This place rolls, and you got year-round surf. And right now, yeah, it's an absolute circus on the beach. But come here, you know, off-season or before, after this event, beautiful white sand beaches everywhere you look, and waves like this. Here goes Tatiana Weston-Webb on a replay.
Yeah, 5:17 on this one, so she extends her lead and already has a huge heat total by today's standards. 5:17, and once again, just the timing. It seems like there's no pressure on her shoulders whatsoever, and the wave selection has really been on point. She's been on the cleaner-looking faces so far, and really executing when she needs to. Not pushing too hard on the opening turn, but just enough on the second one.
She's smiling on that wave. She's having fun.
And so is everybody on the beach. I mean, it just continues. It's just, the vibe here is second to none. Like we talked about it over and over again, but the reality of the energy and the synergy that goes on here is pretty amazing.
Yesterday was wild, bro. Like, when we had sort of a lunch, you know, because it was so crowded that we didn't even get our food, like, 2 hours later. But it was funny, we had an interaction with the family, and somebody with the Shaquille O'Neal jersey came over, like his mom was singing with us, and just the entire interactions you have with fans on the beach here is so rad and so diverse. 2 people come from different parts of the country for this event. It's just more than just a surf event, it's a festival, really.
Yeah, it's hard to get hangry waiting for your food for 2 hours when the vibe is so up.
I'm sorry.
Inside of 9 minutes to go here, a quick one from Tatiana Weston-Webb, up and out. Meanwhile, Tyler Wright, 4 slips in a row. Right now, she's off the pace being set by Tatiana. Katie Simmers kind of somewhere in the middle with that 5.5 and a 3.50. Simmers out the back with priority. Katie's been busy, not only your current world number 2 and looking for the Rio 3-peat, But Katie, your 2025 world champ, has been filming videos. She has a great Yeti, As Told by series out now. Also just dropped a new movie called Milk and Honey by Coral Ray. And that features Katie Simmers, Steph Gilmore, Frankie Herrera, Coco Ho. Action flick. So you kind of got the mini doc with the Yeti project and the action flick with Milk and Honey. So plenty of Katie Simmers out there on the interwebs to get you psyched. But right now, she's looking for a 6.68. 7 being the high mark. What made that 7 so much different than the rest of the waves rated?
All the higher scores are coming off the lefts because they're kind of giving you more of an opportunity. I mean, I feel like those little rights that Tyler was trying to find, you know, that lump in the face, and it's really hard. Once you go up and you do a turn on those lumps, your board will separate from your back foot just a hair and enough for your foot to come off. You know, it's not that it's slipping, it's just actually separating. And then your momentum will push your foot right off the board. So there's a lot more bump on that right, like Mitchell was saying. So that left is just open face. You got enough energy to get up into the lip, and then it has a closeout section. And if you can ride out of that closeout section, that's where those big scores are going to come from.
I was talking to Al Cleland Jr. earlier this morning, and I told him, hey, you had a couple of great waves during the free surf, but it's always better just to get there a bit earlier than too late, because the thing is, as Strider was pointing out, it's not necessarily something that makes you slip off. It's such a large bounce that your feet actually disconnect from the board, and just doing that alone, you need to have a ton of foot wax on the board to be able to reconnect.
So with more bounce to the ounce out here in Saquarema, I mean, does the conversation about putting bigger fins come in? I mean, there's little things I'm sure the pit crews can change. Here's your kayak replay, your kayak recap, excuse me, with Tatiana Weston-Webb. She's kind of been on fire throughout the entirety of this heat so far. One really good wave for Katie Simmers. Loved that turn.
Yeah, I actually thought this wave was going to go a bit higher. Loved the way she was able to pace herself through the mid part. 5.5 for this one. A bit lateral maybe on the opening turn, but a great finishing one as well. But it's been all Tati so far in this one.
She's finding the mid-size waves that give her enough time to do damage. And she's just connecting, clicking, smash and grab, and just running with it. I like it.
So 6 minutes left here. Tatiana's out the back in third priority. There are your entirety of the scores.
Active.
Yeah, and you look at what Tyler Wright, her last 4 waves, that's got to be pretty frustrating. Starting off with a pair of 3s. So really kind of yet to get things rolling, but we know the tenacity that Tyler Wright has when she puts that jersey on. So down, but definitely not out with 5.5 minutes to go.
She looks like she's adjusted, though. She understands the scores are not coming on the right, so she's moved over to the left, it looks like.
And Katie just a bit deeper, too. So that's actually where the proper left breaks right there, but there is a potential to get one of those rolling rights. But to me, really, the secret to her success so far, and the 2 events that she has won here in the past, have always been on the left. Timing's been perfect, always been in the right spot at the right time. But the only 2 heats that she's lost have been right here in the opening round, and she's always bounced back in the ER and beyond.
Uncle Fletchy holding it down for the Rip Curl team.
Inside of 5 minutes now, Tatiana Weston-Webb up the beach, waiting for this next set to roll through. Can't be an easy read. And this place is so unpredictable. You really never know what it's going to look like in the mornings. I mean, everybody came down here bright and early. We didn't expect much, but we were greeted with more than anybody, I think, thought.
I definitely saw the swell coming in on the forecast, reading the maps, and I thought it was going to be head high. And it's you know, there's bigger waves than that out there for sure. I think the great part about Saquarema is, you know, we've talked about it before, if you make surfing look too easy, you're almost like the scores can be subdued a little bit because, you know, the board movement's there, the style is so clean, and everything is just perfect. But Saquarema doesn't let you be perfect.
Right.
The drama is going to get put in there because of the backwash, because of the uneven surfaces and all the different stuff that's pushing into these waves. So you kind of get, I feel like you can get higher scores.
The more dramatic it is.
The more dramatic it is, and that's what this place offers you, which is something we've seen throughout the years here, which is fun to watch.
That's why Felipe has won so many times here before. I mean, you've had plenty of his calls, the one backside rotor over there at Bahia, too, with the deep barrels. But, yeah, no, totally. And there's some things that people are so good at that they make it look too casual and easy. Katie's actually one of them, and that's why I feel like the 5.5 wasn't a little bit higher because she made it just look too perfect out there.
She's cruising in the middle. She just surfs how she wants to surf. I don't think she changes anything, whether she's filming a video part or surfing in Jersey. So with 3:20 to go, it's 9 a.m. here in Saquarema. That means it's 5 a.m. in San Diego, 8 a.m. in New York, 2 a.m. in Honolulu. So wherever you're watching from the world, we want to welcome you down to the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Cero. And we kick things off early this morning. It does get dark here around 5:30.
Yeah.
So you got to pack things in here on the beach. But, of course, when it gets dark, then a lot of other things can happen on this beach. It gets pretty wild in this town in the best way possible.
The beach was packed last night at about 10:30, right out in front of the Cero house.
I was asleep. You were out.
Well, there was a really amazing performance going down on stage, and the beach crowd was absolutely nuts. So the people couldn't get into the party or whatever. It was just so cool to see the whole crew showing up and watching. So you're right, after hours.
There should have been a cameras. So the beach cams need to switch to the party. There is going to be an air show later on today at 4 o'clock. That's going to be pretty cool. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see an air show in the lineup throughout the day as well. I'm seeing ramps out there. They're not going to be easy to find. But if you get that special moment, you can do something really cool. As you see Tyler again there, just kind of a victim of the bounce. So through the first 2 turns on this wave, had to kind of hang on. So just kind of some blue collar surfing right there. Nothing flashy. I think maybe just trying to get the momentum back. 3 turns, so we'll see what the judges there. Didn't look too controlled through those 3 turns.
And she needs the first excellent score of the morning, and that's not even going to be close to it, 8.37. And as I said, blue collar work right there. But after the 4 falls in a row, she just wanted to get something under her feet. But right now, 1:20, it's a short period of time for her to be able to get back out there and to get that excellent score that she needs. And if you're Tati right here, you got to be applying pressure to Katie, and it seems like she went right on the split peak.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at how this wave lined up for her. It's so fun to see how many options you get, right? And all of a sudden, your heat leader is just finding the flow once again. I think Tyler was smart to come back and try to, get involved with these lefts because they seem to be the highest scores of the scoring waves of the heat. Just a little bit of time has run out for her, so it's going to be a little tough for her to climb back up into this heat.
And the last thing you want to see if you're going up against Tatiana Weston Webb is her paddling into a right-hander.
Yeah.
Her backhand is one of the best, backhands we've ever seen in competitive surfing. And she will make you pay if she locks into a good right-hander. That one was okay. One good turn right off the jump, but then it kind of got a little weird. She pulled out. So with 21 seconds left, at the moment, your wild card, Tatiana Weston Webb, hanging on to the lead with a 7 and a 5.17. Katie Simmers, kind of quiet, 5.5 and a 3.5. She could get this one, goes up underneath her. So that's going to be most likely all she wrote. So for Tatiana Weston Webb, coming back after a couple events off, looking like whatever she did is working. She's ripping.
Definitely, and feeling good at home, having a ton of fun, as you were saying. She's smiling, and say it once again, wild card, Tatiana Weston Webb. That's really throwing me off, but a huge victory for her.
Yeah, number 9, looking strong out there and surfing with a lot of inspiration in the memory of her great friend, the late great Greg Browning. So obviously coming through with some joy, paddling out into that heat. She got the win in a big one.
Well, she got into double digits, and I actually enjoy the wild card call because that's the way she surfs, which we love.
Well, we're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We got Molly Picklum, Caroline Marks, Luana Silva coming up next. We will be right back.
The VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, by Natura Kayak, feel the power of freshness, by Riachuelo, official apparel of WSL Brazil, and by the state government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero.
Bom dia, welcome back to the VIVO Rio Pro. Parabéns, congrats to Tatiana Weston Webb, our wild card, coming through, swinging her hammer, getting a victory over Caitlin Simmers and Tyler Wright. You look at that heat on paper, that's the heat of the day. Three of the biggest names in women's surfing. Check it out, we got more for you. Molly Picklum, current world number 3, going up against Caroline Marks, Luana Silva. Every heat, it has finals day feel to it. This one's no different. Molly Picklum has a lot of momentum coming off second place finish at Lower Trestles. Caroline Marks, one of the best all-time surfers. And here we go. We're going to start with Molly Picklum on her backhand.
Yeah, and she was able to requalify here a couple of years ago after she fell off tour. But the one thing I will say about Molly, she looks superb at lowers, but her timing on one-turn waves is probably one of the best on tour, Chris. And just looking at that 517, you get half of the scale for one maneuver. What a great start for her.
And here goes Luana Silva. So Luana has had her best year on the championship tour so far. And you got to think that Luana Silva has, of course, a huge, huge fan base here in Saquarema, Brazil, but also has a bit of an advantage. Her partner is Zhao Chianca, born and bred right here on this beach. So not only will she have the Brazilian fans in her corner, but she'll also have probably, let's say, the most local knowledge with Zhao Chianca.
By far. Well, and if anybody knows this break at different sizes, it's him. And his brother Lucas posted a clip on his Instagram actually a few weeks ago, I think right before the lowers event started, and it had been pumping in the middle of the beach. I mean, we're talking about step-offs, and Howdy Monteiro, another great local from here, actually said that he prefers to paddle on the bigger days. And for somebody like us that have been here on those locations, we know that this place can get really heavy, Chris.
Yeah, we see Molly now. Things are getting pretty wild here in your opening round heat 4, and here in the post-cut landscape, things a bit different. Only the winners are able to skip that elimination round. So for Katie Simmer fans, don't worry quite yet. The last 2 times she's won this event, she did it from the elimination round. So no stress yet for all you Caitlin Simmers fans out there, as well as Tyler Wright. So both those surfers will head to the elimination rounds that are just that much more lethal here in the post-cut world. So Molly Picklum, her best rear results so far, 5th place finishes in 2023 and 2024. So that's a good feeling. You know, that's kind of like your line in the sand, right? You cross that line, you've already improved. So she knows what it takes to get a successful result here in Rio. And she's got to do it. She's got to keep the pace that she set earlier on in the year. You know, she is definitely a title threat, currently locked into that final 5 picture. But you can't slide out now because you only have 1 more chance after, or 2 more chances after this.
Yeah, you know what? I feel like Molly, to me, when she first came on tour, and she just was so unbelievably consistent and professional in her interviews and her surfing and everything about it. But, you know, you can prepare all you want. This is a very hard place to be. And the pressure and the amount of talent that is here is unbelievable. And like you're talking about, you know, being in a top 5 position right now, coming around the corner here with only a couple of events left, you'd be sweating a little bit. You're thinking about it. There's a lot of things going on in your head coming into this final end of the tour.
Well, Toots and the Maitos said it. Don't let the pressure drop on you. You have to just stay focused, stay steady. You know, you only have this event, J-Bay and Tahiti, to solidify your place on the championship tour. You've got to be in that top 5 if you want to compete at the Final 5 event in Fiji. And this is the last year we're going to see the Final 5 format as well.
How crazy is the thought of oh, I'm going to go surf J-Bay and then I'm going to surf Tahiti. I mean, just thinking about that and how fun just surfing sounds, but then you have to throw in that you have to compete.
Yeah.
And it just becomes a whole nother challenge.
Well, just being completely honest, everybody's like, oh, you have the best lifestyle. And of course you do, and it's hard to feel bad for a lot of these surfers, but in the end, too, you still have to look at it as a profession in a certain way because this is how you're putting food on the table, you know, the roof over your head. And for a lot of these people, especially people from Brazil, David Silva, all these guys have really had to go through it to be able to maintain their spot and have to do the Challengers Series at the same time, have to do the top level QS. And Lulu's been able to experience the highs and the lows right here in Saquarema before.
It is the best job in the world, except for when you're at the airport, because I watched all these surfers grabbing their bags, and that did not look fun, dragging 18 boards through the airport with you. You know, you got to pack your stuff for Rio and most likely for J-Bay as well. So
there's, guys,
it's the best job in the world.
There's no whining on the yacht, okay? We're going to beautiful places, having a great time, and enjoying, you know, the fruits and chocolates of life.
Oh,
it's so nice.
We'll get back on.
But I wanted to point out, though, how much work Saquarema can be. That current, right? So there's a deep channel off to your left of the screen, and that current creates, or that channel creates a crazy amount of paddling because of the current coming out through that to try and stay on the peak. It's a huge challenge out here.
Well, we do have the Red Bull Jet Ski Assist for the rest of the day now, so we'll see how that affects these surfers and their wave count. So with 21:42 to go, let's go down to the glass. Raquel is with Tatiana Weston Webb.
That's it, guys. Tati, you've been taking some well-deserved time away. Do you think that reset helped you to bring something fresh for your surf in this event, apart from the pedaling hard work there?
I definitely think so. I think, yeah, it's been so weird to be back in the water with everyone. Even actually my first surf out here at Itaúna was this morning before the contest. I just wanted to go out and have fun and be able to just let my surfing actually free flow. I feel like the beginning of this year, it was just really different for me because I didn't have that mind, body, soul connection. And I got some time off, went to the Mentalize, got some really good waves, spent a lot of time with my husband and my family and my close ones, which I really, really cherished. And yeah, I feel really excited to be here. It's really, really weird because I really thought I was going to take like the whole year off. But Brazil is my home. I feel at home here in Itaúna. And olha a torcida brasileira aqui atrás, é incrível. The Brazilian fans are amazing.
It was amazing to watch you surfing with a smile on your face. It was amazing. Now in Portuguese. Conta pra gente um pouquinho do quão importante foi tá sendo essa pausa, né? Sua viagem para a Indonésia, e como que isso tá influenciando no seu surf nesse campeonato, sua confiança e seu bom humor, seu sorrisão.
Sim, com certeza eu precisava esse tempo off, como eu falei antes em inglês, eu não tive uma conexão com minha alma, meu corpo e a minha prancha, sabe, durante os eventos mesmo, e eu precisava reachar isso. Então, consegui reachar lá no Mentawai, a gente pegou altas ondas e eu consegui ficar bastante tempo com meu marido, com meus familiares, que foram um tempo muito importante para mim. E agora eu tô aqui aproveitando a cada momento. De verdade, eu deixei o plano muito simples. É só deixar o surf flow, sabe? Então, tô muito grata que eu consegui pegar 2 ondas e eu consegui fazer umas manobras, graças a Deus.
Fez uma nota ótima e ainda sorrindo, sorrisão no rosto. A gente adora te assistir. Muito obrigada, parabéns. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Raquel. Yeah, congrats, Tatiana Weston Webb. Looking like she's feeling the freedom, and that is a good sign when Tatiana Weston Webb is smiling like that. And, you know, what better way to reset than just get completely barreled for about a month? That's just she was alluding to. You saw that glint in her eye. She was on Kandui Island and around the Mentawais, and I saw the footage, and it's great.
The one spot that they were getting those really epic barrels at hideaways is just the funnest wave. I mean, you can lock in right from the start. It's just, there's so many opportunities and options. So she went and got those and enjoyed them. And I think we were talking about it earlier. You go to all the best locations in the world, but you have to compete. And she started letting the competition side of things separate herself from the surf stuff, and it just became overwhelming. Sometimes it just really does push onto your mental side, and so that was why she took the time off. And now the freedom is back, and you can see it in the result.
And I think if anyone's going to benefit from our 2026 announcement that the tour is going to be reset, is going to be Tatiana Weston-Webb. Can't wait to see what she has for us for the rest of this event and moving forward. Big snapping carve there for Caroline Marks. So far, a little sleepy. Only a handful of waves ridden here in opening round heat 4. Caroline Marks, your 2023 world champion, as well as Olympic gold medalist. Getting the ball rolling there, just starting off with a .77, but obviously a turn like that will be well rewarded by the judges.
I mean, how fast was she going, Mitch?
Yeah.
Did you see, like, the intensity coming off the rails there? For me, like, that was something, different. I haven't seen that out of her or anybody this morning. She just looked like she was really feeling it.
Yeah, and, Chris pointed out the equipment selection here right in the driver 3, which seems to be still the best board on the market out there from Mayhem. But, the fin selection, she's right in the mix, probably in a medium. Don't want to go too big with her size and stature. But overall, you want something that really controls out here. There's so much different factors that are moving around you. And having that stability under you, especially TechFlex John, Ethan Ewing just released his new model with a fiberglass. And those kind of fins and equipment are really exponentially way better when it comes to selection of maneuvers here. And I feel like if you look at Iago's performances in the past, the way he slightly bottom turns for the 10-point ride in the final, you don't have the right fin and the right board for that, no way you're getting to the lip in time, Chris.
I think fins are underrated in terms of
100%.
of the performance of your surfboard.
It's like changing tires on a car.
It's like
right?
F1, right?
Yeah.
Hard tires, soft tires.
Rain, yep, everything.
Molly Picklum now on her backhand, bashes it. Great start there. Look at this wave, is just a bouncy house. Able to maintain her composure all the way through from the outside. Nice and patient, coming through. This is where you put your hand up, get that Red Bull Uber ride back out to the takeoff zone. A unique Red Bull jet ski assist here at Saquarema. You kind of got to go through the inside. It whips you back around. And then priority will be reset as these surfers get back to lineup. But nice read on a unruly wave.
And really good angle right there that she took coming out of the first turn, too. And, just creative given the end section right here. Very flat, but made something out of nothing right there at the end strider. But the first turn was very critical and looks to be increasing the lead right here for Pickles.
Well, where she places her board on the wave is something that I think is really important to point out, because she hits the most critical part of the wave as much as she can, and you can see if you don't do that, then you're not going to get the points, and you really do have to put the board right up in that bowl where the wave's throwing, because if you're not in the most critical part of the wave, the judges aren't going to give you those big scores. It was kind of like Katie Simmer's wave, where she came up, she did go to the critical part of the wave, but she kind of went lateral with the turn, and if you do that, you're not really cranking in the heavy spot of the wave, and it's going to cost you.
Signaling here from Leandro Adora, and I think fearlessness and just that ability to tap into your inner menace is really strong with
Especially
Molly Picklum.
post-cut.
Yeah, I mean,
for sure.
You look at what Molly's able to do, and Strider, you said it. I mean, her ability to just attack, even in waves like this, you wouldn't necessarily call these waves of consequence, but these sections are pretty gnarly out there. And just to not even think about life or limb when you bottom turn and straight up into the lip, that's a huge credit to Molly Picklum, who I've never seen her scared. I mean, you look at her face and backdoor pie, anywhere she's surfing, she's gnarly. And she takes her aggression out on the waves. 5, 6, 7, basically on one big turn. So right there in the most critical part of the wave, surfing with power, a lot of speed into that turn. And so far, she's in the lead with a pair of fives. 5, 6, 7, and a 5, 1, 7. Caroline Marks now needs a 7, 7, 4. And Luana Silva, it's been comboed. We talked about her with the kind of local knowledge, but right now it is not working. Luana Silva needs to get things rolling.
And it's the first time she's ever made the cut, too, so really competing here as a CT surfer rather than the wild card at this event, Chris. But as you pointed out, close to 17 minutes without catching anything particularly good right here. And Molly so far into the double digits already. Caroline now needing close to an 8-point ride. If your Pickles right here, I'd like to see her try to go right now.
So Luana Silva is your reigning 2024 World Junior Champion, so we know she's got it in her. We'll just have to see what happens next. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more from the VIVO Rio Pro. Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero. Here is your Banco do Brazil. Fan picks, 42% of the surfing world leaning towards Molly Picklum, Luana Silva with 32%, Caroline Marks 26%.
That's low.
That's a big edge for Molly there from the fans.
Yeah, that's low for Caroline, though. Somebody who's been a world champion, winner in 2023 and runner-up in 2024, last year's Olympic gold medalist. I was expecting a bit more right there, to be honest.
But as of lately, not really rising to the occasion, so maybe that's why. Look at this guy.
Oh, yeah. Well, everything's bigger in Brazil. The crowds, the airs, the personalities. Italo Ferreira, definitely a fan favorite. I mean, anywhere in the world, but especially right here in Saquarema. He has done some of the most radical surfing we've ever seen right here on this beach. And this is actually the calmest I've ever seen Italo before a heat.
I was already expecting a couple backflips paddling out, but it doesn't seem that way at the moment.
It's a marathon, not a sprint, so I'm sure Italo is going to go out there and put on a show. Meanwhile, Molly Picklum with a stranglehold on the lead. Luana Silva, though, fighting back. This was a 2.93.
Yeah, so her best and really strength of the one turn right there. So a bit of a closeout, but got something close to a 3-point ride. Now needs close to an 8, and with a third of the heat still left to go, a good start for her strides.
Well, I feel like she's, you know, her performances have been solid. She just has to find the right waves, right? I mean, all these athletes have so much talent. It's crazy, but this is a hard place to line up, to find the waves, and every heat changes. You know, we saw current ripping through the peak earlier. Everybody was paddling. Now it's nice and calm. I mean, there's backwash. There's, you know, swells coming in from 3 different directions. You just never know what you're going to get. The roll of the dice every time is different.
And then you look into the beach, too, and, like, you see everybody there, and you're like, whoa, okay, I'm actually at a surf event.
You know, Britney Spears said it. You got to work, surfers. And you're going to have to work from beginning to end of these heats. We haven't seen any sitting. It's all paddling, trying to stay in position, trying to get back to the takeoff zone. With 9:24 to go, Molly Picklum's in the lead. Luana Silva, like we just said, fighting back there. Does need a 7.91. She has had some success in 2025. A second place at Bell is a huge result for Luana Silva. So, you know, she's had that taste of greatness. And I think she's going to finish strong here in 2025. I'm not saying she's out just yet, but I think sometimes surfers need a loss to fire themselves up. You know, they got to get angry out there. We'll see what happens in the next 8 minutes, 51 seconds to go, but just the way it feels right now, Molly Picklum with all the momentum. Does have 2 throwaways, but sitting on a 5.67 and a 5.17 as well as priority, she's in the driver's seat right now.
And Lulu did have a great Aussie treble, too, by the way. Runner-up at Bells, as he said, surfed great over in Burley Heads, and Marks was a bit up and down for her, but World Junior Champion this year over in the Philippines. I saw the final between her and Kana Nakashio. She was very consistent throughout the entire event. Never really got things going with excellent scores, but did just enough to be able to make it through heats and win the event. But overall, major improvements. Leandro's done an amazing job with her, and it seems like those sharp eye boards are also working very well.
There's the work, putting it in, trying to find a peak, constantly paddling. We saw a lot of waves this morning, and it seems like it's calmed down just a little bit.
We'll get it right here if she can get into it.
She does. This one came right to her.
Ooh.
Quick snap to start. This wave's doing a lot of strange things, but she's managing nicely. Good carving turn there for Luana Silva. Nice. So this wave, not easy to ride. She's definitely making it look good. Speed, power, flow, all the way from the outside. Nicely done there for Luana Silva. That could be a comeback wave.
And by far her best wave. I mean, by a mile. And if I'm pointing things out, that's the wave that I saw Shianka surf this morning. He was only going right. That kind of double up on the inside. Sam punt a few barrels too, but this was a very well-surfed wave for how much froth was on the face, good control, and the entire time surfing in the pocket too. A lot of those sections didn't really stand up the way she was probably looking for. But, I mean, if you look at Molly's 2.5s, this is going to put her right back into the heat.
I feel like, you know, the wave, the opportunity in the critical part of the wave only happened on that opening turn. But I feel like the score is going to come in around the mid-range 4, and maybe a little bit more. But I think that the good part about this is it's going to give her what she needs to have a solid base to build on.
Yeah.
Because if you look at the high score of the heat, we're only at, like, you know, what, a mid-5. she'll be right in this.
And it could put her in a good position paddling back out. You know, that way she doesn't have to paddle up against the current. The wave might put her in a good spot. 6:28 to go. Italo Ferreira making his way back in the lineup. Steady, solid, focused.
Same shorts as last year.
Yeah.
Did not have a great Aussie treble. Did okay at lowers.
He's actually, well, in his defense, he had more than 16 points in the loss to Jovan at lowers. He's been surfing good. The issue is that his opponents have just been outclassing him by a little bit. And defending champion, one of the few Brazilians that have won here in the past, Chris, and beating Iago in the final was not easy either. So could potentially be back-to-back champ here in Saquarema as well.
And I think surfing with a chip on his shoulder could be good for Ito. I mean, he got beat by a rookie at lowers, and he's been dominant at lowers in the past. So for him to come down here to Brazil, potentially with a little bit of fire inside, I guess more than usual fire inside for Italo, this is going to be fun to watch. Italo is going to be going up against Connor O'Leary and Seth Moniz. You got number 4, number 13, and number 21 on the championship tour. There's Luana Silva making her way back to the takeoff zone. Score comes through for Luana, 3.37. So the judges weren't buying it.
Now, well, there wasn't a lot on that wave to give the judges to points-wise, but I was thinking maybe that first turn in the lip might have got her a little something else, but, like I said, she got a little base now.
And she can blame that on the wave. She surfed it really well, but the wave didn't give her anything.
Like, you get that on the free surf, you're stoked on it, but then you get the 3 and you're like, okay, I'm going to go left again. That's really my option out here at the moment.
So we're inside of 5 minutes to go here. Picklum out the back with priority. Looks like a set rolling through here. Huge playing field here in Saquarema. I mean, there's no one takeoff zone. You see that wave closes out. This could be Molly's pick. You want to up and out real quick? See if she did anything on the outside. It's going to be Caroline Marks. Going to get this one through the midsection. Quick snap to start. There's a lot going on this wave. Foam, bounce.
Whoa.
That was cool. That was calm under fire right there on the finishing section.
Right?
That's one of those turns that when you do it, it feels good, fires you up, gets you pumped.
Oh.
But then that's better. That's better. Cleaner face, crazy section right there. Put it up in the perfect spot. I'm excited to see this replay from Molly Picklum.
Molly gave Marksy that first without wave,
she did.
too, because she had priority, let it go. I will say that Marksy did a great job of finishing that wave, because a lot of times in heats, you're when you have hiccups and you have bounces and you're like not completely in control the whole time, a lot of people just kind of give up on the wave. But look at this thing right here.
I mean, she drilled that thing deep bottom turn into the lip. Timing was perfect. And look at the smile that she had coming out of it. But see the line that she traces coming out of the bottom turn, and she just meets it in time, but just a little early, knowing that that backwash could potentially throw her off, Chris. I mean, look at that picture perfect. Great technique. Bringing the shoulders down with her. That should be a big score by today's standards.
It was precise. It was powerful. That's what you call bringing a sledgehammer into surgery.
But as Strider pointed out, she had a priority for this wave, and it was a good call not to go just too much froth, and made up for it with the last turn, though. This is going to be her personal best. So still good surfing, but I'm expecting a large number right here for Pickles in the lead.
4.43 comes through for Caroline Marks. Decent number there. Not enough to get her into the lead, and we know that Molly Picklum's going to improve on that 5.67 with that big backside hook. This has been an interesting heat. 2 minutes, 34 seconds to go. And Molly Picklum has proven time and time again, event to event, that she is a title threat. And she's doing that again right now with 2 minutes, 24 seconds to go into the lead. They have a good feeling that that last turn could potentially be the biggest number of this heat.
Could potentially be the biggest number of the day. I mean, Tati's 7 so far was a couple of good turns, but when you talk about one singular one in the pocket with a lot of strength and perfect timing, well, there it is, Chris.
Bingo, 7.83. Strider looking at that turn. What got the judges so excited there to throw a near 8 onto the scoreline?
Again, she puts the board in the most critical part of the wave, and really, the transition and the turn, the way that she brings it around in that lip line, and the drama coming through the end of it, which is offered up for free here at Saquarema because there's backwash and, you know, so much movement in the water. But she does a great job to base herself out, come through clean. But everything going through this, like you watch her, she puts the board right up in the heaviest part of the wave, right? And that's where the judges are like, okay, you meet the power and progression of the wave with the surfing. That's where they go, okay, we're gonna raise the bar for this.
And guess how much hesitation she had on that one?
0.
That's right.
Maybe -0.
Well, she's had the biggest moments in surfing in the lip that I can think back to as far
Sunset.
as females. I mean, that sunset hammer she threw down, the one that she threw down at lowers, that one big turn on that section, she is just like known for attacking big sections. And I do think that there's fear in the back of her mind, but I also think that she's got the armor of the jersey.
Yeah.
When you put that on and you just go, you're like, I got to do it. I have a jersey on.
Right.
That could be a walk-off there for Molly Picklum with 35 seconds left. Caroline Marks now needed 9.07 to advance. Luana Silva is comboed, which is a tough place to be in. It's a bitter pill to swallow in your first heat of your home event. The VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Cero, is rolling quickly through these opening rounds for the women. Here we go, Caroline Marks. Is this a 9.07? That was a great turn. But think about what Molly did on her wave. Again, the walk-off. Nailed it.
It needs to be just over a point higher, too. And great performance by Molly Picklum. Fearlessness, as you said. Her timing's been impeccable. And still one of the most consistent surfers on tour so far this year, Chris. She gets on the right wave. She's easily winning the event right here. And for Marksy, gonna be her best. Comes in as a 5.17, but just never got going at the middle part of the heat right there. And eventually towards the end, not enough time remaining.
I think Marksy, she's surfing really fast and with power, but I need to see some more technical side of surfing thrown into that. If you mix that into the lip a little bit later, hit the lip a little bit harder with a little bit more fin release, she's going to get massive scores.
And it shows us the challenge that these surfers are facing today. We've seen a lot of waves in that sub-1 range. So a lot of either just stand up and pull out, close out, whatever you got. But do what Molly Picklum just did. A 7.83 paired with a 5.67. Big victory there for Picklum. So far a mixed bag with high seeds getting those wins. The wild cards so far doing well with Tatiana Weston-Webb getting the win in that previous heat over Katie Simmers. So expect the unexpected down here in Saquarema. The VIVO Rio Pro rolls on. We got Eats Low coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Italo Ferreira just moves on a different type of rhythm.
Reckless abandon is what Italo Ferreira is.
Ferreira, just a ball of energy.
He's trying to stay in the zone, and he's got Red Bulls everywhere.
He's willing to sacrifice his body, his boards, everything for the win.
And the persona that you guys see, you know, the rock star that's necessary for this world is somebody that's different from the human that he is. Deep individual, you know, operates on a lot of feeling, and the best do that.
You can see how much it means to him.
Let him celebrate, you guys.
It's so unique. It's so fun to watch. When the Italo show's on, it's something you don't want to miss.
Italo Ferreira in the water now, the defending event champion. Current world number 4 is lightning in a bottle, ready to perform in front of the Brazilian crowd. He's going to feed off that energy. He's taken on Connor O'Leary for Japan, current number 12 in the world, and Seth Moniz from the island of Oahu, 21st on the rankings. The 27-year-old Hawaiian looking for a big win in this opening round heat as we just transitioned from the women's competition. Molly Picklum got that last win, and now we've got the men's side to break down on a big day, opening day of competition, just second day of the waiting period. I'm Joe Turpel, Maida Pops, and Jesse Mendez here for the call. Maida, we first have to focus on Italo, as you've been on the call all year with the Portuguese broadcast here in Brazil. Italo really controlled, especially the first 3 events of the season, with a lot of flair, and saw him start in the yellow jersey this year.
Yeah, it's true, Joe. He did pretty well. He was in first position with the yellow jersey. And after, I don't know what exactly happened to him during the Aussie treble, but here in Brazil, he has the crowd with him. He knows the way of the winning here better than anyone. Not better than anyone, but he's the one of the guys to beat. So, and he's with this add energy, feeling really happy. I saw him yesterday. He was happy with his father, his whole family. So it's going to be fun to watch what he will do here.
It's truly one of the best stories in pro surfing, on the way to becoming a world champion. His first surfboard in Bahia Formosa was not a surfboard at all. It was the lid of the ice chest that his dad used when he'd collect fish and sell them to the restaurants. And Italo would take it out, paddle out. He could stand up on it. Of course, he could ride anything in the world. He's doing spins, had no fins, and eventually he got a surfboard and started winning events.
I mean, it just got easier from there, right? Like, you start with the foam under you, and then all of a sudden you have a decent board. The guy's a magician.
Italo looks interested in this right. The 2019 world champ ripping into that first carve, looking strong. Now pressing into a flyaway punt attempt. The wind just taking that surfboard and ripping it away from him like a kite.
Yeah, and we have northeast winds right now, so they're going to blow from the left of the screen, the bottom left to the top right. So you need to find that perfect angle in order for you to actually create a friction with the board and make sure that board's not going to fly away from you like it happened right there. So you need to set up that board perfectly positioned. And here is Seth Moniz getting up in vertical. The wave starts to die out, a bit of whitewash, and finish it up. Gets caught, battles to get out of the whitewash, but not capable of.
Slowing this one down again, Maida.
Nice turn right there, throwing the things. And the second one, I mean, just waiting for to time well and turn.
And then right into a fast pace. Connor O'Leary here, Jesse.
Yeah, that's better, definitely, from Connor. Going to get the best of that exchange. 2 critical turns. First one, a little bit more letter, and finish it off strong. For the quality of the wave that he had on offer, that was pretty well done from Connor. I don't expect that coming in a big score, but something to build off.
Connor O'Leary doing really well in the last 2 events on the championship tour, from Margaret River to Lower Trestles, back-to-back finishes in the quarterfinals. His best result here in Brazil, 2-time quarterfinalist as well. Got to represent Japan in the Olympic Games last year. Absolutely sent it in big conditions at Teahupo, which is the last event of the regular season this year to work out the final 5. Couple of scores in for Italo, already onto his 3rd wave. No surprise, he's building his wave count quickly in this first heat for the men. Nice speed turn to cover some ground, now into a carve. Now finding a nice approach to attack the oncoming section. Italo, nice climb again. The guy that could just create moments for himself. They're not obvious reads when you look at sections where you're predicting what kind of turn can fit in there. Using a bit of his creativity to find his lines on that one, Maida.
Yeah, his wave selection, it's always a surprise. Sometimes he doesn't pick the best ones. He just keeps like catching every wave he can see and building some momentum like this one. Hits the leap and another good turn, just waiting for the open face. Hits again vertically and climb the foam right there to finish things off.
I like that you mentioned, Maida, that like obviously thinking about it, everyone has been kind of surfing the lefts, and he found a few rights, and he's actually been looking for that wave that goes against the grain and goes into the channel. As you can see, a guy spelling back out right behind him, so he's surfing a little bit to the left of the scaffolding right there, and is able to manage to grab a few good turns on that wave.
Watching the replay of Connor O'Leary, really ripping in on his forehand, Maida.
Wow, large turn right there, the second one. And I like the variety, how he hits the leap to finish it off.
And now watching Seth Moniz through this inside wall. Seth had the 3.5 on the opener. And now that'll be Seth's second scoring ride. It's interesting when you break down performances in an event, and I suppose everyone's trying to peak at the right time and kind of build their scores, and hopefully they're in the final and their best numbers are coming through when they're arriving on the podium. For the opening round this year for Seth, it's been a tough one to find wins. In fact, he hasn't won an opening round since Pipeline, which was at the start of the season. So he's either ended up in second or he's had to deal with the elimination round this year, peaking at 4 equal ninths this year as his best results so far. And before the year started, though, he just said, I'm ready to win an event. You know, you think of him at Pipe with a good chance of winning that event, finishing runner-up to Kelly in the past. And you'd pick out Chopes as another great opportunity for a guy like Seth, where it would make sense if that ended up being his first win. We'll see if it happens in Brazil or J-Bay before we get there.
Definitely, like if you have to pick a few waves for Seth to be one of the dominant surfers, the ones that your heart comes out of your mouth. He's the type of guy that is not scared to be under the ledge, and he kind of does it with a smile. I had heats Simon Stanley with him at Chopo before when he was 10 foot, and the guy was smiling. I was terrified.
Italo Ferreira now starting to weave, the backwash making that wave grow, and he just punches himself off the lip line. That backhand full rote has brought him to some crazy moments in his career, especially podiuming in waves like Super Tubos in Peniche, Portugal. One year he finaled, there's a lot of bounce and rip into the face. He knows how to clean things up. As we check out this angle, Maida.
Yeah, nice, but unfortunately the wind blew the board right there. And you know what, Joe? I just spoke to Teco, who shapes his boards here in Brazil, the Tim Patterson boards, and he said that they are launching a new technology called Invisible Tech, which has a clear stringer, and it's very flexible. But this is Connor O'Leary.
I like that, Maida. Thanks for that. Quick rip there on the end section for the big man, Connor O'Leary, who just came off a 6.33 on his second wave. 3.4 start, so O'Leary out in front. Now that's his third wave that he's trying to factor into his top two, Jesse.
Yeah, it looks like Connor's finding some good lefts, and no one's kind of looking. It seems like he's sitting a little bit wider than everyone somewhere else. And it was a bit iffy right there if he landed or not at first sight for me, but I feel like he actually did. He, kept composed. He stood up right there, and then he fell off. So as he landed that last turn, it's going to help him out very much on bettering that 3.4. As you see right there, he stomps on that front foot, trying to absorb the impact, gets up and high, and then he jumps off right away. But he doesn't know that the whitewash is kind of covering him, so that kind of put himself not in front of, and such a clear vision for the judges to identify. So I'm interested to see what the judges think of that.
Now looking at Italo, just pacing himself in the pocket. He'll step off. Best score, 4.67 at the moment, as he works his way back out. But yeah, back to the equipment update, Maida. That's fascinating. A clear stringer on this board.
Yeah, they said that it looks like plastic, but it's not. They cannot tell what it's made of, but it's very flexible, so that's why they use this carbon on the edges just to control a little bit of flexibility. So it's a new thing, and they didn't know if Italo was choosing this board for his first heat, but after they updated me that he's using it.
Really cool to have the brothers shaping boards for Italo since he was a really young kid of Silver Surfboards. They learned everything from Timmy Patterson. So they were able to connect with a special relationship for his Timmy Patterson surfboards as he times that blast well off the lip. Good wall there. He goes upside down. A really powerful approach on the finishing move for the 2019 world champ. Defending event champ, chasing a 5.57 to take the lead. I think he's done that, Jesse.
I mean, I have no doubt he's going to throw that 2.17 out the window. And once again, taking off on that reform right, kind of more down towards closer to the rocks, gets up in vertical, and right here, the most critical section, we've probably seen it so far on the men's side. He's able to get very compact on the bottom turn on the second maneuver right here. Gets that nose up in vertical and airdrops off the sky. You notice he starts to apply pressure on the back foot, so he won't get that nose dug in as he was landing the turn. So very technical and aggressive from Italo. And he's moving into first.
He's such a strong starter in events. In fact, when you look at the events we've had in the ocean this year, we've had the Abu Dhabi event, which he won. But in those ocean events, 7 of them, he's had 6 round 1 wins. 3 of those were the highest combined heat total of the round, where he's very explosive early. And when you look at his point totals, he's just 0.24 of a point shy of his scoring total this year to Jordy Smith, who's world number 1. However, Italo's world number 4. So obviously the points are there. He just has to have the dice go in his favor. When he gets to the pointy end of events, when he gets to those quarters and beyond, when there's more points on the line for rankings, he's dropped the ball a little bit in the last few events on the calendar, as he hasn't made the final series in a while. Watching Seth Moniz now on a bouncy left here at Itaúna, controlling that sharp eye into some clean water. And now pushing hard for a finishing move. In attack mode is Seth Moniz, incomplete on the last maneuver. Waiting for that really impactful combination for Italo, expecting him to potentially take the lead off Connor. And we'll see where this one ends up with Seth Moniz, Jesse.
Yeah, that wave was very tricky to ride. He had all the energy all compacted out in that takeoff zone, so it was hard for him to find a vertical section in front of him, but he does it very well to get that nice tight backhand carve in the first turn. And right here, needed to finish it off. It was going to be important to add that 0.5 extra in that situation, because now he only sits with 3.5, and the surfers against him are starting to, run away with the win.
Seth checking his equipment and happy to have the water patrol on the Red Bull skis, as they have very specific routes to get these guys back into the pole position to take off. They don't want to get any wake on the open face. If you do break a board or break your leash, you want to get out of the impact zone to call the skis. We have a real cool, stylish, powerful hack from Connor O'Leary, leaning back and crushing the lip line. The last score did come in for Italo, 6.83. So Connor was chasing a 5.18 on that wave, Maeda. We like talking about style all the time. And for Connor being that big, he can make these turns look so exciting.
Yeah, very exciting. Releasing the tail right there, hands in the water, and strong movement to finish it off.
So standing by for the update on last of Seth, last of Connor. Let's hear from Molly Picklum, who's with Manu.
Hello guys, I'm here with Molly that just won your first hit here in Saquarema, and you were impeccable. The backwash was not a problem. You even had a smile on your last wave, a big smile. How does it feel to win here? Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. It's always really tough here in Itaúna. It's like always the Saquarema backwash. So I woke up this morning feeling a little foggy, so I was just really happy to make my waves and work with the swell here. But yeah, obviously so happy to get through that. It's like everyone's surfing so good at the moment, and yeah, I'm happy to skip that elimination round.
Great, and you were second in trestles. That's so close to first. How would it be to be first here in Brazil?
Yeah, Brazil's definitely one I want to win. I love the energy here. I have so many good friends here, and it's definitely something I would love to win. And this year I've made a couple finals, but unfortunately haven't got the win. So I just keep knocking at the door, just keep showing up, and let's see if I can try and crack it and take home the trophy, yeah.
Great, that was a good start. Congratulations and good luck. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Manu. Molly Picklum controlling that last one and going straight into the quarterfinals. The only high-seeded surfer that got a win in the opening round for the women, current world number 3. For Molly, you could kind of tell that, she's just ready to win one. Sometimes those runner-up in finals sting the most because you're so close to a major victory. As we watch Italo setting up his forehand attack. Water flying off the rail, second turn, it's a huge float. He manages to keep a smooth line. His dad always knew he was going to pull that one off.
Are you kidding me? What was that floater right there? That was mental.
It was gigantic. As we look at Seth, not finding any space to run on that right. And now waiting for the score for Italo, trying to increase his lead out front. Last for Connor didn't affect Italo's lead. Keeps O'Leary in second, a 4.6. Here's that wave again, Jesse.
I mean, what's so impressive, it's how he's able to identify that he needs to get up vertical, but then starts moving down the line and clear that gap. The wave kind of gets bouncy, gets very critical, and he puts the board up in vertical and starts to drive down the lip line to clear the gap and come out in front of the wave and not get stuck. That was very impressive from Italo. Very critical maneuver for him right there.
Gosh, what a great start. Perfect first turn to set up a giant float, Maida.
Yeah, just incredible. Look how he throws to the end, sticks to his feet, and probably he's going to throw this 4.67 away.
Maida was telling about new materials that his shapers are working with, and Timmy Patterson actually talks about the type of epoxy construction that you can get in Brazil. It could feel very different to what you can get in other parts of the world. And it's been really nice to work with different types of constructions for Italo and his Timmy Patterson surfboards at the moment. The defending event champ on a roll here at Itaúna. We'll be right back.
Sem dúvidas, uma das marcas registradas de Saquarema é a igreja Nossa Senhora de Nazaré. E todo mundo vem aqui porque daqui você consegue ver Saquarema de cima. De um lado a praia da Vila e do outro a praia de Itaúna. Você consegue ver as ondas, os surfistas, os barquinhos. São as 18 badaladas que marcam a chegada das 18 horas. Toda vez que eu venho para Saquarema, eu tenho essa tradição de sempre vir até a igreja para assistir o pôr do sol. Para mim é o lugar perfeito. Relaxar depois de um longo dia de surf e aproveitar que a vista é linda, contemplando a natureza e relaxando.
Always great to catch up with one of the best longboarders on the planet, Chloe Calmon, breaking down the beautiful sights and sounds of Saquarema. She's from Rio de Janeiro. She's seen that beautiful church up on that hilltop for many years. She's finished runner-up in the world title race a few times, and we always love seeing her at these big surfing festivals and hanging out here in Saquarema, which has been hosting big events for a very long time. At the championship tour level, the Challenger Series, Junior Series, it always has some fun surf and gets a lot of swell. Happy to get started here on the second day of the waiting period, a Sunday here in Brazil. So we've got a lot of fans backing Italo Ferreira in this one. And out of the 8 heats that we have in the opening round, we've got 6 heats featuring Brazilian surfers on the championship tour. Still living through the era of the Brazilian storm. It's just been John Florence, the only surfer to pick off world titles really in the last decade. He has 3 of them, but every other year it's been a Brazilian surfer. We'll see if that continues this year, as we've got Seth Moniz running after a section that didn't end up materializing there, so he steps off. Maida expecting to have another big win for Brazil this year.
Yeah, maybe. And actually, it's just crazy how things happen in this decade, you know, how we build this whole crowd, like, loving surfing. Wow, Seth Moniz trying to go in high there. Unfortunately, couldn't pull. But in this 10 past years, like, the fans grew so much, you know, and each year we come here, we can see, like, it's growing. It feels like, oh, what's going to be soon, you know. So if we have another world champion this year, it will be fantastic.
First Brazilian world champ, 2014, Gabriel Medina. And then Adriano de Souza, you know, was able to win. Gabriel's obviously with 3 now. Then Felipe, the first Brazilian to go back-to-back, as we focus in on the CT by the numbers. When we talk about excellent waves, that means 8 points or better. And coming into this event here in Brazil, it's stop 9 of the season. Italo leading with 19 excellent scores.
One thing that catches my eyes, out of these 5 surfers, 3 of them are not in the top 5 right now. Leo, Jack, and Felipe Toledo. So it's very interesting to see how consistent they have been, but just not enough to crack, and how important it is for you to have those wins in average heats. Heats that you're not ripping. You're just kind of scratching through, and I feel like that's the point of difference that Iago brought it into the table this year. He was just very good at winning very good heats, but the scratchy ones, he never pulled it off, and shows the consistency is important no matter the outcome of the heat.
Big blast there as we watch it from the sky. Connor O'Leary, second turns a closeout hammer to throw down a couple of big moves to try to get the lead off Italo. Coming off 2 quarterfinals, staying consistent, making the cut, becoming a father this year. There's been a lot happening for O'Leary this season. Working closely with Dog, Leo Fioravanti, Gabriella Bryan. They lost their teammate Ryan Callan into the Challenger Series, but he had a great start at Newcastle. Big blast there, my dear. That was fun to watch.
Wow, really fun to watch. I like the second one. Very fast, compact, and nice.
And I could be mistaken, because obviously it was a drone shot that we saw at first, but it looked like Italo was probably a good 30 yards deeper than him, and that wave looked like it had such a good pace. So maybe Connor a little bit out of position, which is very easy here for it to happen, mostly with all that bounce. You're seeing the waves approaching out the back, and you know the backwash stacks up the wave in front of you, but then it dissipates and goes away. So right there, probably I would say this is going to go under, but if you would have been a little bit further back, you would have probably get another big crack in the beginning and could have made the difference for the 6.11.
Judges throwing down a 4.87 for Connor O'Leary. So still in the second spot, Italo with priority now right next to Connor to try to play some defense. He'll let Connor go on this one. Smaller insider, but with a lot of speed, such a healthy forehand hook. That is never going to go out of style. Just total commitment on the open face. Unfortunately, it was a smaller wave. He's trying to surf that section up. Connor's still going to be chasing a score to take the lead. Well, what a great feeling when you go surf and you don't have to hold back. He can trust his equipment that he's going to be able to roll that rail over. Dog's not impressed.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was a short wave, but look, he gained speed right there and just gauged his rail, throwing buckets, but the wave just vanished.
When you go surfing, you just want to do that. Jesse, what does that feel like?
I mean, as powerful as this guy, I'll never know because that guy's 20 times as big as me. But, I mean, he was so on rail. You can notice that he was relaying on his heels the whole time. So he was very committed to that turn. But like you mentioned, Joe, it's just a single turn and a smaller wave. So that's going to keep the score on the lower side. He needed a combination of those in order to get to the 6.11. And why does the judges pay attention to the wave size? Because smaller waves usually tend to be lacking power. So it's less critical. It's less of a commitment for a surfer like him of this caliber to actually apply his maneuvers. So the bigger the wave, the more power the wave is, the more critical, and the more you're going to get scored.
Minute to go on the clock. Priority is with the defending event champion, Italo Ferreira, current world number 4. Hits that first section well. Drives into the lip line again for a 2-turn combo, but slips off, riding away. His dad feeling it there, knowing that that will be an incomplete number on the finishing move. So his situation will most likely stay the same out front as we take another look, Maida.
Yeah, nice first snap off the top, and then unfortunately he was almost hanging and slapped right in the end.
So going down on his last wave, his 8th wave caught in the matchup. All these surfers keeping up to the wave count of Italo. What'd you see going wrong here, Jesse?
I mean, it's even hard to identify what really went wrong, but obviously lost the back foot right there as he was landing. It's just an impact. Right there, you can actually see it and break it down. That back foot goes to the left side of his board, or sorry, to the left side of, right side of his board, and as soon as he tried to regroup, the foot comes off.
Well, even with the fall, it's not going to matter for Italo Ferreira. He didn't need that score for his win. A nice, solid performance for a man that's trying to go back-to-back with his titles here in Brazil. Currently world number 4. Now winning 7 of 8 opening round heats this year. Incredibly consistent. Always coming in hot to these big events on the championship tour. Connor O'Leary and Seth Muniz will be reseeded into the elimination round. And just like Italo can do, riding waves that aren't breaking, the crowd's going to surround him. He's going to feed off that energy as he's off and running into the round of 16. Coming up next, Kanoa Igarashi takes on Joel Vaughn and Alejo Muniz. We'll be right back. The VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by VIVO, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Banco do Brazil, official bank of the WSL in Brazil. And by the city of Saquarema, official host of the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero. Great day for pro surfing, kicking off the opening round of competition. We're already in Heat 2 for the men. Kanoa Igarashi turning in such a stellar season so far, featuring in multiple finals this year. Even recently at lower trestles, runner-up to Yago Dora, runner-up for the bell against Jack Robinson. Headlines the matchup today. Joel Vaughn, the rookie from North Shelley Beach in Australia, world number 14 now, was impressive, and he was responsible for eliminating Italo Ferreira at lowers. And we've got the Brazilian vet, Alejo Muniz, in the water as well. During the break, Joel Vaughn got started. Backwashy left, but 2 big hooks. And now make it a third with a big tail release down the beach. So starting off with a bang. Already scored at a 6.5, Jesse.
I mean, thank you for coming. As critical as it gets, that second bottom turn, get up and steep in that section and coming out clean. And interesting story about his positioning right there. I was at the competitors there just a bit ago before his heat, and I was talking to his manager. His manager mentioned that he wanted to surf the right on the middle of the beach, and looks like he's just surfing the main peak. His manager mentioned to him, remember, your backhand is lethal. Don't forget about that. So thank you for coming, Joe. That left was insane.
What an insane start for Joel Vaughn, who put together a variety of airs at lower trestles, and you couldn't not think of what he did at Saquarema on the Challenger Series. I think the alley-oop seen around the world. One thing that stands out with his airs is the height that he gets off the lip. He maybe goes higher than anybody on tour.
Yeah, that day in the Saquarema here during the Challenger Series 2023, he got so high. He got the 10-point ride, and everyone on the beach was so amazed what he did.
Those are those type of moments in pro surfing and heats. If you're in a different time zone, you wake up, go to your local break, and everyone said, did you see what Joel Vaughn did last night in the middle of the night at 2 in the morning?
Yeah.
And you're going, let me watch that replay. One of the most rewatched clips we had on our YouTube channel last year was the big giant alley-oop from Joel Vaughn getting a 10-point ride. He did that at Bolito last year as well.
Just an update. It looks like with this wide angle that I see someone on the very corner of the screen right there to the right side of it. So that might be him trying to go a little bit more towards the middle after starting off with the banger, and obviously seating with second priority, going to the second peak, maybe try to identify another right that he obviously got a 10 before here at Saquarema a few years back. So smart of him, you know, giving himself freedom. And the guys that are good in the air with freedom, they're very dangerous. Like, you don't want to give them too many opportunities because they're going to stick eventually.
What's the theory there, Jesse? There's certain surfers that don't like to leave their competitors alone. They like to kind of stay in the same area, kind of surf the same bank, and others are free to roam a little bit. What's your take on that, especially with this event here at Saquarema?
To tell you the truth, there's 3 surfers in the water. I don't think they're the types that like to slow cook. They're all type of surfers that like to catch a lot of waves in heats. Kanoa is amazing at reading the ocean, I think better than anyone. And Alejo also is a guy that doesn't even like to fight too much. As much he's a very aggressive surfer. We'll get back to that. Looks like Kanoa up and riding.
Rolling through this white water, staying real soft so far, is Kanoa Igarashi, current world number 3, is now loading up, and just like we saw on the ramps for Italo, board flying away for Kanoa on the frontside punt attempt. Let's now catch up with Italo Ferreira standing by with Manu.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Brabo. That's how we call him here in Brazil. After last year, it must feel really good to win your first hit in front of a home crowd yelling at you. Congratulations. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm so happy to be back in Brazil again. For sure, last year was one of my best moments of the year right here in Saquarema, and then I had opportunity to do it again. And then, yeah, that first hit was pretty nice against like 2 nice surfers, Seth and Kona. And then I tried to find the good waves because it's hot, because there's a lot of like current and then white water in the same time, and it's hard to find like good wall. But I had like one on a channel, and my last one was kind of good, but I fall on the last turn. But Yeah, it's just the first heat, so I'm super stoked.
Ok, now in Portuguese, ano passado você teve uma vitória muito importante aqui, você sonhava muito com isso. O que mudou de lá para cá, Ítalo? Parabéns por essa vitória.
Então, realmente eu tive um ano muito bom também, né? Então, assim, comecei o ano bem, mas independente de qualquer coisa, estou muito feliz de voltar aqui e poder ter a oportunidade de defender o título, de poder surfar, né? Para essa galera que fica aqui na praia todos esses dias de competição. E fiz uma bateria muito boa, estou feliz com as minhas escolhas ali, que em alguns momentos, né, é difícil de achar as ondas, mas eu nem imaginei que ia ter campeonato hoje, né? Então, assim, foi uma surpresa para mim. Mas é isso, tá preparado para competir. Eu testei a prancha na hora da bateria, então, mas foi legal, deu bom.
Congratulations, Ítalo Ferreira on fire. Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Manu. Valeu. Thank you so much. Ítalo Ferreira looking really comfortable, always is, in the opening round of competition and trying to go back-to-back. He's into the round of 16. As we look at the score line now, 0.77 for Joel Vaughn to back up the 6.5. He just checked out a right and kicked out. Kanoa still fishing. He's basically in the channel of the right. And Alejo just with a 0.43. All three surfers not next to each other, really spreading out and just seeing something different in the lineup right now.
Yeah, we were at the athlete zone, me and Jesse, and we saw a nice little barrel on your left side of the TV. So maybe he's looking for that right.
Yeah, like this wave kind of like reforms on the inside. As you can see right there, it hits that it breaks way out the back, but then it sticks back up and it gets hollow as exactly where he is right there. But not all of them are going to do it. Most of it at the high tide coming in is going to get into deeper water, so it's going to be a little bit trickier. We'll see how it's going to pan out. So far, every wave we took off on had no potential, but there has been some fun waves there.
Kanoa Igarashi picking that right. He's hoping it rolls in and then opens wide for a nice vision. We've seen a 10 on that section. Here at the CT level, Caio Ibelli was able to get nice and barreled. A long stretched out pit he got out here. One of the best barrel riders in the world. Hope you're doing great, Caio. Spent many years on the championship tour, had some big moments, especially in the last few seasons that he had in his career.
And as you see here, like all the three surfers, completely opposite sides of the beach. You have Alejo on the main peak where you expect, where Joe probably got his 6.5, and Joe now moved in way into the middle of the beach trying to get that right-hander, that it's kind of more of a closeout, but it's much steeper, and with this kind of offshore, cross-shore winds, it could help him to get in the air, and it's going to be a huge point of difference. So those surfers are definitely surfing their heats on their own against the ocean. That's basically it, because no one's going to be in each other's head, and it's going to be just to perform. Whoever performs better is going to take the win. Let's see if it's going to pay off here for Joe, and he's sticking off to what he thought he should have done in the beginning of the heat.
It's interesting. It's like, who's going to win on like picking their bank? You know, which one is going to provide the most scoring potential? And then every heat after will be basing their strategy probably off what worked in this matchup. Tide's still on the rise. These guys got to adapt on the fly throughout the rest of the day. They are so far away from each other. Giant area here in the competition zone. Laying down a frontside carve and kicking out, going flat quickly is Joel Vaughn. And with since he's so far away from Kanoa and Alejo, he'd be wondering what types of waves they're working on. But since you've got the Apple Watch, he'll get updated anytime they get a big score. So it creates more of an advantage when you've got the Apple Watch technology, because you can see the score come in and go, hang on, maybe I'm in the wrong spot if someone's starting to get on a roll on a different bank.
Yeah, and this 6.5 ride for him makes him a lot of more confident to change the bank. So
Igarashi loading up. Great first turn. Always so smooth. One of the best styles in the game. Is now finding himself in that channel on the right where there's a few ribs in the face, but he still has energy. Throw to snap to slide. We talk about how he could do that on any wave on tour. He just showcased it right now. Not an easy maneuver with all the speed bumps on the face. So Igarashi turning in his best so far. needing a 6.73 to take the lead off Joel Vaughn, Jesse.
I mean, that was very good surfing from Kanoa. The speed that he carried and how the wave got nice and like give him a nice pocket to attack. So it was cool to see that.
We're now rolling in from the takeoff with Kanoa Maeda.
Nice first snap on the top, and then gets another nice turn. A lot of water coming from his rail. Got a little stuck in the whitewash there, but then finished strongly, released the tail, and stick to his feet.
It's been a very stellar season for Kanoa Igarashi. 2 big finals, #3 in the world, and he's actually scored the most points this year on the championship tour. He's outscored world #1 by over 20 points coming into stop 9. Alejo Muniz throwing some water off the rail. Nice vertical whip in the pocket for the man from Bombiñas. Putting a lot of speed into that last hook and then connecting on the end section. Alejo had just a short .43. That's his best so far in the matchup. Very dramatic event at Margaret River for Alejo. Was knocked out of the event very early. Then he was just looming in that 22nd spot. That's the last spot to make the cut. And then Imai Kalang Duval was getting on a roll. And then Imai, if he had gone on to win the event, would have bumped Alejo out. I saw Alejo every day. Even when he was out of the event, he was looking at the water with Adriano de Souza like he was still in the event. It's like still taking notes, still working as we look at this left Maeda.
Yeah, I like the variety of the angles that he did. This one was really fast and strong up of the leap, and then another turn. And the last one wasn't that hard, like that strong, but it's a good way to finish it off.
We're able to get more vertical late. Connor O'Leary does that well. Alejo does it as well, Jesse.
Yeah, those surfers, I think that happens a lot because they're very good at driving off their back foot on the bottom turn. So that creates the whip and acceleration, and they can delay themselves and just quickly get up and vertical on their backhand. And the best thing about the backhand is that not that you can get up and vertical, but it's much easier for you to actually regroup and bring your board back under your chest so you can, you know, generate speed outwards. So front side would be very hard for you to do that. Backhand, a little bit easier, so those guys take advantage, and very impressive for him. It's going to be a backup score. I don't think he's going to have, I don't think he's thinking about that wave to be, you know, his first scoring of the heat, but it's going to help him just to build on and get back in, since the opponents already have something of substance in the board.
Maeda, how have you been enjoying a world champ like Adriano de Souza turning into one of the best coaches on tour?
Oh, I think it's just amazing. Adriano de Souza, he's one of the most strategic surfer that we have ever seen on tour. So I think this is the regular thing for him, like to do after he was out of the tour. And he's doing pretty well, this job. Before with Leo Fioravanti and now with Alejo, it really suits him, this job.
And I was also thinking of watching Adriano with Alejo on those days that he'd already been knocked out of the event. It reminded me of Adriano when he was on tour. If he was knocked out early, there's so many surfers that would change their flights and they're out of there. They don't want to feel that loss. Sometimes it would just stretch out that terrible feeling of losing. Where Adriano was never afraid to look at it. You know, he'd be like, lose early in Tahiti. And I'd see him and he's like, I'm not going anywhere. You know, I've got a lot to learn out here. And he would just stay. He would do that at Jeffreys Bay and then became one of the best at those waves. And I think when you've got a coach like Adriano, he's probably like, Alejo, meet me down at the beach tomorrow at sunrise. We've got some more work to do. And there he is right now. De Souza winning this event back in 2017. It was probably one of the more emotional just event wins for him, you know, as he was starting to contemplate hanging up the jersey. The way he's surfing now, though, I think he could make a comeback, Jesse.
I mean, he can always make a comeback. The guy is freaking gnarly. Like I mentioned, I think at Lowers, they went like on a little surf trip before the event at the wave pool, and he was kind of smashing Miggy and Alejo. That's words coming out of the boy's mouth, like not out of him. So let's just show how good of a surfer he still is, and the best to ever compete, you know, as far as strategy speaking. And yeah, he can get back right on tour.
Joel Vaughn's leaving his peak down the beach. He was so far away and now making the decision to come back. He went down there and didn't find anything. 0.77 and 1.9.
There's a problem on the middle of the beach. It's sand and a very steep hole, and then just a little bit more of a bank out on the outside. So with the water coming in, the inside wave starts to move in, and it happens what it happened on his 1.9. You take off, it looks nice and steep, but it goes into deep water very quickly and dissipates and disappears in front of you. So I think with the higher tide now, it's probably not the best call. That's probably why he's readjusting himself and putting himself back where there's more sand in the bank.
Joel Vaughn, 6.5. He actually caught that wave when we were still at commercial break. Found a left with 3 big turns in it. Still the highest number so far in the matchup. Kanoa just got his best. That right where he belted that first turn in the pocket. 4.67 for that effort. And then Alejo's last, his best, a 4.10. First place skips to the round of 16. Second and third are in the elimination round. Kanoa Igarashi reconnecting with Jake the Snake Patterson this year and finding more consistency than he's had in his career in a very long time. He has finished in the top 5 in the past. Looks like another great year for Kanoa, but the rookie at the moment in the lead with this big 6.5. We'll be right back. Let's crack open the polls, just showing you the major highlights of competition. We saw the women take the water first. It was a rookie named Aaron Brooks that got some fun laughs, some good reads, looked really fired up. 6.23 and a 5.33 to go straight to the quarterfinals, Maida.
Yeah, she did a pretty great job. She knows the path to win here, and yeah, did an amazing job.
Maida, Tati's back. How good is this?
Yeah, it's just really nice to see Tati back, and she served pretty well, very confident, and she has all the crowd cheering for her. Look how happy she is. She's smiling and just kicking it.
Loving that performance. We missed her in the last 4 events, and Molly, fresh off the final at lower trestles, picks up a solid win to go to the quarters today. Jesse, this was a really solid performance for the Australian.
I mean, this is an amazing conditions for Molly. You know, one big critical section, and we know what she's capable of. We've seen it at Sunset before, one big turn, and she just replicated that once again.
She's the high seed that did get a win in the opening round as she moves on. We've already set up some big heats now in the elimination round for the women. World number 1, Gabriela Bryan, will take on the Peruvian wild card, Arena Rodriguez. Betty Lucicura Johnson, 2 wins this year. Even the last event at lowers is in the ER. She has to deal with 2-time world champ Tyler Wright, and then 2-time event champ Katie Simmers. Reigning world champ takes on Luana Silva, who will have the crowd behind her there representing Brazil. Isabella Nichols, world number 5, has a world champ, and Caroline Marks. Probably some of the heaviest matchups we've had in elimination round all season long. Here comes the Cross. Crosby Colapinto taking on 2 Brazilians in the next round. One is hard enough with the crowd behind him, but everyone on the beach will be backing Pedersen and Yago coming up next.
I mean, on paper, I gotta say this is the most stacked heat of this round, no doubt about it. If you think about it, like all of these 3 surfers are very strong, sure-footed, and also very progressive surfers. So it's a good match for the conditions that we have on offer. Both very good forehand and backhand, so it's going to be an exciting one to watch.
Paddle here, priority with Joel Vaughn. He will take this wave. Nice fan of spray off the DHD. And now attacking that next section as well. Nice calm style and a 2-turn combo to get rid of a 1.9 Maeda.
Yeah, he did a great job. A nice variety right there. I just want to watch during the replay, but he doesn't need to. Actually, he doesn't need much because his backup score is 1.9. I really like that one, throwing buckets. The wave stayed a little bit chunky right there, but he couldn't finish with a nice finishing one.
View from the sky there, you can see the depth of that wave and just a 2-turn combo, keeping it clean for Joel Vaughn. What'd you see, Jesse?
Just clean surfing. Kept the rails clean. The wave lacked a little bit of copeness. He lacked a little bit of curve for him to get nice and vertical and aggressive, but he got the job done. Let's put it this way. Like, he needs to better 1.9, 6 minutes left. Why leave it for the end, you know? Better his position, apply more pressures to the opponent, maybe find a little bit of freedom and go away from the opponents right now and try and better what's, you know, ahead of him, which is now it's a 3.6.
Joel Vaughn riding surfboards from Darren Hanley, DHD Designs, and Darren was telling me that Joel spends maybe more time in the factory and in his shaping bay than Mick Fanning did back in the day. And Mick was the one who basically lived in the shaping room with Darren Hanley. And I think from DH's perspective, he's realizing Joel wants to really understand every little detail in his equipment, knowing how important it is. And for Mick, you know, he's retired, you know, for a bit now, but Mick is still doing so much research and development with Darren. The new model that Mick is coming out with is actually something that Joel Vaughn's really been loving. That's what we saw him ride at lowers. As we see him trying to fit in a backside snap in a small space, the whitewater and backwash will get him out of that wave and make it incomplete.
Joe, those are the stickiest white waters we have on tour. Like, with all that backwash, you can see he's trying to fight it out, but it's just impossible almost. Like, you need to be very lucky once you get stuck there for the whitewash to push you outward. So that's kind of a missed opportunity right there, because the wave looked more critical than previous one. He sets up with a setup carve down the line, gets up in vertical, way more aggressive because of that curve of the wave, but just points the nose of the board too inwards. And as the whitewash catches him, it just doesn't let him out. And now he's going to have about 4 minutes and 40 left to get back out. With the skis, going to help him out, but not much time to better the 3.6.
That's keeping this one interesting. His low score, 3.6, he got on his 4th ride. Kanoa, the top seed, number 3 in the world, 2 finals this year, has priority and only needs a 5.44. Alejo Muniz has been a little bit out of rhythm, just a 4.10 so far for the Brazilian. If you drove to Alejo's home break at Bombinhas, probably take about 13 hours. Better to fly. Smart.
Yeah, for sure.
But you could come on the coast, make it a surf trip.
I gotta say, 13 hours if you fly down there.
Yeah.
Like, you're gonna have to go very fast, and you're not gonna have to stop. You can't stop anywhere.
I was taking the toll roads in my mind.
You do. That's what it is. It takes quite a bit for you to get there, for sure. But it is around that. Like, you know, like plus 10 hours, no doubt about it.
Alejo's representing the state of Santa Catarina, but also represents Mar del Plata in Argentina as well. His younger brother, Santiago, actually represented Argentina full-time throughout several years on the qualifying series. Santiago at the moment, he's doing all the hard work to become a police officer. But he had a result recently in an event where he's like, hang on, maybe I might extend this competitive career a bit longer. And I hope so. Santiago, so fast, a lot of similarities in the brothers surfing Maeda.
Yeah, it's true. They served both pretty well, and it's kind of hard when you decide like to just move away from competition. These guys been competing since they are so young. So, but sometimes it's something that you have to choose if you're not getting well on the competitions. But then suddenly you get a good result,
and everything changes. Exactly. They both have that like speed wrap snap that they can do on a wave that can be gutless. They can do it when it's vertical. It's very quick. Maybe just Santiago, a little bit lighter, a little bit leaner. Alejo's pretty bulky and strong these days. Spending about 8 years to get his spot back on the championship tour. As we look at the recap of heat number 2, it was all about a strong start from Joel Vaughn and a 6.5.
I mean, the point of difference is the second turn that he's just about to approach. Deep bottom turn, gets up and vertical on that back foot and pushes, gets a good release, and finish it up very strongly. And I think, technically speaking, Kanoa surfed very well this wave, but it's an inside wave. You can see he's halfway through the lineup. You can see the wave breaking behind him. Nice up and vertical, keeps the speed around the whole time. This wave gets a little bit flatter, but once again, it's going to give him an opportunity to finish it off strong. He does very well, but he's almost on the shore right there. Good release from him. This is a tricky angle for you to see how nice of a turn that was, but smaller wave inside, the judge is paying attention.
Joel's next keeper, still just a 3.6 at the moment, Maeda.
Yeah, the first turn was nice, but the second one was not that hard. But it was good to have a backup score, 3.60. Now we see how important it is to start things strong. He got this 6.5 and keep it until the end. We are almost done with the heat, 1 minute left.
And we coming up to a huge heat, world number 2, and one of the best in Saquarema. Coming up next, Iago Dora. Welcoming back Pedersen Crisanto to the CT jersey. He's a familiar face. He'll have the Brazilian crowd backing him once again. And we'll just throw Crosby Colapinto right in the middle of that. Sat next to Cros on the plane. We both were in the back of the plane. I thought he'd get an upgrade. At least he's giant. He needs it. His knees were pressing against the chair in front of him, and he was calm, fell asleep. Thought he was going to have all these movies and all this big plan for a big trip across the country. And he just kept it simple, took a huge nap, and then opened his book and started journaling the rest of the flight.
I wonder why my chair was moving so much, because he was behind me with the long stretched out legs, you know?
It wasn't turbulence. It was Crosby Colapinto. I hope he gets a lay flat on the way home. He's up next, 15 seconds on the clock here. Priorities with Kanoa. And this will be Joel Vaughn trying to better a 3.6. Nice clean carve. He's got some room in the pocket. Connects off the top. Drives into it again for a third turn, and the rookie starting to speed down the line. Loves a ramp. He's found one. Full row. Perfect landing. What a transition for Joel Vaughn.
So smooth, effortless. Like, it felt like he just went into the air and just stopped moving his body and just kept the motion of the board. The energy that the wave gave him with the bounce, and rotated all the way around.
And even just his demeanor, he's not even celebrating, just calm.
Like,
his heart rate's not going up, Maeda.
Yeah, that's what he was looking for. Nice wave to put many turns, snaps right there, and then to finish it off, going to the air, doing what he does best.
You notice how his upper body is not twerking or moving so much. Like, he just literally used the energy off the backwash to create that launch, and he knew he just needed to kind of slow himself down up there to not overcommit you in air and the board spinning around where he didn't want you. You're gonna see he's gonna time that perfectly with the backwash. He shows the eyes right there, 1, 2, 3, boom, lands it, stomps it perfectly, and then he's like, oh, it's all done. Great timing from him.
And the liftoff, showing how talented he is with his footwork and his upper body. Didn't even have to change his stance on the landing.
It was so smooth. It was very fun to watch.
He's done some of the biggest airs. Really, the last couple of events on tour was an all-star at lower trestles where Joel eliminated Italo Ferreira. This time he gets a big heat win in the opening round, sending world number 3, Kanoa Igarashi, into the elimination round with Alejo Muniz. Up next, Iago Dora, Crosby Colapinto take on Pedersen Crisanto. Bring in Chris Cote for the call right after this.
Welcome back to the VIVO Rio Pro. Let's take a look at the winners so far this year on the championship tour. We started at Pipe with Bryan, went to Abu Dhabi. Italo got the win there. Iago Dora did it in Portugal. As we keep going through this season, Jordy Smith, a huge victory after an 8-year drought, came through with the win in El Salvador. Jack Robinson, ring that bell. Almost broke the bell, actually. Felipe got it in the Gold Coast, one of the best finals we saw all year long. And then Jordy Smith did it again at Margaret River. So far, so good. Jordy's best year in decades. Iago Dora, a huge skate-style victory at lower trestles. But now we're back. This is opening round heat 3. Iago Dora, Crosby Colapinto, Peterson Crisanto. This is a gift to surf fans everywhere. You know this heat is about to go off. And to guide you through all the action, I'm Chris Cote. I'm sitting alongside Mitchell Salazar and Kaipo Guerrero. Kaipo is hot off the beach. Kaipo, give us a scene report. What's it like on the Saquarema sand right now?
It's white, it's hot, it's crowded, the energy is incredible. And you know what, Chris? It's really nice sitting in this seat and having you in that seat right there. Thank you for having me in.
Well, check this out. I want you guys to prove me wrong here. Iago Dora is about to win this event. Mitch, prove me wrong.
Yes, I'd say yes.
Okay, so I'm right.
Yes.
I don't know, Chris. I mean, we've seen Italo Ferreira and his performance. We've seen Joel Vaughn with his performance. There's a lot of candidates right now. I think it's a little early to pick the winning horse in this race.
I'm going for the early call.
Okay.
I'm just throwing it out there. You know, numbers, stats, all those things. This whole booklet I've got, I'm not looking at it. I'm just going with my heart, and Iago with that momentum. And of course, what he's done here in the past. I mean, to me, this is Iago's event to win. But we're going to get an early scouting report right now. Here's a replay. We're going to start this off with Peterson Crisanto. This guy is, he's got that never give up attitude. He's been doing it since he was 9 years old as a Super Grom. He's back in a CT jersey and looking good to start.
Yeah, and Andy Irons actually called out both Peterson Crisanto and Ian Gentile as two of the most talented juniors at that time, and to have the 3-time world champ say that about you. And he's had an up-and-down career, had multiple years on the championship tour. We all remember the 9-point ride he had in Portugal, too, for the single air.
Yeah, and he's actually in a great standing right now. Stop number 1 of the Challenger Series. Made the quarterfinals over there. And en route to that quarterfinal, by the way, he had to come up against Sammy Pupo in that round of 16, and that was a super high-scoring matchup between those two. So it shows you the firepower of someone like Peterson Crisanto.
He's lethal. You know, he had a couple of big heats that he turned in the last couple of minutes in Newcastle, got himself that 5th-place finish. So he's charging up the rankings on the Challenger Series right now. He has had a lot of championship tour experience, 2019, 2020, and 2021. And he is your 2025 VIVO Rio Pro wildcard. That is not something you want to see if you're a championship tour surfer trying to fight your way into or stay in the Final 5 picture.
Especially here, the crowd's going to be on his side. He's definitely going to have to impact the scores when it comes to progressive maneuvers. But as you said, we have 2-time finalist, former winner right here, Iago Dora in the red. And Crosby Colapinto, remember, Kaipo, a few years ago, he qualified for the tour at this event.
Yeah, right here in the Challenger Series. I got an early pick also. I think Iago Dora, we're going to see him in the Final 5.
Agreed. Well, 24 minutes to go here. We're waiting for Iago and Crosby to strike. While we wait, let's go down to the glass. Mano is with Joel Vaughn.
Yeah, I'm here with Joe in his first CT event here in Saquarema. But, well, definitely you know how to surf here. He even has a 10-point ride 2 years ago here. So how does it feel to be here again with this crowd cheering at you? Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks so much. It feels awesome to be back. I love this beach and the crowd that it brings, and yeah, the energy is just so amazing. So I'm pretty excited to be back here.
So it's probably a little harder to be on the CT than the CS, but you seem to be dealing with the pressure really fine, isn't it?
Yeah, thanks. I've tried to just keep it pretty simple and just work on myself and try to get some good waves, and yeah, stoked to make that one.
That's the secret. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thank you, and yeah, congrats to Joel Vaughn, fitting in just perfectly on the championship tour. Meanwhile, out the back, we saw Iago Dora flashing across the screen. Heard the crowd go wild. Wonder what happened on the outside. I was looking at those two facing off with those sunglasses. It's like a sunglass battle on the glass as well. Here we go. Colapinto, huge rides out clean. That right there was an absolute fin blaster. You love to see it.
And he's a big boy, too. He can handle the pressure very well, coming off of really a very high-scoring heat against Kanoa at his home break at lower trestles, and best result right here last year, a 9th-place finish.
Yeah, and I'd like to see some of these surfers. I was checking out their boards. Everyone riding bigger fins here. A lot of guys ride large fins, but I think it's very important when you break down equipment here to have those larger fins because of the bounce, because of the backwash, because of the undulation, to have that extra drive and stick. And you saw right here Crosby on this replay on how he's able to stick this last move. He gets up nice and early. That was the fin grip right there, and that's the low center of gravity riding out of that. So that was textbook dealing with the backwash here at Itaona.
I like that we've been talking about fins. Yago freeing his fins right there. It's kind of his patented opening layback snap that we see him lean on whenever he gets one of these open-faced lefts. Goes down on the second turn. So it feels like Crosby's going to get the edge just in terms of scores. Peterson comes through with a 2.50. Crosby Colapinto had a good couple of weeks at home. Dropped a video premiere called Feels Like Yesterday by Jacob Vanderwerk. That movie goes off. It shows the skills of a lot of those San Clemente surfers. But coming from your home, you have the ability to reset, spend time with family, friends. Of course, his shaper, Matt Biolos, lives there as well. This could be a big moment for Crosby Colapinto because he's recharged, he's ready to go. And so far, it looks like he's feeling very confident out here. Score comes through a 4.57 on one turn.
Yeah, for Crosby, there's also a sense of comfort here coming from home in that Gian, the team manager from Lost Mayhem, is Brazilian. He knows a lot of people. He's like the perfect host for the entire Mayhem team when they come over here to Itaona. And so I think that helps play into their comfortability in competition here.
Well, and he's also from Rio, so even better, right? He's known the area of Saquarema for a number of years right here. And to be honest, he kind of spoils these kids a little bit too much.
Yeah,
but overall, Cole Hausman, Crosby, of course, Griffin, and Yago Dora has also been one of their premier and key surfers so far this season. They have a major lead when it comes to the Vizsla CT Schaefer rankings. I don't see anybody overtaking Gloss Surfboards at the moment, Chris.
Yeah, refrigerator door could be closed on that one.
Yeah.
You're putting the champagne in the refrigerator, all right. 20 minutes, 16 seconds
That's popped
to go.
already. It's been popped a few events ago.
Well, Yago, your 2023 VIVO Rio Pro champion. Of course, huge finish here last year and 2024 as well. So for Yago, you think of the Brazilian storm, and right now it's a little bit fractured. Gabriel Medina not on tour. Felipe has had an up and down year, and we do see some friendly fire here between Yago and Peterson Crisanto in terms of Brazilians. But there is a famous quote in Portuguese, and I hope I say this all right. União faz a força. Unity makes strength. And I think that's a big thing that the crowd leans on right now. Of course, they cheer for great surfing across the board. But when you got Yago and Peterson Crisanto in the water, you know this beach is going to be loud.
Yeah, but think about Yago's history here. He's made 2 finals, 1 win. Came here in 2017 as a wild card, where in that competition he beat 3 former world champs. Came out of the blue as a free surfer. They would call him the skinny goat at the time. He's not so skinny anymore, but he's got a lot more bulk than he did originally, Mitchell.
He definitely does, and they call him Yagoat now. And
he's a Yagoat.
Yeah, I mean, for a good reason, but we talk about goofy footers making it to the finals as you look at his career so far here in Sacktown. Last year's have been impeccable. Semifinal the year before that, too, losing to eventual champion Felipe. But making it to Cloudbreak over there in Fiji, that's a major accomplishment. He's been there a couple of years in a row where he's just barely lost out on finals day in order to qualify right there. This is the year so far, though. He's number 2 in the rankings with the possibility to overtake Jordy Smith for number 1 in the world at this event. It would be huge for him if he goes into South Africa being ranked number 1.
Well, Yago is going to win the title this year, I think.
I think he's a forerunner. I definitely think he's a forerunner. And gosh, there's always the complexity. We're going to get back to that. Here's Crosby, ride number 2.
Crosby Colapinto, that backhand, almost lethal. That was exactly what he wanted to do, but the bump got the better of him. No easy way out of your turns out here in Saquarema today. There's a lot happening on the waves, and even on this paddle out, you can see how much energy and movement and bounce there is out in the lineup right now. So every turn is going to take 100% of your concentration and focus to ride out cleanly.
Yeah, and I think timing comes involved awareness of the rumble and the backwash also comes involved. Really getting over your fins, and we talked about that, the grip that you need in a lot of this up and down situations and backwash. So that was the opposite. That was the slip. The first wave, yeah, it had the grip, Mitchell, but that was the slip.
And another major thing, too, it's been pretty much flat the last couple of days. So how many times have these guys actually free surfed so far this trip, Chris? I mean, when you look at this, picture perfect timing right there, and just coming out of it, catches the outside rail. Man, that would have been a great maneuver. It comes out of it, too, but still plenty of time on the clock right here.
Yeah, I think the difference between those last two waves for Crosby was the first one, he kept the fins in the face, and that one he tried to blow it out. Yeah.
Iago now up and at it.
See, I'm
mistimed a little bit right there.
I'm thinking like this is not conditions to do a bunch of tail blows. I think you want to keep the fins in the water.
Under the lip, primarily.
Yeah. I mean, that's just me from, the smartest seat in the house when it comes to surfing, but that's what I'm seeing right now.
And I think it benefits a lot more regular footers than it does goofy footers, too. You can take a certain angle going on your back, and it takes you way shorter of a time to be able to get to the lip doing your bottom turns as well, Chris. So look for a lot of the guys to be going left right here. But Pedersen talked about his air game. I really want to see him on the right. It's just one big hair over there on that one heading towards the rocks.
And it looks like
there
we got ramps out here. So we'll see if any of these surfers are going to find one. As we see now, Pedersen Crisanto just using his rails. This wave is kind of pancaking on him, but it could build some energy through to this inside section. Here we go. You see his intent, looking for the section, slams it. So just a kind of a blue collar style wave right there. Got a score under his belt earlier on with a 2.5. Might improve on that, but we've seen earlier in the women's rounds that the judges aren't feeling these kind of flatter faced waves. They want to see more action, more excitement, but that was a good way to start.
Yeah, ran out of wall, right? So had to cut back, and then you said it, Chris, just gets into a little bit of this kind of deep water section, hoping for something on the inside. Another thing to note about Pedersen Crisanto, very comfortable here, because you got to think about Saquarema for Brazil.
Right.
You have
great point.
A Pro Junior here, you have a QS here, you have a CS here, and you have a CT here. So potentially, there's surfers who could surf in 4 events here a year.
That was a great turn on the outside, by the way. Really steep section, had to lay into it fully, and as you said right here, Chris, it goes flat, but he still kept the water, or the rails in the water the entire time, so a lot of flow on this one. I know most of these sections weren't necessarily super steep. It should be his best score by a good margin, though, and halfway through the heat, I feel like he's potentially taking the lead right here with this last one.
Well surfed on a wonky wave.
Yeah.
I mean, so he will get credit for this wave for sure, and he did get a strong finish.
Tough section at the end, too.
Yeah, nothing easy on that wave. 14:40 to go. Crosby Colapinto in the lead for now on the strength of a 4.57. But everybody's still well involved in this heat. Iago just needs a 1.08. Pedersen just needs a 2.75. All these scores most likely will be deleted in the span of the next 14 minutes, 25 seconds left. We do have the Red Bull jet ski assist, meaning we're going to see more waves ridden. We like that. Here we go, Iago Dora now. Looking right at home, even through this bumpy wave. So he uses his rails, second turn, impactful for sure. Comes through to this inside section. Tries to jam. I mean, that wave was bouncing like a lowrider cruising down the street. Everything flying around. Even Iago Dora, who is such a technician, he's so precise, had a lot of trouble riding that wave.
That was a bumpy road, just like the road on your way over here to Saquarema out of Rio.
It was a little bit of a longer one this time, wasn't it?
Yeah, a lot of potholes in that one. Let's check out the judges' criteria.
Yeah, so the judges, of course, looking for those big combos. They want to see you be creative. They want variety. They want to see you adapt to the conditions within the span of these 30-minute heats. Of course, commitment and difficulty. They want to see you lay it on the line. Risk equals reward. And Saquarema, Brazil in general, is known for a place where people do some of the biggest airs of the entire season. So far, these ramps have been hard to come by. We know this week, we've seen it in the past. It always happens. Somebody's going to do probably the craziest air of the entire year. Might be Iago Dora, but right now these waves are really testing the fortitude of these surfers.
Well, and he's number 2 in the world right now. This came in as a 2.5. If this guy's struggling with the roll that he's been on so far, it is difficult out there. But, You know, there was a key word in there that they don't normally send out, Kaipo. It's adaptability.
Yeah.
And to be able to adjust on the fly, they're going to reward that.
It's a puzzle, right? And you can see Yago Dora right here. That's a pretty patented turn, but it gets sticky and goes out, so he's unable to solve the puzzle. So that's the adaptability. A lot of, all the other, think about the tour. All the other breaks that we have been to, they all have their different personalities and a different challenge. The challenge here, backwash, and as Mitchell said, adaptability. You got to be able to perform on what pops up right in front of your face in an instant.
Well, everything's bigger in Brazil. The crowds, the backwash, and of course, you know, the errors that we've seen in the past. You think back to big moments in history here. Felipe Toledo, of course. Yago's put up some big moments, and we want to see one in this heat. So far, so good for Peterson Crisanto. He's in the lead, but you know this heat's going to turn. We'll be right back with more from the VIVO Rio Pro. Look at the size of this crowd. Everybody pumped up to watch number 96, the pride of Rio Tavares in Florianópolis, Brazil. Yago Dora got a 10-point ride to win the 2023 VIVO Rio Pro. The beach was going berserk, and Yago put on a show. Similar conditions to the finals that we're seeing here right now, so we're hoping to see Yago kind of get on a track like this and do something like that.
There you go, RTMF.
Yeah, that was his 10-point ride. That got him a Yeti 110 Tundra filled with Yeti goodies, and that tradition will continue on here in Brazil today at this event. You get a 10, you're getting that Yeti 110 Tundra. It's gonna be filled to the max with cool Yeti stuff.
I hope they can fit the new Yeti beach chair in that 110, because that's a new product that they have, and it is outstanding.
I'm sure if you get a 10, you can request whatever you want to fill that thing. And that thing's huge. You could fit 3 friends in there.
A couple of coolers, a backpack, and the new beach chair.
You're gonna have to buy an extra plane ticket for wherever you're going next to haul that Yeti cooler around. Here we go, 8 minutes, 53 seconds. Peterson Crisanto on his backhand. We'll see if he can get a better read of this wave. His last score came through a 4.5, who improved over that 2.5. Now he's got a front row seat to the Yago show. Yago getting things controlled on his first turn, blows the tail, and a rare occurrence to see Yago Dora fall twice on one of his patented layback snaps.
This is pretty radical. Hopefully this doesn't get away from Yago Dora. He's got really 3 incomplete rides back to back to back in this heat, and that's the 4th one. So unusual, like you said, Chris.
Well, and a completely different position that he's ever been in heading into Brazil too, Chris. Number 2 in the world at the moment, coming off of your 2nd victory so far this season. And as of right now, his best score just a 4.17 in this heat.
Here's a look at the replays. This was during that break for Yago Dora. This came through at a 2.5.
Yeah, so this is his backup at the moment that he is keeping, and just the 1 carve, and so far struggling to be able to find some open face. Same thing for everybody else. I mean, Pedersen's best score, just a 4.5, and this doesn't improve Kipes, just a 2.1 for him.
Yeah, it's illustration of how tough it is out there.
We're all in the same boat, and it's rough waters right now.
A big thing, I think, here, having surfed, you know, all up and down the beach, you want the waves on a high tide that look like they're closeouts, and they end up being something, stand up a couple of times. All you need to do is get to a lip a couple of times to get a mid-range score, Chris. And as of right now, that's really what you're going to need to be able to take the lead. Here goes Cross.
Yeah, Crosby Colapinto just quietly looks like he's starting to build some momentum. Big opening turn right there. He finds some clean face to work with here. Gets that second snap and finishes strong with a switchblade snap on that inside section. So well done there for Crosby Colapinto. We saw a brief flash of Pedersen Crisanto out the back. So Crosby there signifying, excuse me, taxi, that Red Bull jet ski. Kaipo, you've been out there on a jet ski. You know these expert drivers whipping these surfers around.
Yeah.
This is a good sign for surf fans. We're just going to see more waves ridden.
Sure, and checking out this replay here, Mitchell.
Yeah, really good patience off of the bottom. Great first maneuver. I mean, when you talk about a flatter face, it's really the only thing you can do. And keeping those rails engaged the entire time and just a bit of variation right there at the end. Should be seeing a situation change right here, Chris, but talked about him qualifying for Tour back in 2023 at this location. It was huge that year. I mean, finals day was massive, probably the biggest I've ever seen. It made it into the semis, qualified, and a big momentum kind of generation right there and shift for the surfers from the US of A, Chris. And as of right now, Crosby Colapinto, he was Rookie of the Year in 2024.
That's right. Well, Iago's about to strike. Here we go. This wave looking better, at least from the drone angle. Here we go. Iago. That's his trademark layback slash. Gets a nice textbook roundhouse cutback. Another hard carving turn for Iago. Underrated for how powerful he really is. He's able to really lean into those turns, activate his rails. Nice and clean for Iago Dora with the fist pump. There we go. Iago Dora's back on track.
That's what I was talking about, right? Keeping the fins in the water, staying a little bit under the lip there, going to pretty traditional rail work after that explosive opening maneuver. And I feel that adjustment that Iago's just done is going to be a successful one for him.
And not trying to do too much either, Chris. Like, that's a big moment in this heat right here. 5 minutes to go with jet ski assist. Easily going to have one more chance at least, but, you know, taking your time on this wave, especially after the first turn you were talking about, crisp and critical, but not pushing too hard, and it set him up perfectly for the rest of the wave. See right here, just keeping those rails engaged. Tough wave to surf to, got flat real quick, and pushing just as hard as he needs to. Great surfing on rail there. Once again, brings it all the way back, and see how difficult just getting up into the lip was with the backwash on the face of that one. So at a point of the heat where you get a situation change, you're probably going to take out the heat win here.
I really like the extension and the continuation he got through these turns. It's like he added a little bit of flair to the end of each carve, like right there.
It's smart adaptability. And you talked about already in the judging criteria, Mitch, when we went over that, is Iago adapting on the fly within the heat. And that is what champs are made out of.
Wave stands up, you got to go for it. And especially if it doesn't, you got to be able to commit to the surfing on rail as well.
He made the most out of roundhouses, basically, you know, and not like a super high-scoring maneuver, but what you see right here, when he's able to extend that roundhouse and give a little extra punch on it, that's the difference right there.
And they were all distinct, too. Corey Lopez was the best at those. And see right here, Chris, adjusting on the fly into the lip, and nice little finisher as well. So needing the best of the heat, a 6:07, going to be right around there.
Well, he surfed above and beyond what that wave was offering him, and I think the judges are going to react in kind. At least going to delete that 2.57. Most likely will go above the 4.17. And this was during that replay. Huge finisher there for Crosby. Can he ride out? He does. So a two-turn burner for Crosby Colapinto, who jumped into the lead. And then this was during that wave as well. Pedersen Crisanto. So everybody now starting to flare up a little bit. We got a heat on our hands with 3 minutes to go. The judges have some work to do.
Hey, Chris, the score came in for Iago, and it's a little bit under.
5.83, so I think the judges want to see more critical style surfing, even though Iago did, I think, more than he could have asked for on that wave. the judges weren't buying the whips at the end of those turns.
Maybe that's the challenge of the roundhouses. I thought it could have gone either way when I looked at that wave, right, Mitch? But came under.
Just under, and I mean, no doubt that Crosby's going to improve on the mid-4 that he has right here.
It's a non-point, right?
But even still, momentum shift. You finally completed a wave after many falls in a row, and right here, 2 minutes 30, he has priority and plenty of time, and same thing for Pedersen. All you need is close to a 6-point ride, but depending on how high they go with Crosby's score, they're going to probably need something much larger.
So far, the biggest numbers have come on closeouts. Illustrated here by Crosby Colapinto. 6.83 paired with a 5.67. He's in the lead. Yago Dora drops to second, needing a 6.68. Pedersen, who's been working hard through this heat, needs an 8.
Yeah, that's a breakaway for Crosby. So if you got 2 minutes left and he's broken away from the pack, it's going to be very, very difficult, even for Yago, who has priority right now, because it's under 2 minutes, a 2-minute drill.
So the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning now is upon us. Crosby Colapinto just slamming his way to the highest single wave score of this heat. So adaptability, again, a fresh word in the judging criteria. You know, usually as surfers, we're all looking for a good, clean, open-faced wave, but it seems like in this condition, you're looking for that one big, impactful turn. We saw it earlier on in the women's round. The highest scores there came on the strength of closeout snaps. Molly Picklum so far, I think the turn of the day. The judges want to be excited. And will Yago get that opportunity here? Deep bottom turn. Another layback slash for Yago. And again, that wave just didn't give him the critical section that he wants, that the judges want to see. They want to be blown out of their seats. They're surf fans just like the rest of us. If you excite the judges, you're going to be rewarded.
I think you made a good point in that it's probably better to get a closeout and have that impactful maneuver, and Yago's actually getting some open face. But here we go.
Light work for Yago Dora, but a completed air nonetheless. The crowd goes wild. That's what we're saying all along. These fans on the beach, they love good surfing. Doesn't matter what flag's on your sleeve, but of course, if you do have that Brazilian flag on your sleeve and you do an air, it might be a little bit louder than normal.
Yeah, this small wave, though, this ain't going to be even close to the score that he needs at the moment. And with 30 seconds to go, good pressure by Pedersen, forcing him to go on the previous ride. But as of right now, if you're Crosby, you got to be aware of where the other two surfers are. And he's done a great job in the back end of this heat, getting his 2 best scores literally in the last 5 minutes of this one, Chris.
Now, the acai is already melted. This heat flew by. Crosby Colapinto comes through kind of in the last 5 minutes of this heat with that 5.67 and a 6.83. So at the moment, closeouts reign supreme. Smash that section. The judges will treat you nicely. Yago's last wave comes through a 4.77. Not going to be enough. It's going to be Crosby Colapinto getting the edge over potentially the event favorite, Yago Dora, who's now in the elimination round along with Pedersen Crisanto. What a heat.
Yeah, great one right there. Competitive stuff, too.
And the plot thickens, having Yago having to go through that elimination round. So that's probably not something that Yago was counting on. So we'll see how he responds to that.
Yeah, the results are final, and you're not going to want to go anywhere because we've got Cole Hauschman going up against Jordy Smith and Gabriel Klossner. This is Cole just straight from the buzzer, looking loose, always powerful, negotiating the balance pretty well there. So we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back. Your current world #1, Jordy Smith, going up against Cole Hauschman and Gabriel Klossner. The wildcard story unfolds. The VIVO Rio Pro rolls on. We'll be right back. Bom dia, let's go. This is the VIVO Rio Pro. We're in the opening round, heat number 4. Current world number 1, Jordy Smith, in that mellow yellow jersey, having the season of his last decade. He's going up against Cole Hauschman, currently ranked 16. And a wild card in Gabriel Klausner. So this is going to be our scouting report from this young surfer. Riding a sharp eye, riding for Quicksilver, looked at his social media, and the first thing I saw was Gabriel Klausner on an absolute bomb at backdoor. You knew the kid had skills. If you get a wild card into an event on the championship tour here in Brazil, you are a great surfer. We know that already, but how is he going to stack up against two powerhouses with Cole Hauschman and Jordy Smith?
Well, let's check out this replay here of Cole. And this is, take another look at Cole's opening ride. And just a series of cutbacks. We saw that, you know, with Iago in the last heat. Is just cutbacks aren't going to do it. And I don't think that's going to be a keeper score for Cole to start off with.
And then Jordy Smith right here, number 1 in the world. Big South African who's won here in Brazil before, back in 2013, Chris. Good score for him to start things off. Major layback right there on the outside, but as we've talked about all day, even with good surfing on the rights, there's just so many ribs and things coming at you. It doesn't look as pretty and as critical, and they're going to keep that score pretty mellow.
Yeah, one thing to note about Jordy's surfing, it hasn't changed over the years. That style of surfing, he's got like a long torso, right? And he's able to really twist through turns and do that kind of exaggeration. And for a big dude, he's so loose and limber, and he still's that way, even being the senior member of the championship tour. He still looks like he has really, really good flexibility.
He does.
Yeah, I think the surfing has always been elite, but I think it's an attitude change. I'm calling him mellow yellow because he's carrying himself in a completely different way here in 2025. So we'll see if that casual approach does him any favors in the eyes of the judges. Now we look at Gabriel Klausner representing Brazil. This wild card has done some big things already in his young career, but a bit of a question mark because he's not quite the superstar wild card that we've seen already this season. Yeah. But that was a pretty decent ride there for Gabriel Klausner.
But locally, he has a name, right? He won the Banco do Brasil circuit here, which was a domestic circuit.
Oh, you can imagine how gnarly that circuit is.
Exactly, right? And so he's just just got another horse in the game, another like spark in the Brazilian storm.
Yeah, and he's still a junior. He's won the Pro Junior right here, as you're saying. Runner up to the Pro Junior title, made a Kiosk final over there in Señoritas in Peru. And as you can see right here, not a superstar yet, Chris. I think that's what we got to call him out as, because this kid is very talented, has great surfing, good patience, and tricky wave to surf, but it should be one of the best of the heat so far in this one. And you look at his style, resembles a lot of tall, lanky, regular footers that we've seen on the backhand here in the past, including
Thiago Camarão.
Yep.
I see a little Leo Fioravanti in there too. Just a little Italian spice in some of his bottom turn, top turn combos.
Well, and still a junior. He's probably going to put on more muscle mass throughout the years too, but basically starting his career. And you talk about South American surfing being at its very peak right now. We saw the Brazilian storm, but with qualification the way it is now, really difficult just to get on the CS, Chris.
He's back at it in a big way. Massive turn there. He found that critical section, and that so far has to be one of the turns of the contest with 24 to go. So questions being answered with each and every wave surfed by Gabriel Klausner. That first wave for Jordy Smith against the grain right-hander comes through to 5.33, but that felt large, felt dangerous. This turn's going to be a big number.
I like that one right there. Great timing. It was a closeout once again, just the one and done, but very, very well executed. And you talk about perfect timing, under the lip once again, Kipes.
Yeah, and that, I mean, coming out of that thing, that looked like a Leo Fioravanti big backhand hook. And I like the comparison right there. But that's what you got, right? You come in here, you're a wild card, you're a youngster, you got nothing to lose, everything to gain, and look where he is right now in the heat.
Well, he's already said that this is his biggest moment of his surfing career, surfing life. But he's done a lot of damage here in Saquarema. He was the runner-up, the Pro Junior here in 2022. Won an event here in 2023. So he's done it all at this venue. And right now, he's the man in charge. 5.5 for a one-turn hammer. And here he is again, just finding the perfect spot in the zone, and that was
beautiful.
That was creepy.
That was a critical lip glide. Where we see the replay, we're going to see that he was actually gliding on top of the cascading lip. High degree of difficulty. I'd like that kind of surfing.
Yeah, nice angle that he took coming out of it too, just to be able to outrun that avalanche that's coming down on him right here, Chris. You can see right there, that's really what Al Cleland did to be able to qualify for the championship tour. One big section, you get the right angle, the right timing, and as you can see right here, deep bottom, turn well engaged.
Look at that glide.
That's difficult, and for anybody that says, hey, you know, Saquarema doesn't have necessarily strong waves, do that on a wave that size out here. You're going to feel the power of the ocean.
Oh, you get pounded out here, paddling back out for sure. Well, we'll see what the score comes through there for Gabriel Klausner. So a snap, some weightlessness, some drama on that wave. We know the judging panel loves drama, especially when you can regain your composure like Gabriel did. So with 21 minutes to go here, it's been all Gabriel Klausner. You know, Jordy Smith does have the second highest single wave score, that 5.33, and he is sitting in the second priority spot. Cole Hausman, though, with just one wave ridden. And Gabriel does improve on his backup, a 5.4 for that big hammer of a turn. So 21-26 to go. Surfers resetting themselves in the lineup. That gives us a chance to catch up with Crosby Colapinto on the glass.
Yeah, and you were talking about drama. This guy had a tough mission, winning 2 Brazilians in front of this amazing crowd, crazy crowd. How was that? Was he hard? Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. No, I really enjoyed it. You know, going out into that heat, I knew the crowd would be going wild for those guys, and especially Yager right now. He's like the guy to beat and one of the best guys on tours right now. So I was just looking forward to it because like you don't ever really get to surf in front of a crowd like this ever around the world. So just having fun with it, you know. And even when guys are getting twos, they're screaming, and it's kind of fun because it's like mental games. But I love the energy that Brazil brings, and just having fun out there.
And you seem to love the tricky conditions in the water too. Do you really like it? And what else do you like here in Saquarema?
I mean, it was fun, you know, like it was pretty hard, and in the middle of it, I was kind of like, all right, this is pretty tricky, but we were all in it. We all had like Fords and stuff, but I'm really enjoying Saquarema every night. They're having fun events, and just the energy is good, so we're having fun.
Your home crowd is kind of like that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like 1/4 of the size, but it was cool being home for that event and having like the home crowd on our side. Now we come here and you see the home crowd on the Brazilian side, so it's cool to go all these different places and see all the support from all the different fans, and just like the energy that everyone gives is just it's so cool, and here's like no other. So I'm grateful to be here and stoked to be amongst the whole vibe and crowd here.
Great, well done and good luck. Back to you.
Crosby Colapinto thriving on the energy that this huge crowd is providing. Of course, Brazil known for record-breaking crowds. At the first Rock in Rio back in 1985, that was a concert played in front of 1.38 million people. What? Queen, AC/DC, Iron Maiden. Then just last year, 1.6 million people came to Copacabana Beach to watch Madonna. Their stadium at Maracana holds 80,000 plus, and that thing's filled. So this beach is going to be a record-breaking crowd. 50,000 plus to watch guys like Jordy Smith surf waves like this, Mitch.
Yeah, definitely, you know, one of the favorites wherever he goes, and doesn't mind being the villain at certain moments either. So that comes in as his backup at the moment, Chris. But, you know, you just talk about his longevity, once again, his flexibility, which is very difficult to maintain over this long of a career. And if you'd ask me at what age somebody peaks at, I'd probably say late 20s, early 30s. Talking about somebody who's 37 years old right now, Kipes, and he's leading the rankings.
Yeah, looking good. I mean, a lot of it's mental, I think, and you call them, you know, with that light yellow kind of attitude. The skill's still there, but I think the mental game is just really on point because he's enjoying what he's doing after all these years. Here's Cole.
Cole Hausman, powerhouse. Interesting turn.
Yeah.
That wave kind of got weird.
Was tough. To your concert thing with that Rock in Rio, and I didn't know Madonna was still pulling those kind of numbers. That's Maracana type of numbers. And, you know, they call this place the Maracana do Surf.
I like that, the Stadium of Surf.
Yeah.
Well, 50,000 fans on the beach. I mean, we could reach that number. I think today, you know, this is our opening day of competition, and it's already absolutely packed.
Without even having to do a cover of Material Girl or anything.
And half the crowd hasn't even woke up yet from last night. 17:40 to go. So Klausner, the wild card, in control right now. Our scouting report says this kid's ready for it.
Passing this test with flying colors, too. I know it's not a huge number so far, 10.9, close to 11 points. Look who he's going up against. Jordy Smith, who's been the best surfer on tour so far this year. Cole Hauschman's coming off of a record-breaking performance over there at his home break at lowers, too.
Yeah, Cole's one of my favorites, actually. But Gabe, he's showing us ground power right now. It's just the exciting ground power. He's caught more than twice as many waves as anyone else in this heat. He's been busy. He's been putting down scores. He's taking advantage of this moment, Chris.
Well, coming up through the Pro Junior rankings in Brazil, coming up through the QS in Brazil, that Banco tour that he actually won a few years back. I mean, there's no other country in the world that has to be more challenging to rise through the amateur ranks than Brazil. So Gabriel Klausner, already with this performance, his name's on the map. But if he gets a win here in the opening round of the VIVO Rio Pro against Jordy Smith, who won here in 2013, who's wearing the yellow jersey, and Cole Hauschman, who's having one of his best years ever on the championship tour, that's a huge statement. So if I'm Jordy Smith and I'm Cole Hauschman, just like the rest of the events on the championship tour this year, the wild cards are scary.
Here's Cole, and I dig this. Here's Jordy actually up and riding.
So Jordy's sticking to these rides here. Challenging waves to ride, but Jordy is kind of decoding all the bumps and lumps coming up the face. Could have a good section. Flying across the flats. He goes to the air, and I mean, he was never going to come down with that one. That wave just got really weird right on the takeoff. And here goes Klausner again. A backside whip. Pretty strong finish there. Klausner, the crowd's behind him as well with 15:45 to go.
Beware of the Groms. Beware of the Groms, I'm telling you right now. Especially with all the excitement and just nothing to lose. And he's showing that. I mean, he's surfing freer than both Jordy and Cole in this heat.
And on the men's side of the championship tour, I think 2025 so far, one of the biggest storylines we've seen is the wild card story.
Yeah.
Julian Wilson, a perfect example on the Gold Coast. And it's weird to say Julian Wilson and wild card in the same sentence, but it's been happening. Some good work done by Jordy Smith on the outside. This wave just got real weird.
I still like what I'm seeing, though. I mean, he's surfing the wave for what it's worth. And, you know, this last run he pulls it, he's moving up into first place. But we talked about his win here in 2013. To me, he still has the best claim of all time. The Christ the Redeemer, once he beats Adriano in the final, that has to be one of the all-time greats. The shotgun claim from Andy Irons back in Tahiti as well.
Oh, and Jordy also had the Wolverine claim as well. So the Wolverine claim was up there as well.
Hopefully we'll get to see something claim-worthy. Right now, it's just blue-collar surfing. 5.33, 3.43. That last wave's not going to go in his scoreline. Everybody's still in this, though. Jordy Smith, he needs a 5.57. Cole Hauschman, a little bit tougher of a task, needing 8.17. But for Cole, he's just sitting on a pair of twos. But again, he's had a great year. Kelly Slater quoted on his Instagram saying, that was some shredding. So when the GOAT gives you the nod, you know you're doing something right. And again, you can watch more of Cole Hauschman in that Feels Like Yesterday film released to rave reviews up in San Clemente. Seems like a year ago, but that was just like last week.
Yeah. I mean, I love Cole's style in the water. Out of the water, also a very fashionable guy, like styled out by the fashion house at Santos Studio, and always has his unique hair color, just like his jersey number, which is his jersey number of the Worm, Dennis Rodman, who also loved different fashion.
Oh, yeah.
Well, 13:40 to go. Things heating up in the lineup and on the beach as well. Let's find out, where is Rachel?
Yeah, guys, I'm here at this Sponsor Village, which is one of the most amazing parts of the event as well, and very amazing because of the vibe. And this is the VIVO activation. We can find here some chill shaded area where people can charge their phones and also play some fun games, and they can win free gifts. And that's why it's obviously patched, because Brazilians never say no for a free gift.
Thank you, Rachel. So back to the business at hand. Cole Hausman leaning into a frontside layback.
That's
and
more
again,
like it.
Power car for Cole Hausman. So 2 big ones there. He'll definitely delete a 2.73 out of his scoreline with surfing like that. So we're waiting for the judges to come through with some numbers, but it's still Gabriel Klausner, the wild card from Brazil, in the lead and with priority. Jordy Smith in second. His last wave was a no-go, 3.07. So now it's up to the judges. Will Cole Hausman start to get on track?
I hope so. That was a great start right there, and still plenty of time. You want to break it up still with 2 scores. Needs an 8.17, but this to me feels like it's going to rival one of the best of the heat so far, Kipes.
Yeah, I love the leverage that he gets off those top turns. Again, whipping that around, little caught up, but is able to salvage that. He's likely going to better his score line with that. And like you said, just chipping away. But I love the style of this kid.
And his first surf this morning was his first surf of the trip so far, Chris. It's been tiny. I mean, for a guy that big, I can attest to it. It's hard to get up to your feet when it's been that small, and especially coming off of that eventful swell we had at lowers for the event. Don't necessarily want to go out there and bring your attitude down. You still want to start off on a positive note, but plenty of time on the clock. Love the combination of turns, especially the first one. Patented layback jam, and as Kaipo was pointing out, does get a little stuck coming out of this. That is still a high-impact maneuver, though. Look at the amount of spray he threw during that transitional, and 11:30, I feel like he's back in the heat right here.
And I think everybody has so much respect for Cole. Great style, super powerful, and lightning fast. Woo. There you go. There's your combo.
That's a bang-bang right there. Look by.
Chitty, chitty, bang, bang.
That's a meat platter right there. Big servings from Cole Hausman.
What's it called, the bruschetta? Or,
oh, yeah. And, by the way, I don't think we even talked about it. We got 2 of the biggest guys on tour in the same heat right here. But let's take a look at this replay again. Talk about power. That was just plumes of spray and then punches it again. They got the timing right there, kept the fins in the water, threw a ton of spray. Love it.
That was everything we wanted to see from Cole. The speed, of course, on display there. That was a potent combination. Super fast. I mean, again, for a guy this big, to have the ability to just dig the rail and then also get light on his feet and get that speed burst, that right there is going to be a big number for Cole Hausman. So with 10 minutes, 29 seconds to go, we could see a shuffle in the leaderboard. And there you go, an 8-point ride.
Wow. So Cole Hausman just says, sorry, Grom, with an excellent ride.
And he was so far down in this heat, too.
Yeah.
You only have two twos up until a few minutes ago, and huge bounce back right here. It's a testament to how well he's been competing lately. Here goes #1 in the world, though, Chris.
Yeah, don't celebrate too much just yet. Jordy Smith's backhand is usually lethal. That wave kind of died out underneath him. So Cole Hausman now with one of the highest single wave scorers of the entire event. 2-turn combo was all he needed to do this, get himself an 8-point ride. Well, we're going to take a break. But we'll be back. We've got 9 minutes, 40 seconds left here of this opening round Heat 4. It's the VIVO Rio Pro. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the VIVO Rio Pro. There is no seats left on the beach. I'm talking it is packed down there. So we're up here in the Red Bull seats. They've got some action going on. There's a few left up here, but they're doing good things. They're making space for the locals and the people down here to come and sit down. They got Red Bull, they got other refreshments back there, some snacks. It's pretty nice down here, but let me tell you, I'd say come down to the beach, but there's nowhere to sit, so you're gonna have to try and find the Red Bull seats. That's where we're at right now, enjoying the view. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Strider. Yeah, that's the Red Bull. Best seats in the house. If you're making your way down to Saquarema anytime this week, you have the chance to sit where VIPs, like Strider Wasilewski, get to sit. Here we go, Alan Cleveland Jr. making his way back in the lineup. But this heat in the water right now, opening round heat 4, started off relatively low-key, but now it's become a rumble in Rio. Cole Hausman with an 8-point ride, pair that with a 5.27, a commanding lead. Will Jordy Smith fight back on this wave on his backhand?
Yeah, 4.1 for this one, so still leaning close to an excellent score, and great second turn right there, but not much after it, so still gonna have to settle for something low-key, but at the moment, eating close to an 8-point ride, testament to how good Cole is right now. I mean, literally in a matter of minutes, was able to get the 5.27 and the 8 after that.
That leverage on that front side hack that Cole has, he used that to his advantage. He got excellent scores over in Trussell's, doing the exact same thing on the lowers left. He's come here, he's applied that formula to Itona, and it's been successful so far. The judges like it. I like it because what they are is they are acknowledging the power and the risk in those turns from the big man, well, the other big man, Cole Hausman.
And no stress. I mean, he's looking like clutch powers at the moment. You saw him basically get his 2 best waves back-to-back with a 5.27 and an 8. And this was during that break. A tube ride?
Nope.
Into the washing machine.
Cool attempt, though.
I mean, we all know when you see a tube section,
you're going for it.
Yeah, you can't not. So 550, and there you see, I mean, there's going to be no sitting. It's all battling. It's all trying to stay where you want to be, and it's a huge playing field. And it's nice to see these guys have to earn it.
And there's a bit of current out there as well. There's a lot of drift at Itona typically, and so these guys just, you know, paddling to keep in position.
Water temp right now, pretty much exact replica of what we felt in Southern California just last week. Almost 70-ish, let's call it.
Chilly when overcast, but really nice when the sun's out.
And it's hot on the beach, so it feels real good.
Big time.
It is paradise. This really is a paradise type of situation these surfers are in. And of course, the fans on the beach show them all love. I'm sure there was big cheers going up for Jordy as he pulled into that little closeout barrel. Right now, current world number 1 in a bit of trouble, needing a 7.95 to get back into this heat.
Great heat, though. I mean, when you look at it, Klausner's been passing this heat with flying colors. This is an intimidating break, first of all. It just goes to show how good he is at this location, though. But this excellent score, as you're saying, degree of difficulty and risk, Kaipo, all involved in this one.
And power, right? So that's a punch right there to the lip of Itona. That first turn, but the second turn, especially with that convergence of water
so
right
difficult.
There, so hard to come out of. He timed it perfectly, but he punched it at the end. And that's the stuff that we love from Cole Hausman.
And
he's showing us he's not a rookie anymore, right?
100%.
Yeah.
Confidence,
growth.
You know, this is where he belongs.
But remember, as a rookie, he had another groundbreaking thing. Very few rookies win an event their first year on the championship tour.
Less at Bells.
And Cole Hausman was able to do that. So that shows to me that this kid's got a big, bright future for many years in professional surfing.
Yeah, and I mean, for Jordy Smith right here, you need something close to excellent. It seems like he's still looking towards the right-hander. And look at how much respect Cole's giving him at the moment. Short space right there in between the two of them, and for Klausner with second priority, trying to break away and get one of these lefts, and it seems like might have one here, but how she's interested, Chris.
Well, big things have happened on closeout waves. Here we go. Will this be one of them for Cole Hausman?
That was
trying to hang on with his big toe.
Good pressure by Jordy, though, forcing him to go and use priority on that one, and now doors open, 3 minutes 20. It's a good amount of time out there.
And I want to point out another different thing with Cole Hausman is I mentioned Santos Studio. He trains and works out with some of the best MMA fighters, boxers, UFC fighters in the world. And these guys have a facility in which he is matched with greats from other sports, and I feel that that collective energy and that cross-referencing of training, especially he's got a trainer over there, Cody, but that cross-referencing sets him apart a little bit because he's a big unit, but he's also able to be nimble at the same time, which is hard.
Yeah, I mean, that is a huge testament to his success.
Some humans.
Yeah, with 2 minutes 34 to go. I'm not that good at math, but I'm thinking tens of thousands at least here, and this is only day one.
And that's on the beach. If you go to the back street, too, there's probably another 20,000 over there as well. It's cool, dude. I mean, it's a good environment. It's definitely excellent for the sport. I mean, talking about a major market here in Brazil, definitely always come down and have a great experience, first of all, but the vibe is everything, Chris. Everybody's super positive. The food's excellent. Of course, when the waves turn on, this place is world class.
And it doesn't end when the sun sets. You got the Corona House at night, just lighting things up with a mirage of entertainment, some class acts. It's this little glimpse into the Brazilian music scene. I know you enjoy music, Chris.
I mean, when the work is over, the play begins, and not a better place to do it than here in Saquarema. Well, this is the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning, 1:42 to go. Cole Hausman in control with that big 8-point ride, that combo that the judges loved. I mean, they ate that up and dropped one of the highest single wave scores of the day so far. Jordy Smith, meanwhile, in third and in second priority. Gabriel Klausner, living up to expectations. We know what Gabriel is capable of now. He got a 5.5 and a 5.40, but he did throw away a 4.33 and a 3.87, so he's consistent, he's powerful, and definitely surfing at an elite level right now. I mean, I don't see much difference between what Gabriel Klausner is doing than anyone else on the championship tour currently.
And against two of the best in the world, you have the current world #1, and Cole Hausman is coming off of incredible performance over there at his home break at lower trestles. But another thing about Jordy Smith, too, you talk about his relevance within a jersey. What he's continuing to do in the free surfing world as well, Chris. Here goes Haushi.
Nice whip to start. Could have a good section here to work with. He jams it. Rides out clean, so he's trying to maybe get rid of that 5.27. We'll see where that one stands in the eyes of the judges as we wait for scores. There's 30 seconds left. Gabriel Klausner's out the back with priority, needing a 7.78. There's a quick stall. Uh-oh.
Oh, here comes a rodeo.
Looking for the ramp.
Nothing. Oh, well.
Maybe next heat. Well, with 15 seconds left, it's safe to say that Cole Hausman, the powerhouse, has done enough. 8 and a 5.27. Here's the countdown. Will this be a buzzer beater for Gabriel Klausner, the wild card?
No.
Great, making his way to the beach.
Yeah.
But great look, nice chop hop. It's a good day for it, that's for sure.
Death to the chop hop, I already told you a few years ago. We can't let that come back.
No, not in Saquarema. This is the chop hop capital of the world.
Hey.
Look at these bumps coming up the face. You can fly off this.
Give it up for the big man right here.
That's right. Big Worm comes through with the win. Powerhouse does it with an 8-point ride as his benchmark. So he is going to skip that elimination round. And a couple of threats now. Head to the elimination round. Shocking for Jordy Smith. He'll be relegated to that round, which is being filled with lethal surfers. And I put Gabriel on that list as well. We got more surfing coming up next. Baron Mamiya, Jake Marshall, and Al Cleland Jr. What a heat. This is going to be a fun one to watch. I'm going to get a good seat down on that sand. There's still room for a couple more thousand people. We'll be right back with more from the VIVO Rio Pro. Joel, Jesse, let's do it.
The VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, by Natura Kayak, feel the power of freshness, by Riachuelo, official apparel of WSL Brazil, and by the state government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero. The opening round of competition continues. Saquarema providing a great beach for a lot of spectators to watch this battle. Baron Mamiya taking on Jake Marshall, and Al Cleland Jr. just celebrated his 23rd birthday a couple of days ago here in Brazil. He's happy, he's fired up. He's the low seed in this one. Jake Marshall, 4 years on tour, finds himself just outside the top 10, and Baron Mamiya hanging on to the 5th spot on the rankings, even though he had to withdraw from competition at lower trestles because of the knee injury that he suffered in the win that he had over Kelly Slater. Well, that makes sense. Baron's in a barrel again. Doesn't matter if he's at Pipeline or at Itaúna. He'll just get a quick vision to kick things off. Also during the break, we had Al get started. Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez for the call. Nice connection for Al off the top.
I mean, the most critical part of that wave he was able to identify kind of came from behind that Y-wash, and that was great surfing from Al. I think this condition suits him very well. He's very, very heavy-footed surfer. You can see he doesn't move, doesn't wobble his board around too much. And obviously he's from Mexico, one of those beach breaks that has a lot of backwash as well, so he's probably very used to it. And yeah, take advantage of all, because not everyone can deal with that very well.
Winner of the last heat, Cole Hausman, is standing by with Maida.
Thank you, Joe. Congratulations, Cole. So took a while to figure out the lineup, but once you did, you caught a good one. So tell me about the strategy you came to this one.
There wasn't really much strategy except for identify the lefts and kind of try to go left. But yeah, I was struggling out there. I literally surfed a 2-minute heat. I caught both those waves in maybe less than 2 minutes. But yeah, it was fun. It took me a second to figure it out because it's always tricky out there. It's like changing all the time. It's like too far out, too far in. You don't know. You're like, I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna lose this heat. Can't figure it out. But no, I just stuck to my guns and figured it out.
And what do you think it really makes a difference to get a win here in Saquarema?
Yeah, I mean, the crowd here is crazy. I mean, the reason you want to win here is because the crowd. It's like you're surfing in a packed stadium or something. There's got to be thousands and thousands of people on the beach. So, yeah, it'd be fun to win here in front of everyone, but, you know, heat by heat and just enjoying it. It's freaking a good life here.
Are you enjoying Brazil?
I love it here. It's one of my favorite places.
Nice. Congratulations. See you in the next round. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Maida. Cole Hausman, loving the passion of the fans here in Brazil. It is special, and it's also good to have that attitude where you might not be the favorite in a matchup, but you can still enjoy the energy from the crowd. Jesse, I remember the event that Adriano de Souza beat Jordy Smith. This was down at Barra da Tijuca, and it was an emotional run for Adriano, working with Pinga at the time and his manager, and always wanting to win at home. Taj Burrow was in the final. For Taj, he had 4 people on the beach going for him. It was Beat Durbridge, Matt Wilkinson, and Kai Otten. And I remember seeing the looks on their faces. They were so overwhelmed because every time Taj ripped a wave, there were boos through every turn. Every time he fell, it was like an eruption and a celebration. It was just like you were at like a soccer game, you know, rooting for the other team, rooting against the other team. But in surfing, it was really different, you know, to feel that type of energy. And I remember seeing Beatties going, what is going on? It was an overwhelming amount of emotion in favor of Adriano de Souza that day. Adriano went on to win. It was an emotional celebration on the podium. And I think surfers that have come here, they're well prepared, going, hey, that's not going to go against me. I can actually harness some really positive feels, knowing how much this country loves the people that represent them around the world, and try to surf, sometimes against the crowd.
And as much as, you know, there's going to be the cheering for the Brazilians, that's obvious. Like you mentioned, it's like soccer-based, you know, like every cheer here is based on that, and that's what we learned from growing up. But everyone's here to watch good surfing. So if you do some good surfing, everyone's going to be stoked for you as well.
Driving into that oncoming section, tail ditch, and controls it is Jake Marshall. Yeah, great point. Obviously, when Taj had a heat without a Brazilian in it, they were just erupting. One of the favorites for Brazil, watching these international surfers come here to compete. They were really loud when John Florence won, you know, back at Barra da Tijuca. But they'll make it clear they got someone to root for. They're going to hear it really loud. And we've seen some elevated performance since then. And I think the past champions reflect that, especially going back to 2017. We haven't had anybody else from any different region besides Brazil win this event, going all the way back to 2017.
To tell you the truth, Joe, I think it's a little bit of a weight lift off your shoulders if you're from somewhere else, because imagine paddling out with everyone cheering your name and hoping, their hope of happiness, it's related on you. So there's a lot of weight lift off for the surfers that are foreign, because they're coming here without any pressure from the crowd. So they can just kind of enjoy just a lot of people watching themselves surf.
Al Cleland Jr. starts off with a 5. Baron Mamiya opened with a 3, just a quick little look under the barrel. So remember, for Baron, it was really heartbreaking to see him having to withdraw from the event at Lower Trestles. Got an equal 9th. It was actually on his winning wave to beat the GOAT, Kelly, the wild card, at Lower Trestles. Then we got the message in that he wasn't able to compete. So from then on, from that day, he just made sure he worked with medical staff, made decisions with his support crew, and we were just waiting to get any sort of news if he'd be here in time. And we're happy that he's in the event. You wonder about the process in making that decision. Obviously, you don't want to make your knee worse. However, you have no throwaways, so you've got to make a really solid decision based on longevity on tour, but also when you know Cloud breaks the stage for a world title and you're number 5 in the world, you don't want to lose that chance either.
I mean, he's definitely the guy that is being hunted down right now by very sharp snipers. So he really needs to step up his game, and that's trouble for him. It's unfortunately that he had to go through that injury, but sometimes your medical staff is going to, you know, support you and say, hey, this is not going to make it worse. You just get out there, do your best, and deal with the pain. And, I mean, do what you can do to save yourself, because the opportunity that Baron has in front of him, I think it's really second to none for the type of surfer that he is. Going into Fiji, we could be seeing 10-foot barrels on left-handers. And in my opinion, in my eyes right now, there's maybe one guy that can match him on the backhand on tour, and it's Jack Robinson. So it's a huge advantage if he can make to the top 5 and we have good conditions in offer.
Baron number 5 in the world. Jack Robinson, who Jesse's mentioning, number 7 in the world, coming in to stop number 9 of this regular season out of 11. So it's crunch time for those spots in the final 5. Been breaking down positioning throughout the day. Some surfers trying to separate themselves from the pack. A couple of different banks to choose from. Baron in red is already changing his spot in the lineup.
Yeah, it looked like he was more towards the middle of the beach, that right that Joe Vaughn was trying to approach a little bit earlier. We have very smooth seas right now. You can see how clean it is. You know, like Saquarema kind of has that mood that Hawaii has, the morning sickness. It really clears up as the day goes on with the sun hitting it. And this is what we're having right now. Hope it just keeps it going that way. We do have some winds shifting a little bit to the east, which is going to be still pretty clean. A little bit more blowing into the rights, which is kind of favorable for us. You know, we're going to see probably some big ramps. So let's see how far he's going to go back and move towards those rocks and where the opponents are surfing right now. But to tell you the truth, I think his best odds is to sit on that right and maybe go for the air.
Giant playing field here at Saquarema on Itaúna as we get caught up quickly with the live ranking scenario. Italo Ferreira was able to get a heat win this morning. So he's already jumped up to number 3. Kanoa sent to the elimination round, dropped to number 4. Baron in 5th at the moment. Big names right behind him, though. Ethan Ewing, number 6 in the world. Jack Robinson, number 7. And the king of Rio, Felipe Toledo, 4-time champ in Brazil, number 8. Griff trying to make a late charge into the top 5. He's got to be really perfect from here on out if he wants a chance to compete for a world title. A lot in that for Griff. He won Cloudbreak last year when it was a regular season event.
Well, the good thing for Griffin is an all-around surfer. Probably one of the most all-around surfers we have on tour. Like some guys, like if it comes to mind, they're going to have an advantage in some spots and not as good in other ones, but Griffin is not one of those that I'm thinking about it. So for Griffin, it's just kind of putting the paddles to the metal and keep charging how he is. Like I don't think the results translated in the beginning of the year for the type of surfing he was doing. It was just a matter of time for him to get back on track, and he looks very good.
Jesse, can you help me unpack this round 1 heat we're going to see? Griffin Colapinto, Felipe Toledo, Joao Chianca in the first round?
Yeah, it's hard to digest. Like, if you think about it, obviously all of them left foot forward, all regular footers, and 2 of them exceptional in the air, and the other one just very precise, mostly in the conditions that we have on offer. Grew up here. João Chumbinho knows this backwash better than anyone. He was surfing the inside right this morning that I thought was the best wave that we had until the contest started, and we get back to that later.
Nice clean backhand work from Jake Marshall. The man from Encinitas, California, has gained some ground there. Third turn's a tap. He's running out of wave and steps off. Lines are very pure from Jake. You know, he controls his sharp eye surfboard incredibly well. He kind of has a cool stance, almost like a prize fighter. Real smooth, though, as well, as we see the bowl that he took off on.
I mean, imagine how good this turn right here felt for him. So much lift, so much flow, gliding through, getting some air under the board right there. But just unfortunately for him, the wave died out. But, I mean, he's looking very in tune on this wave. So it's just a matter of time of him finding a good wave, and he actually can get a little bit more critical. Nice turn right there. You know, driving off that back foot, getting the projection and amplitude down the line. Then it seemed like it was going to give him another good opportunity, but it didn't really. Looks like the same board he's been riding quite a lot this year, like at least the same spray paint. Sometimes those surfers like to keep the same spray paint, but all up and riding.
Big blast there on the backhand of Al Cleland Jr., putting together 2 really big backside hooks. Like he said, just that subtle body movement, real comfortable in his stance on his Timmy Patterson surfboard, riding his own model called the Al Cleland file. And it looks great on this wave.
I mean, comfortable on chaos. Like, there's so much water moving. The backwashes, there's so much trouble. You're going to see him land the second turn, fins free out the back. The wave's converging towards him. You get kind of like getting pushed around by like, you know, like when you're ground by someone that's twice the size as you. As you see him land off right there on top of the whitewash and somehow comes out clean. That's great working for him. This is, in my eyes, that's the best wave I've seen it so far today.
Jake Marshall locks in. Nice clean bottom turn, attacking the lip, hangs the fins out to dry, and he'll right away out of it. A little out of control. Was hoping he was getting up in time for a combo, but really tried to lean into the fin throw with power. He's got a couple of 4s so far. 4.57, 4.17 back-to-back. That's his 4th wave ridden here in heat number 5. Jake, the oldest brother, he's got 2 younger brothers in his family that love surfing as well. Bryan getting down the line, looking a little sticky at the moment. You can see the knee brace he has on the back knee. We'll see if that's limiting his motion throughout this match. Yeah.
But you can see, Joe, how everything kind of cleaned up. Like, look how smooth the waters are right now compared to this morning. And it's, you know, probably just going to get better from now on, mostly with the tide starting to probably get lower in a few hours. So, yeah, you can definitely tell Bryan is a little bit stiff on that back foot. You can see right there the angle that he was trying to, like, get wasn't what he, you know, he was able to apply it. And this, unfortunately for Jake Marshall, beautiful finner out the back. Notice that backhand right there. It goes behind him and makes him lose balance, and then he wasn't able to reconnect with that second section. And here is all with a nice down the line critical turn, wasn't able to get the second one, but damage has been done already from Allen throughout the heat. I actually expected, it came out at 7.33. I thought that wave was kind of on the excellent range, like the combination of 2 maneuvers, just very critical. Had the second turn on the most critical part of the wave, got the fins out, regrouped. That was excellent surfing in my eyes.
It's an easy style to watch, isn't it? I mean, he doesn't have any unnecessary body movements. Everything's just real clean, keeps it tight. Just lets the sections and his positioning do the talking. 2 big whips, 7.33 for Al. And it's going to really carry him out in front of this heat so far.
I like that you mentioned that because I think he's a unique surfer in his style. I think he, instead of using his body energy and like muscles and power, he uses the weight of his body. Like he's very stocky, very thick. You can see he's wide, and he just kind of balances it out on top of the board and uses the weight to his advantage, and everything looks just solid and on point.
He has sneaky volume in his surfboards as well. For how easy this model is to put on rail, sometimes you think it would have to be more bladed out, but a lot of that sneaky foam is kind of under the chest for paddle power and for flow that he gets. He's never really trying to hunt speed and trying to force it. It allows him to really be freed up in the pocket. 7.33 for Al, 5.0 as his low score, out in front of Jake Marshall and Baron Mamiya at the moment. And then just back to Baron, 4.73, and you can tell he's got limited range right now. But he's trying to get the most points he can out of this event to keep a spot in the top 5.
Yeah, that wave he got was probably one of the prettiest wave we've seen it so far. That first section had a lot of room, very opened up, and had a good coping, a good curve on the wave. But it's just a bummer, man. When you hurt, like anyone that has been hurt and try to, like, you know, perform to his best, know the feeling. You kind of limited. There's nothing you can do. Hands attached for him, unfortunately. The wave had a lot of potential, but just not being able to apply his performance.
You're always managing injuries no matter what position you are in on tour. But we've had some tough ones in the title race over surfing history. We've got a chip in here for the man for the North Shore of Oahu. Baron Mamiya now just kind of pacing himself, protecting that back knee, doesn't commit to a maneuver there, and he steps off. If you think about the run for Joel Parkinson, before he won a world title, he went on a trip to Indo, did an air, injured his ankle, and then his best friend, but at the time, heaviest rival, Mick Fanning, stole the title off him in the back end of the season when Joel was surfing hurt. Mick picked up 3 wins in the back end and took that world title. Thankfully, Joel ended up winning a world title a few years later in 2012. Miguel Pupos preparing for Heat 6. He takes on Marco Mignot and Ethan Ewing coming up next. Check out this view of this beach here at Itaúna and Saquarema. So many fans can check out this sponsors village. Check out the Banco do Brasil crew. You could end up rock climbing in between heats. You could be on a zip line. There's something for everybody here in this festival of surfing here in Brazil. An important stop on the World Surf League Championship Tour. Now it's time for the Maiteha Surf Conditions Report with Strider.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, we're down here on the beach. The waves are really fun, 4 to 5 feet, little side offshore, and the high tide is coming up at 12:24, and there's not much space here. If you look on the beach right here, there's nothing left, but look at all these people down here. They are loving the vibe on the beach. I can't believe it. Every year we come back, it just gets better and better and better and better. Let's go!
So good. Look at these incredible people. So passionate about pro surfing. They would miss this for the world. We love it. And when they see Strider, they get really excited.
Because he brings the vibe up.
And
he's one of those guys.
Takes a lot of selfies down
He
here.
does.
If you go to lunch with him, if he gets stopped, just know that he'll meet you there. He's going to take a while.
I mean, you start ordering for him, right?
Exactly. Great job, Waz. Having fun on the beach with the fans. Here comes a replay of what happened during the break. Jake Marshall finding a gem of a wave.
I mean, demolishing that section right there. 5.4 just off that first turn. Unfortunately, that wave just ran out from him. You can see he's trying to look, eyeing it down that second section, but just a little bit in front. But that, that helps the cause. You don't want to be looking for the best score of the heat. You want to be looking for something. I mean, obviously you want to be in the lead, but if you can choose to be in second, looking for something a little bit smaller than the best wave, makes things a little bit more approachable and easier to find.
Jake Marshall enjoying now 4 years on the championship tour, finishing just outside the top 10 last season. Even had moments where he was up into the top 5 picture, turning in maybe his best performance of his career back at Bells Beach. Just dropping 9s on the bowl was so impressive to see. And it's wild to think he actually had a moment in time where he thought he was giving up his pro surfing career after some close calls of just missing out on qualifying. And then the pandemic hit. He got a job at a restaurant in Encinitas. And he said it actually motivated him to not do that job anymore. He's like, hang on.
I want to surf.
It's not
Sounds
over
better.
yet. Yeah, totally. And then just put in even harder work and more intention to get back on tour where he belongs.
Yeah, that definitely, it's so smooth, so polished, and an incredible surfer inside the water as far as finding waves and hunting for waves. He is really good at doing even against the best. One thing that comes to mind to me, that Sunset Heat against John Florence, by far the best surfer, the most knowledgeable surfer out at Sunset, and he just over-strategized him.
He's so good at that. He doesn't mind who he's sitting next to in the water, doesn't mind being called an underdog. I think that's changing really quickly because of the lines he's been drawing on tour. Had a tough time with Barron at the box, but he sent it, got thrown over the falls a few times. But when I talked to him after that matchup, he was already identifying what he could do differently. Barron turning in an absolute masterclass on slabs. That's what he's famous for. 2-time pipe champ. And hasn't had a ton of surfs at the box, but it didn't matter. He knew where to be at the right time. He went out on a ski in the morning, watched Jack Robinson surf his home break, and Barron took just a couple of notes on positioning, went out there and was turning in keepers with or without priority. And actually had to be called in by his coach, Luke Egan. He's like, you're done. Just let's get you off that shallow reef. You don't need any more.
Makes sense.
He thought he was just having a free surf. Jake with a cool faded bottom turn, tags it off the lip line well. Jake a little late to the climb, and so he's down. And that'll force him to find another wave to try to take the lead off Al. Really needed a combination of turns there.
I mean, I got to say he was on his way. Unfortunately, he had a little adjustment in between the first turn and the second one of the transition. He probably thought the wave was going to run a little bit more, so he adjusted himself in the bottom turn, and that put himself very close to the lip and wasn't able to get up and above the wave as the lip was coming down. So unfortunately for him, that first turn was huge. Very dynamic. Brought the nose back around. And we see the recap right now.
Brought to you by Natura Kayak. We got to see Al Cleland just so fluid, so smooth on that Timmy Patterson. Opened up with a 5-point ride.
Yeah, notice how his arms are always kind of hanging low. Like he doesn't need to use this energy so much. He just uses the body weight and the heaviness that he carries. Beautiful up and vertical. And this is money right here. Very tough section. And gets the fin up and above. Comes out clean. We got also Jake Marshall on that 5.4 with the one massive turn, probably the best turn of the heat so far. Just wasn't able to combo it up.
So ends up going down, but you can see the strong wind picking up now, Jesse.
Wow. Yeah, like I looked at the forecast, I was thinking more like east winds. I don't know the angle off, obviously, that flag, the Brazilian flag, where is it coming from compared to the ocean, but yeah, it looks like still kind of winds from the east right now. That's not bad for us. That's fine. We just don't want south or southwest. That's going to be straight on shore, and it's already a very wonky place. As you can see it on the screen, it's perfect as you see, as much as the face of the wave is clean, how much it bounces around, and the wave stacks up and kind of lows itself down, and that's all from the reflection that the water moves in from the waves and has to come back out. And because the beach so steep, it creates a little swell going backwards. So it makes things very tricky.
It certainly does. So far, enjoying our conditions. We've already seen a lot of great surfing throughout the day. Set up some elimination round heats for the women, which should be out there later on this afternoon after we finish the opening round of competition. Last heat of the round is a crazy one with Griff, Felipe, and local boy Joao Chianca. And excited to see Ethan Ewing, Miguel Pupo, and Marco Mignot coming up next. 2:30 in this one. Al's got priority and a solid total out front, who's had some key moments this year as a rookie on tour, beating Jack Robinson at Pipe, beating Felipe at Punta Roca. Here comes Barron. Loading up a bit more. A nice committed backhand snap with a knee brace on. Even a fin throw, but he'll lose the wave. His last score, 3.43. Barron still third, chasing a 7.6. Making little changes to try to make himself better this year. One was calling up Luke Egan to be his coach this season. Really starting after Pipeline. He knows what to do at Pipe, and that's proven in back-to-back seasons. And kind of in an eerie way, he's gotten 10s 2 years in a row, and the 10s look similar, and they were both against John. Wild, as we see this last wave.
Yeah, this is much better from Barron that first turn, but you can still notice he's nursing that back foot a little bit. As he turns the hips to get up in vertical, usually you tend to get a little bit lower and also twist your knee in a little bit more. But you can notice he keeps that back knee a little bit on the wider, more of a wider stance right there for him. And that just doesn't allow him to get as compact and as dynamic as he was probably hoping for. But beautiful first turn for him, definitely. The second one just a little bit on top of the lip and gets stuck.
So down to a minute for Barron. We're standing by to get the decision if he's going to be here to compete after having to withdraw from competition at lower trestles after hurting himself on the winning wave against Kelly Slater. But he doesn't want to lose this season. Obviously, the win at Pipe was unbelievable, especially when you go back-to-back. Last one to do that there was Andy Irons. But then he's built better campaigns at different events, like Margaret River getting a third compared to a 33rd last year. Trying to force it on this one, Barron just up and down. He'll stay in third. With now 20 seconds on the clock. Also getting a third this year in Peniche, Portugal. A big improvement from the previous season as well. And also doing it not in classic Barron conditions where it's, you know, everyone sees a slab, they're like, yeah, put him in the final. He's really put a lot of work into a big frontside carve, and it's gotten so much better this year. As we look at two guys riding, Al and Jake Marshall getting the last wave of the matchup. They are staying in the top two. Al Cleland Jr. still celebrating that 23rd birthday a couple of days ago. He'll be happy to kick things off with a win here at Saquarema and his first call-up at this event. One of the great rookies on tour with the win. Jake Marshall and Barron Mamiya will be reseeded into the elimination round, as we'll anticipate a big heat coming up next in Heat 6. Ethan Ewing, Miguel Pupo, and Marco Mignot. We'll be right back. The VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by VIVO, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Maiteja, official sponsor of WSL Brazil. By Dr. Peanut. By Probiotica. And by Yeti, built for the wild. Tide's just about maxed out at the moment. We got about 20 more minutes as this tide's rising, and the energy's rising with us. Ethan Ewing, Miguel Pupo, Marco Mignot face off here in fun, rippable conditions on the first day of competition, second day of the waiting period for the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero. Ethan, super smooth. You really think about his surfing and all the classic right-handers on the World Tour, but he is deadly when it comes to going left, right. He's had some success out here in this beach break. Remember a classic one he had with Iago Dor in the final, and he's ready to go all the way this year.
Kind of similar conditions to what we have today on offer as well. That final, I think today is even a little bit better, but he's deadly. He grew up on beach breaks.
Yep, North Stradbroke Island. We saw Miguel Pupo on screen as we go to the Banco do Brasil replay. This is how the smooth Brazilian got started.
That's a beautiful wrap to start up. Wave kind of starts to dissipate. Yeah, and that's all she rode. Like, that wave was just kind of one of those ace frames that the energy's kind of stacked up in only one zone, and it's not spread around the bank, so it's hard for you to get that vertical section that those surfers are looking for.
Miguel Pupo, one of the big names that had an impact on even the phrase Brazilian Storm. We've mentioned that a lot at lowers. The last spot we were on the championship tour, Miguel Pupo taking a huge win. That was over Tanner Gudauskas. Round of 12, I believe it was called back then, had 8 Brazilians out of 12 representing. Jesse Mendez, who I'm sitting next to. Junior Faria, Thiago Camarão, Heitor Alves was in the mix as well. William Cardoso. It ended up being Miguel Pupo's event and his day. A tape that he still rewatches when he just wants some positive energy, reminding him of a special moment in his surfing career. I mean, we talk about this Brazilian Storm a lot, but personally for you, Jesse, in your career, how did it impact yourself being a big part of the movement?
Well, definitely motivation. Obviously, that was my first year on tour when that event specifically happened, and the Brazilian Storm kind of was made a name for. And those guys, like 2 of my very good friends from growing up, qualified, Miguel and Gabriel. So it was definitely added pressure, but also motivation for me to just try and push myself to do as good as I can.
Did you beat Gabriel in that event?
Yeah.
I remember that. That was a big heat. He was obviously a big part of it. Gabriel became the first world champ, but I think that made it so significant was, well, surfing completely changed. We'll get back to that in a moment. Ethan Ewing throwing down a classic backhand snap, going over the rib there and holding his line for the redirect. And he's out of there on the inside corner. 2 turns, having to manage the backwash. Opening ride for Pupo, 2.83, so that's the comparison for the backhand work for Ethan.
I mean, just smooth sailing right there for Ethan. We do have a little bit of decrease on the conditions. We can see it right now. That wind really came and showed up, probably coming in a little bit from the southeast more than the east angle. But here, up and right in Marco Mignot.
Little slap to slide there for Marco. Rookie on tour, the French-Mexican, belts the final section. And will ride away. Looks like he's already calling for the Red Bull ski. What an exciting surfer for Marco. He's talking to his coach, Jason Aparicio, over lowers. There's Jason with the backup board.
As you mentioned.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect timing, Jay. But he was just so thrilled. I mean, the whole goal is to make the cut when you're a rookie on tour. And it's not a place where he's going to let the foot off the gas at all. Now it's just more strengths, more your brand of surfing, with not the consequence of falling off and losing your job. He's really looking forward to maybe seeing Marco's best performances now in the back end of the tour as we look at this wave.
I mean, first beautiful turn. I love the transition right there, how he kept calm. Didn't try to like commit to a second turn to set up for the closeout. Just let the board glide. You're gonna notice he keeps the board very flat in this part of the wave here, making sure the board is generating speed for him to attack that second turn, and good surfing for him.
And then compared to Ethan's start,
more on Rio and tighter in the pocket for sure, but just the wave lacked like just the quality, obviously. That first turn was very nice, very on Rio, got tight, but that's basically, you know, all the action that happened.
23 on the clock here. Marco 4.17, Ethan 3.33, and Miguel at 2.83. We've got Maeda standing by with Al Cleland Jr.
Thank you, Joe. I'm here with Alan Cleland. Congratulations on your win. Not much experience here in just the Challenger Series. So how did you find yourself today outside?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, the waves are actually really fun. You know, compared to the Challengers, I've really had a hard time every time I came here. The wave is so tricky, so it takes you a little bit to figure it out. And yeah, I don't really think I think I made one heat in the Challenger before, so it feels good to get a couple waves and yeah, you know, get through. And you know, the guys that I was going up against, like Jake and Bryan, they're my really good friends, and I look up to them a lot. So I was just stoked that I came up top and get a couple waves. You know, the waves are firing, and I think there's more coming.
That's cool. And when you came out, you were talking to Jake. What did he tell you?
Yeah, so I've been working with Jake for a couple events now, and you know, he's a legend, he's a good friend, but he's also a really good coach. And yeah, no, he told me, you know, I only got 2 good waves. I mean, I got 3, but 2 that counted, and yeah, you know, he said good job. Maybe I could have gone on another wave that Jake went, but I didn't think it was gonna better. So yeah, he said good job, and I was just stoked.
I've been seeing you around. You must be having fun here in Brazil.
Yeah, no, I love it here. The people are so cool, the food's so good, and everything about Saquarema is really rad. You know, there's so many waves around here, and yeah, I'm stoked to come back every time and every year and just get good waves, good vibes, good energy and everything. And, you know, feeling good, boards are feeling good, and yeah, can't wait for more.
Okay, congratulations. Thanks. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Maeda, and great job, Al Cleland Jr. Big 7.33 on the backhand, 2 big backhand hooks, looking comfortable in the matchup with Jake Marshall and Baron Mamiya moving forward. He mentioned he loves the vibe here, the people, the food. Jesse, your favorite foods that you love when you come home?
Batata doce, moleque.
I had a feeling you were going to say that.
No, that's definitely not my favorite food, but that's Jack's Robinson's favorite food.
Jesse quoting Jack Robinson. That was on our social media. Jack likes, I think, all food in general.
Yeah.
But mentioning the sweet potato was one of his favorites.
Stroganoff as well.
What about yourself?
I'm going, I mean, lately, just because I've been away from home for so long, I think when I got home, I just had a lot of acai.
Straight to the point.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of varieties of acai, and Jesse knows how to find the best kind. So if you see him, just ask him where to go as we look at Ethan's last wave.
Yeah, this is beautiful surfing from Ethan. Very tight in that pocket, gets the release, and right here, gets up and vertical once again. You can see how he cuts it short and gets in that pocket very nicely. Good surfing from him right there. And here, Miguel on a jam of a wave. Double pumps on that bottom turn. Gets aggressive on the top, and here I thought was beautiful. He notices that he can't really take too much time on that second carve in order to be in a good timing for the closeout finish, and he cuts it short. You're gonna see it right here. He could have drawn out that much more, but he would have lost the tempo for this last turn, which was the money turn, where the wave got more critical, and he's gonna get very rewarded for that 3-turn combination. Beautiful wave from Miggy right there.
So smooth, well executed. De Souza loves it. The world champ from 2015, 2017 champ right here at Saquarema over Ace Bucket in the final. Pupo, 6.67 for the effort. Last of Ethan Ewing, a 5. So they're sitting in the top 2 at the moment.
If you think about it, Marco had a very good waving quality, but he kind of drawn out a little bit more of his bottom turn on the first turn, and the judges really keeping that score on the lower side compared to what vertical right away. So maybe a missed opportunity there for Marco, and Miggy, obviously a veteran, just identifying, knowing he needs to be critical. So very well-deserved score there for Miggy Pupo on that 6.67. And also to come back with priority on top of Ethan on that exchange as well. It's going to be clutch for the next the next set that comes.
Throwing a big vertical with a fin throw is Marco Mignot, resetting his feet and his stance for the wrapping turn. Putting a little carve into the open face. Marco strong into the end section to right away. Getting surfboards from JS Industries, which has been a board brand that's really been taking over some big results this year. Kanoa Garashi jumping on that equipment as well and finding incredible consistency with surfboards from Jason Stevenson. Red Bull Ski hooking up Marco to get back in the lineup. It was actually a late decision to get the water patrol running this morning. First, it was going to be no assist, and that changed in heat number 4. Great call from contest officials. Banco do Brazil replay of Marco here.
Yeah, that's more likely. That's the aggression that I was hoping to see from Marco, and he has that in his sleeve. Gets up in vertical, throws that fin back, throws that fin out the back. Just here to close out, the wave lacked a little bit of energy, so that first turn with the combination of a second turn that is critical is going to get him rewarded well. But right there, the wave just dissipates, and he can't really do much more afterwards. So just maybe change, more patient, identify those big closeouts, because we've seen a big scores with only one turn as well. So let's see how he adjusts.
Marco Mignot learning a lot on the fly this year as an exciting rookie on tour. He had wild cards in the past in the southwest of France when he was a young teenage phenom. He thanks so many people for the support that he's had from lots of great professionals, including Mickey Picon. Mickey Picon, still one of his best friends and mentors. Mickey had some great times on tour in the past. Also the championship tour as well. Always a great face that we get to see through the European leg of the season, but focusing on Saquarema, and a big happy smile for Marco Mignot going all the way.
Yeah, just that air wind that we have here at Saquarema that happens a lot is just helps so much those surfers that can relay on that.
Fun to see his approach above the lip. He got the special news that he had officially made the tour. His coach Jason firing it up and went for the crazy Flintstone flip. It's also called a back roll. You don't see it too often in competition. And Marco, with the celebration of making the tour, fired up his performance to win the event.
I think that backflip was Mateus Herdy, actually, if I'm not mistaken. That might have been him, yeah. Because I remember seeing that wave. So I was like, wait. But he was ripping anyway.
Good catch there, yeah. That back roll has been fun to follow, or the Flintstone flip. Flynn Novak started nailing so many of them at Rocky Point. Flynn's awesome. He could talk about what wind direction it needs to be. I think he's still the most consistent surfer with that maneuver. And
I've seen it about 10 of them.
That Flynn's done? Yeah,
yes.
Totally. He's so good at it.
Just Rocky left itself. Like you can think about it, a feel, you know, it comes up to my head.
And it kind of didn't really get enough press, I think, when he was landing it.
Because that was what?
Nobody else was doing it.
And how long ago was that as well?
It was a long time ago. Transworld Surf would feature it quite a bit. But it was sort of maybe overlooked for how crazy of a maneuver that was, especially when no one else was landing them, at least with that kind of consistency as well. Flynn Novak still ripping every single winner on the North Shore of Oahu. Since then, we saw Gabriel Medina feature one in the CT level. That was the first time one's been landed. That was down at Baja da Tijuca. Our Instagram team at WSL put up that clip recently in the lead up to this event. Gabriel Medina still injured. Surfing though. Looks like he's having fun in the water again, but missed out on competing for a world title this year with a pectoral injury that he suffered before Pipeline. Can't wait to see him back in action, especially with the new schedule announcement.
And there must be a lot of energy building up. Like the last few years have been tough for him, right? Like missing the final 5 a few times and going in to this year, obviously getting hurt right before the season.
As we see the fans here supporting Miguel Pupo in this matchup. Thousands of people already here on opening day of competition. So much joy there. As we were talking about, you know, the evolution of the Brazilian Storm and how that took over the surfing world, we're still living in that era but it was so big for so many reasons. You know, going back to the start of the tour and the IPS days, you had guys that were making podiums. You go to Daniel Friedman, Pepe Lopez, and then the next generation that came out or after that, when you think of like Pedersen Rosa and Neko Padarats and the rest of the crew that just started pushing harder and created the Brazilian Storm that started winning at events where people said Brazilians struggled with in the past. We're talking about Pipeline. We're talking about Tahiti. I mean, Medina was checking off every box of being a contender at every single stop on tour. Italo winning his world title at Pipe in an all-Brazilian final. Everything changed. It was a really powerful turn in pro surfing as we look at 12:30 on the clock here in heat number 6. Miguel Pupo is leading this one. But catching this wave is Ethan Ewing, and we'll see him set up a backside wrap, real smooth there. And he'll kick out. So just a short ride for the Australian. Chasing a 4.51 to take the lead off Miguel. Marco Mignot down to third, chasing a 5.34. We're going to take a quick break. So far, so good for Miguel Pupo, still out in front. Enjoying our Sunday here in Saquarema. Heat number 6 still has some time on the clock, and you haven't missed a thing. Miguel Pupo still out in front. Ethan Ewing in second, and Marco Mignot into third. Let's now check in with our good friend, Kaipo Guerrero.
Ring, ring. Calling the doctor, Dr. Peanut. Your prescription for nutrition. We're here in the VIP area where we have the assortment of Dr. Peanuts. 21 grams of protein, gives you the pick-me-up, 3 different flavors, and because it is the VIP area, that means it's very important, people. We heat up the Dr. Peanut right here to give you a beautiful, yummy, heated Dr. Peanut. And by the way, Corona Cero Postro, we're gonna have more from the doctor. That's where we're gonna have the Dr. Peanut top 5 moments of the day. We'll see you then. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Kaipo. You're making me hungry. It's already past lunchtime.
It's time for a snack.
It is time for a Dr. Peanut. Great supporters here for all the crew in the VIP area, in the Red Bull Athlete Zone as well. I love the rice and beans. It sounds simple, but along with the farofa that you put on top of it,
Moleque.
I cannot wait.
You cannot, some picanha.
Oh my gosh. I'm good. I'm happy.
That's all we need.
Had a lot of picanha already. We haven't even been here that long. The Brazilian barbecue is something you've got to experience when you come to this great part of the world. And we're in a place called Saquarema, so we're really close to the heart of Rio de Janeiro, down the coast. We're in more of a country town, but Barra da Tijuca is not that far away, where we saw some big events. Guys like Miguel Pupo competed in that series on the championship tour. So you could come to Saquarema, then you could still go to all those great tourist attractions like Sugarloaf and see some unbelievable views from the sky. The big Jesus Christ statue is such a phenomenon. How that structure was put on the top of a peak there is something you've got to see in person. A lot of cool mountains, valleys, rivers. Really creates an active lifestyle here. A lot of people are in really good shape, whether they're paddling, surfing, playing alchinha on the beach with the soccer ball, foot volley, which is like a combined sport with volleyball and soccer. Haven't tried that because it looks incredibly hard, Jesse.
It definitely is incredibly hard. I feel like it's not my area, so I'll stick with you and watch it, Joe.
Big country here. So city of Rio, then you think of Sao Paulo, two of the biggest cities in Brazil. Would only cover about 11% of the geographic area of this big country, but it has about almost half the population of people real close by. So it makes sense that this crowd would be as big as it is already here on Sunday. We saw Leonardo just run by. Leo has Jack Robinson and Rio Waida coming up next.
I mean, this is another stacked heat, and that's the, you know, after the cut, the tour itself, it's already stacked up, but you take a few guys out and you just keep the best of the year so far. Makes it even gnarlier.
Running after this one's Marco, just a little bit late. Gosh, a little bit earlier, he could have thrown a giant air into the flats. He's done that a few times this year.
I just love the maturity of Miguel in this heat so far. You know, got that 6.67. It's been probably about 10 minutes, and he hasn't even looked at a wave so far. Just waiting for the moment to pull the trigger at the right direction. Obviously, gone against Ethan Ewing, one of the most informed surfers. We've seen it this year and in the past few. So, you know, the level stacked up, and he needs to put in a good performance. He knows a mediocre three-point ride's probably not going to make it too much of a difference.
Jack Robinson, world number 7, running up the beach. He got an early morning surf in. I guess it wasn't too early. The contest was about to start in 20 minutes, and tried out his equipment. The sharp eyes that he brought out at lowers looked insane. He said he loved all of his backups as well.
And we had a little backstory on that, and I asked him if he was actually riding the same board that he's been riding, the Magic one from El Salvador, but because he was white and he usually had painted boards, but Marcio said he's the type of guy that likes to keep the winning team the same way it is. So he'd throw it down all the paints that he wanted, that he usually has on the boards, and just keeping the boards white now just because of that Magic one that came out. He doesn't want to change it. So now it's all white boards for Jack.
Everything's really thoughtful with Jack, isn't it? Even how he prepares for a heat, he creates that space, like an aura around him, where some surfers kind of are open to talk, like a Cole Hausman. Al Cleland kind of has one ear open to high-five people as he's preparing. Mick Fanning would just create a hole in the sand, and just like nobody else was around him, he had that kind of laser-sharp focus.
It's like the nicest guy in the world, but you'd be scared moving in front of him before a heat, you know? He was ready to kill people.
Miguel throws one up and incomplete and throws away priority.
I think I just jinxed him. As I mentioned, like, he didn't pull the trigger for this whole time, maybe created a little bit of excitement right there, and definitely pulled the trigger on a wave that he should have not. You could see that wave was going into the channel. Didn't expect him even go right today, and he actually went on that wave that was going flat, unfortunately for Miggy, but on his luck side, he's going to have a little bit more freedom, maybe try and get something like Marco Millon's getting right now.
Nice left setting up for Marco. Feels a lofty float. So much ground covered on that backhand floater. But you can see the frustration from Jason, his coach. They're starting to pace a little bit as Marco was hoping to get a nice combination after the backhand float.
I can understand the frustration from his coach just because the door is wide open, and the importance of winning this first heat is huge for those surfers. You don't want to be in a stacked up second round against an incredible surfer. So that was a missed opportunity for him maybe right there, you know, like did that beautiful floater, gained a lot of projection down the line. You can see he redirect that board, make sure he's going with as much speed as possible, and then gets compressed right here, but he gets too close to his body right there, and it's not able to create separation from the lip and get an angle on the board to make things clean. It's just very hard to do it. I don't think there's anything against him on that wave. It's just a tough wave to ride.
And then up and down for Miguel. So now back to the line for priority. Ewing now holds first prio. 5 and a 3.33 for Ewing. And he'll see if he could use this priority to turn the heat. Ethan usually so efficient with his just understanding of the ocean. Doesn't really have to chase unnecessary rides. And when you hand him priority, he typically can convert it into heat wins.
Yes, he's a dangerous guy to be in priority. Very calm, selective, kind of like Miggy. But, you know, it's a heat. The nerves get the best of you sometimes. And, I mean, if I was Miggy right now, I was just trying to get a little bit of separation from Ethan Ewing, trying to get something underneath and make sure, you know, he betters that 2.83, because if he doesn't, I don't see Ethan not getting a 4.51 in the next 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Ethan finding a wave quickly here. Nice bowling left, a nice quick carve off the top, and then whipping a classy finishing move. Number 6 in the world. Making Miguel really think about that priority mistake. Only chasing a 4.51.
Looks like Miggy's up and riding as well.
Good closeout connection. Got there late, but he likes to go under those bowling sections, front side and backside. Actually made it look way more dramatic that way.
No doubt about it. That was very critical for Miggy. One of the best turns we've seen it, single turns we've seen it so far of the event. Going upside down, almost the same angle as Marco's coach right there is placing the board. That was very critical. He's definitely going to better that 2.83 and throw that second score right out the window. Beautiful projection right there. Gets that second, like as he was landing off the lip, he gets bumped up once again, but he was able to float through it and keep the speed and the projection down the line. As you see it right now, as he's coming down, the lip's coming back up, but he's able to create weight and power to muscle through that section. And Ethan here, on the other hand, probably most likely not getting the score he's needing. That wave is gutless with a lot of whitewash. Probably, you know, a mistake of identification of waves, which is very easy for me to say here, sitting down on a chair. But, you know, it costs you sometimes.
Down to 55 seconds on the clock. Scores coming in for Ethan Ewing, a 5. It's instead for Miguel Pupo at a 5.33. Ethan Ewing a 5, and his last score a 3.93. So Miguel Pupo back in first, Ewing second. Marco Mignot needs a 7.83 now. Ewing's looking for a 7.0.
Yeah, it's trouble with 30 seconds left. If you think about it, you're looking for the best. Both of them are looking for the best wave of the heat, and we've seen the quality of surfing that Miguel has done it so far. It's not going to be easy to reach that. It looks like he might have an opportunity here.
Ewing running after it here. World number 6 has a big section, huge wind up, fin throw, but overcooked the section. And world number 6 will be reseeded in the elimination round. His dad, Bill Ewing, knowing that's going to be a tough situation, well, for all competitors in that sudden death round. Marco Mignot will be there as well, and Miguel Pupo takes a victory to go straight into the round of 16. Having a great year, inside the top 10, looking to get closer to the final 5. And remember, Miguel's won in Tahiti before, and that's the final stop of the regular season to work out who's going to be going to Cloud Break. Enjoying our Sunday afternoon. We hope you are too, as we take a look at the famous church that's been there for hundreds of years. Opening round continues. Up next, Jack Robinson takes on Leo Fioravanti and Rio Waida. We'll have Chris Cote come in and walk you through the action. We'll be right back.
always heard about this kid from WA named Jack Robinson, and at the time I think he was 11 years of age, and I remember surfing that afternoon, and it was almost pitch black, and this kid came screaming past me and did the biggest backside air reverse over my head, and I just went, holy shit. Okay, that must be him.
As told by a great series put together by our friends at Yeti. And speaking of a great series, you're in for it right now. Opening round, Heat 7 is banging. Jack Robinson, Leonardo Fioravanti, Rio Waida. You got number 7, number 9, and number 18 in the world. Here in the box, you got Chris Cote, you got Mitchell Salazar, you got Strider Wasilewski. And so far, things have been pretty wild down here in Rio. Here's the start for Leonardo Fioravanti.
Yeah, and the Italian who's done well here in the past. He really embraces the culture and everybody on the beach. It's a great way to start off this heat. Two-banger on the outside and make sure to get a finishing connection here on the inside reform too. He's going to be able to get it, so that should be a strong start. And then Waida also up and riding Strider.
Yeah, big power hack off the top and started out with a good flow, but he kind of lost it a little bit there, so he wanted to get out, but so he get back out and get some priority. Looks like Leo had a few waves. Wow, he is just razor sharp, dude. He is surfing better this year, I think, than I've ever seen him surf, guys.
Yeah. Agreed. Has to be considered the most improved surfer of the past 2 or 3 years, but meanwhile, Jack Robinson, he is him. He's made a ton of finals, won a bunch of events, and is attempting to lock in his spot in the final 5, and guess what? It's a big, barreling, shallow left-hander in Fiji. That would bode well for Jack Robinson, who is known as one of the best tube riders on the planet, past, present, and future. But he's got a test in front of him right now. Because Leonardo Fioravanti has already dropped a 5.83, and we are waiting for another number for Leo. Jack dropped a 4, Rio right into it with a 3.33. So everybody with a decent start. Leonardo has the edge, though, with the highest single wave score so far.
Yeah, and to your point about Jack being one of the best tube riders of this generation, I actually had him on a list of all-time favorite tube riders, and I already got yelled at by a couple of locals over at Lowers by my all-time San Clemente list, so not going to go into the top 5, but he definitely should be in consideration where he's won, how he's won those events, too, and, of course, what he's done in free surfs over there at the box in WA and at home. Coming off of a great performance at Lower Sucre semifinals over there for Jack.
Yeah, he's on a roll. 24:45 to go. Surfers resetting themselves in the lineup. Let's go down to the glass. Miguel Pupo standing by with Raquel.
Yeah, Miguel, you were leading the heat from the start. Talk us through the heat and how did you find yourself out there?
Yeah, it was nice to start off with a 6.7, and after the ocean went quiet, so I was scared of not catching any more waves, but made a mistake in going on a bad ride, and at the end I saw that big wave. I was like, just a one turner will probably get me a 4-point ride or something, so I can go further in the lead. So yeah, happy with the decision for sure.
How do you keep your focus when you make a mistake like that? Like, how do you rearrange, or do you get really worried?
Yeah, usually I kind of keep beating myself down, like saying that was a mistake, but after I did it, I was like, all right, forget about it, try to get another wave, get another score. So I did that, so I'm really happy.
Agora em português, imagino que você esteja bem cansado depois dessa bateria, mas conta um pouquinho como foi essa bateria e também como você está se sentindo de voltar para a etapa do Brasil agora.
Não, estou feliz de estar com a família, com todos os meus amigos e o marco estava difícil, é sempre uma expectativa muito grande, o primeiro round, você não sabe como é que vai ser, como é que vai estar a energia. E com certeza todo mundo gritou na minha orelha ali, eu estava meio acanhado, mas já dei um up na energia e fui amarradão para a água, acho que tudo deu certo.
Parabéns, boa sorte no próximo, muito obrigada.
Nice work from Miguel Pupo. That was a huge heat victory, taking down Ethan Ewing and Marco Mignot. Meanwhile, let me say it once. His name is Rio, and he dances on the sand. Rio Waida. had an up and down year, but the highs have been high. And he has actually been learning from the lows. One of the best quotes that I've heard of anybody on the championship tour this year is Rio saying, look, I needed that loss. I needed to be reminded what it feels like. So Rio Waida, his best result here in Rio came last year, 9th place finish. And I think everybody expects big things now from Rio. He was kind of the perennial underdog for a few years there, but now he is well into that conversation of a constant top 10 surfer.
Yeah, I feel like Rio is one of those guys that just is, he's waiting to unleash, and we've seen him just crush through heats. I mean, making the final in Fiji, like everything he's done, you know, but like he took some time off, went back to Bali after Australia. His edits from there are second to none.
Ridiculous.
I mean, it was just insane how
So
well
good.
he was surfing. So, yeah, I think we have a lot more to see from Rio is what I'm saying.
Agreed. Well, with 22 minutes to go, Leonardo Fioravanti starting strong. He got that 5.83 straight from the jump and then backed it up in a huge way with a 7.17. So your surfer in blue representing Italy, currently 8th priority. This was that big number from Leo. This was a 7.17. Here's what it takes to earn a number that big.
Yeah, the first turn was crazy, upside down, and you just look at the average right there. Really tight scoring from the judges, but caught this wave paddling back out. Estrada was pointing out Rio tried to kick out before him and recovered priority. Luckily for Leo, he was in position for this one, but just picture perfect balance technique. And we talk about improvements, Chris, all different types of waves. This guy is no doubt one of the best surfers we've ever seen qualify from the European region, but somebody who's close to been qualifying for the WSL Final 5-2 multiple times.
Well, his results throughout this season are kind of perplexing. He got a 2nd place finish at Pipe to start. Other than that, you know, he had a 5th at Margaret's, but pretty up and down. And I think this event, the next event, you know, going to Tahiti, these are a couple of events. J Bay, it fits in perfectly with his surfing. We're in for a Leo win at some point here in 2025. Will it come in Rio? Will it come at J Bay? Will it come at Tahiti?
Those are some big calls there, Chris.
I'm asking you.
I will say he deserves to be up on the finals day, and I do think that, you know, he can be right there to win a contest. The way he's surfing right now, it's absolutely bananas how well he's surfing. I feel like there's a little bit of a kind of a chink in the armor where he has a little space there, maybe above the lip in the air game. Because his rail game, his technical lip line, everything else, his tube riding is there.
His fitness.
Everything, except for maybe above the lip. And you do see him do it, but you don't see as much of it as maybe he needs to have to win events. And maybe that's the little thing that's keeping him away from it.
Do want to say something, though, Chris. It's a big call out, yeah. As he mentioned, those are 3 events where some people dominate more than others. There's a debate that he should have won the final at Pipe this year, and I'm not taking anything away from Barron. It was a tie, but you look at his 2 waves, like there's no doubt that guy deserved also to become a champion over there at Pipe, and that's the 2nd final he's made over there in his career in 3 years now.
We had 19:42 to go. Jack Robinson currently in 2nd place. There's the pit crew for Robbo, wife, coach. And, you know, they're looking pretty calm, pretty collected right now. Jack Robinson has provided a lot of joy for his team. Of course, anytime he takes to the water, you know something big's about to happen because he is known as one of the best tube riders in waves of consequence ever. And if he finds a section, he will launch.
Yeah,
and hope we see it.
Who is giving you a hard time about Jack Robinson? You were saying as one of your all-time barrel riders.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy's... Well, sorry, let's get back to action.
Here we go. Leonardo. Nice whip to start, and the bump gets the better of him. He bucked off his board mid-bottom turn. That stings.
I think we just see a lot of people from the old school probably not give them enough credit because they're still too young. You see Andy, you see Bruce, Jamie, those guys, Kelly, obviously. Like, everybody's done that already, but look at the generations that everybody's coming up against right now, Chris. And you talk about competing under pressure, like, especially with the different formats we've seen, changing format next year, which totally benefits Jack's style and waves of consequence too. But once again, Leo, he's been on point, but misses a priority right here, unfortunately for him. He's not going to improve on the 5 that he already has.
The record skipped right there.
The turns that Leo's doing, I like it. I feel like he's the positioning on the lip and in the ball, the way he's putting it down right now, he's he just looks so solid. It's unbelievable.
Fearless, too.
I dig it. We've been liking it all year. You're thinking his results would be better as we've been watching him.
Every heat feels like a final. I mean, it's
Definitely.
been like that since pipe. Here we go. Robbo, quick whip to start this wave off. He's got a good section to work with there. 2 turns. Bangers there. Jack Robinson. Medium-sized wave. Probably be a medium-sized score. But everybody's still in this. Rio, a little quiet. 3.33 at 2.5 to start. He needs a 9.67 to get back in the mix. Robbo needs an 8.17. This is a pretty good wave.
I love it. As you said, first crack of the whip right there, kind of brings the tail around, and right here, picture perfect timing. Maybe didn't have the extension and the spray. You talk about technique, though, and under the lip, that was all about it.
Well, when a problem comes along, you must whip it.
Whip it good.
You have 3 references already this heat.
I do enjoy the placement here, but it's a little odd to me that the brew wasn't just buckets. So to me, that kind of calls out maybe a tiny bit of mistiming, but the board is slicing through perfectly.
Spray doesn't always reflect everything, though, and trust me, I'm a big boy. I throw a lot of spray, but that doesn't always mean it's great.
Rio now flying down the line. Just caught an edge there coming out of that turn. He was going about 150 miles per hour there. It's going to be another smaller score because just nowhere to go for Rio Waida.
Come on, Rio. The contest is named after you. The Rio Pro. Let's do this.
So the score comes through for Jack Robinson. The judges liked it, a 6-point ride. And I feel like placement could be a word in our judging criteria because a properly placed turn is going to get you a big number every time. That was close right there, but the wave just ran away from him. I did like how fast he was going.
Well, placement comes with timing and with speed, and you manage those things well, especially speed. Our former co-worker Martin Potter, like in his generation, he was the fastest out of everybody, and there's a reason why he won the world title out of that generation, because he was just leaps and bounds above everybody else in that sense. But nowadays, everybody's way more flexible, equipment's way better now, and of course, we talked about fins multiple times today. Depending on the right fin that you have, it's going to eventually affect the way you perform within a heat.
Absolutely. 15:40 to go. Rio making his way back out to the takeoff zone. His score comes through 3.03, so yet to break past that 3-point ride range. Meanwhile, Leonardo Fioravanti in the lead for now. Who's going to take this one? Stay tuned to find out. It's the VIVO Rio Pro.
Hoje eu vim para a cidade vizinha, Arraial do Cabo. E assim como Saquarema, muitos surfistas vêm para Arraial na busca pelas ondas. O Arraial é especial porque é uma das águas mais cristalinas que eu já vi na minha vida. É muito lindo mesmo. Arraial me faz lembrar o real sentido de ir em busca das ondas, desbravando a natureza, encontrando cantinhos novos, na procura dos visuais mais bonitos. Esse lugar é tão diferente. Você vê a cidade de longe e sente uma paz gigante estando aqui. Ouvindo o som dos pássaros, relaxando nas águas calmas. É mais legal. É um lugar que realmente me traz muita paz.
Chloe Calamon showing us another beautiful corner of Rio. And Cero, one of our event sponsors, you can drink 8 of those and still surf great.
So can I put in a request to go there eventually? I mean, that place looked just stunning. Visually, everything. Some waves around the area, too.
Strider knows people.
I do. And I know something else I would like to point out about Brazil is that geographically, this place is one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen in my life. I mean, the city's crazy, the energy's wild, down here with all the people. But once you get out into the countryside and you see this place, it really is mind-blowing.
And the waves are good, too. As seen right here, Leonardo Fioravanti at it again. Whew. This is a 5.33. Flow impeded a little bit by the bump, but still he's throwing away solid numbers. And Rio now just dropped a 3 and a 2.37. He's having some trouble out here right now, but he's got time, 11:46 to go.
It's the pressure of the naming rights of the event. It's hard. Every time you turn around, somebody's going the Rio Pro.
You know what, though? After the final in Abu Dhabi, he's had a lot of inconsistency, and there's been moments where you surfed great, and then others where you're just like, I know you can do way better. And I think it just comes with pressure that's surmounting him, especially after the final in Fiji last year. His expectation was probably way harder on himself. But overall, still a kid that works very hard. He's already made the cut. That's done. You're surfing all of 2026. Now, quarterfinals are better. Just think of it that way. Don't be thinking about a W yet. Make it to the quarters. Once you're there, just let it go. And if things work out and you eventually get your first one, cool. And if they don't, you're still on tour.
I didn't think about anything past the next wave yesterday in my heat, and I think I took it down. So you just got to think in the moment, I feel like. These guys don't get ahead of themselves. That's how they do it. They just push everything aside. You heard Miguel Pupo talk about when he made the mistake, that mistake right out of his head. He didn't beat himself up. You move on. That's how you change the situation and get better.
Well, sometimes sports cliches make total sense. In surfing, we have take it heat by heat. And the surfers that can do that and do it well are more often than not going to get the edge. Well, speaking of the edge, right now it's with Leonardo Fioravanti. So we take a look at a couple comparisons here. What does it take to get the best wave of the heat? Here's your side-by-side comparison. You got Jack on the right, Leo on the left. Mitch?
Yeah, just much steeper on Leo's 717 right here. First turn for Jack isn't bad, but the high impact maneuver of Fioravanti, especially with the integration of speed, gave him the edge on that one. I'll give props to Jack for the second turn being a lot better. But when you talk about combination maneuvers and commitment, especially to the first turn, and degree of difficulty, much more on the side of Leo Fioravanti. Great scoring by our 5 judges up there.
I mean, beyond vert on Leo's second turn. He did get to fit a third turn in. So just got the edge by a point and 0.17. So Jack Robinson is in a good position. That 6-point ride would fit in nicely as his backup. He now needs a 7.01, so basically carbon copy wave as Leo's 7.17. And those waves are out there. I think it's starting to clean up, and I think the tide is actually helping right now. Still some bounce out there, and there will be for the rest of the day, but it's just looking a little bit less unpredictable as these surfers take off on waves.
Leo looking for a ramp. Whoa. And right when we were talking about that, I don't see that enough. He heard me and said, all right, you want to see it? Let's go. And I love it. This is where you kind of create your position in the heat and can put some separation into it, because that
was rad.
Well, how high the tail gets out above your head, to me, is the gauge of how hard you're pushing it.
And a clean landing, too. There's a lot of messed up whitewater around him.
High tide, backwash. But the extension, too. I mean, you look at the grab, his extension of the entire arm right there, his legs, takes a lot of core strength and, of course, leg strength to be able to pull that. Should be replacing the 5.83 by a good margin, Chris.
Yeah, if he can better that and get somewhere above a 6, he's going to be in a really commanding position.
Under priority, by the way. Third priority for that wave as well.
The thing at Saquarema, it's just if you are in the right place, the right time with such a big playing field, you can nail those waves and find that ramp. And he got enough of a section of consequence for the judges to be happy.
And with that tail high front three, Leonardo Fioravanti gets a 6.67. That means Rio is comboed, and now Jack Robinson needs a 7.84. Just talked about he might be feeling comfortable at that 6. Well, the comfortability is gone. Not time to panic yet. 7:45 to go, and I don't know if I've ever seen Jack Robinson panic.
No,
but,
he eats 7.5s for breakfast. He's all
lunch
about
and
it.
dinner too.
He's all day long.
He had a couple buzzer beaters at lowers that were incredible.
Oh yeah.
Some of those carve turns he did on some of those big right-handers were just so fun to watch. Some of the best carves I've seen him do, actually. It was beautiful from the water.
But he put multiple waves together from start to finish, which had kind of been his Achilles heel at that point in those types of waves. Now we're seeing a full evolution out of Jack Robinson in that sense. And for Leo, it's always been greater beach break surfing than point breaks, and he's truly elevated his performance in point breaks too. So props to all three of these guys, and hopefully for Rio, he can at least break the combo in these next 7 minutes, Chris.
And I think Leo's been one of those surfers that suffered through some losses with real high heat totals. For him, a statement victory here in the opening round would be a huge momentum push. We had the chance to talk with Leo in the commentary box at Lowers, and he basically said he's ready for it. He's been through it all already. His budding surf career, he's been around the block a few times now, so you consider Leo a veteran. I truly think it's
100%.
just a matter of time for that huge blowout performance from Leonardo Fioravanti. This is a great start right here. If you can take down Jack Robinson in your opening round, that's got to feel good.
Well, there's a little bit of time left here, so there's nothing is over.
Ooh, that's a pretty big stat right there, Chris. CT by the numbers, average seed score for 2025, at least 2 events, Jack leading. Canoa still winning the scoring title when we talk about overall points accumulated. Leo's on that list too, 13.22. So they're getting at least a 7 and a 6 every single time they paddle out. Case in point again, Robinson close to 11 points and Leo close to 14 points in this heat.
Yeah, some solid consistency shown right there with those overall heat totals. So 5.5 to go here. Massive heat coming up next. Hometown hero, Zhao Qianca, right there. Crowd goes wild. Of course they would. He grew up right here on this beach. And get this. Yes, this is an opening round heat. It's shocking. Felipe Toledo, Griffin Colapinto, and Zhao Qianca. Come on.
That is money right there. That's what you pay for, your seat on the beach to watch this.
Yeah, it takes 8 people to protect Felipe, an absolute global superstar, making his way down the beach. Griffin Colapinto, I mean, this heat has so many storylines going into it. On paper, heat of the event so far. And it's so wild to think that Felipe is 8th and Griffin's 9th. I mean, those numbers don't make sense.
Well,
that's how good the tour is nowadays.
It's true.
Top 10, you have Miggy right in the mix right there too. Ethan, who's outside of the top 5. Italo, who was having the most dominant year of his career. And then the last few, he's had up and downs too. So he's down to number 4. Baron right at number 5, hanging in there. So good mixed bag. And, hopefully we get to see, to me, it's really the 3 guys that are 1, 2, and 3 at the moment. I feel like they're pretty much a lock-in for Fiji. I think the last 2 spots are going to be ones decided in the next few events.
Well, we'll see what happens. 4 minutes, 15 seconds to go. Here's your Natura Kayak recap. It's been all about big backside whips in this one. I'm here for it.
Going left. We love it. Well, we did see Leo bust a big front side 3. That was sick on the right. But yeah, I love going left. So does all 3 of us, actually.
Well, finally. It took us a long while to be able to get to this point, but seeing more lefts on tour, especially at a beach break like this, Robinson, 6 points, a couple of big whips on the backhand, but this is the wow factor that we're talking about, that every now and then Leo needs to bring out just a bit more, Chris. 6.67, great camera footage right there, and talk about a big performance in the spotlight. He's in it right now.
That was a highly technical air, too. The way his tail was just whipping around like that.
Nice and
above
lofty.
his head. Super cool looking. 3 minutes, 25 to go. 7.17 and a 6.67. So he did it with power. He did it with progression.
The only thing that let him down was the section of the wave. It wasn't like super cupped out. If it was a little bit more consequential, he would have had an even bigger score, I think.
It's got to feel good to paddle back out, and the other two surfers are out there waiting. You just did a big air. You know the crowd went crazy. You get that score, you kind of paddle back out a little bit more confident, a little bit of a chip on your shoulder, which confidence is a huge factor in success
everything.
on the championship tour.
You make your eyes bigger looking at this wave. Oh, this is the one. Use priority on that. No, but you know what's the best part about that when you paddle back out after getting a score? When they hear your breathing next to you. It's like, oh, this guy just got a good wave. You know that it felt intense. It
Right.
sucks if you're on the other side of it, though.
2:20 to go. Jack Robinson can answer back here, needing a 7.84. Cranks it off the bottom. High-speed whip into oblivion. Nothing else for Jack Robinson on that wave. That will not be a 7.84, but here we go. Rio, who's in combo right now, still has time to fight his way out. 2 minutes, 11 seconds go. The wave lets him down.
That's
and that
not
wave
it.
was probably his pathway straight into the elimination round.
Oof.
Not the road you want to take.
No. Can we just call it like round 2?
No.
Just elimination
Nope.
round.
No.
It just does not sound
Elimination
nice. It's
round.
not nice.
And it's a long flight to J-Bay after Rio.
It's not nice.
Well, this was a cool turn, though, and it ain't going to be the score that he needs, but when we talk about commitment, and especially the use of speed right there, very well done by Jack Robinson. But as you said, Chris, not much more on after it, and then 3.17 right here for Rio Wide. It doesn't break the combination. Wave just lets him down. I mean, after the first turn, there's really nothing on it. So a minute 20 right here in Fioravanti with heat control at the moment. It seems like might have been up and riding right there once again. No, that was Rio, actually.
Those are Banco do Brazil replay, and Rio just not having the heat he wanted, not having the heat the fans wanted. I guess one good thing you could say about Rio right now, you know, with the pair of threes, I like his airbrush. Other than that, it's been a rough heat for Rio.
Here's the replay of what just went down. Quick hack, trying to set something else up, but the body dive.
Whoa, whoa.
There we go.
These guys like to battle. I think Jack Robinson and Leo are two of the kind of low-key hardest battlers on the championship tour. We've seen these guys some heated paddles.
Oh, paddle battle in J-Bay a few years ago when Jack overtook him after catching the last wave of the exchange. Two of the fittest guys on tour as well. To beat them in a paddle battle, good luck.
If it starts, I mean, one of these guys is going to paddle the other straight to Buzios. Neither one of them will give way. They're trading paint all day.
100%. I love it. I think the sportsmanship of it, something I love.
15 seconds, Chris. Maybe one more?
Ooh.
I don't think so.
Hands need to leave the rail, though, and yeah, you're right.
That's going to be it for elimination round. Heat 7, Leonardo Fioravanti with a big footside air and some big power surfing on his backhand. He gets it. The victory goes to Leo. Jack Robinson in second, Rio Waida in third. Both surfers heading into the brutal elimination round. Well, we know you're not going anywhere because the next heat is absolutely stacked as well. There's your opening round, Heat 7. By the numbers, 7.17 was a huge starter kit for Leonardo Fioravanti. He backed it up nicely. That 6.67 for the victory. Skips the next round. And Felipe Toledo, Griffin Colapinto, Zhao Chanka are coming up next. I don't even have to tell you to stick around. You already know. It's the VIVO Rio Pro. We'll be right back. Well, you're going to see some familiar names on this list. These are our winners so far this year, starting with Bryan. Then we go to Italo and Abu Dhabi. Seemed like Italo was going to really run away with this thing, but then Iago came to Portugal and he meant business.
Oh, he definitely did in a great, different and variety of ways. Jordy Smith over there at Punta Roca, to me, one of his best performances to this date. Jack Robinson winning the bells too. He's done about everything so far in his tenure on tour.
Felipe Toledo on the Gold Coast. You'd have to say that's probably the most talked about final of the entire season. But Jordy Smith, with 2 event wins, got himself in the yellow jersey after Margaret River, but then Iago Dora went absolutely ballistic at lowers. The skate park opened up and he took full advantage. Every goofy footer in the world was screaming, losing their minds, watching Iago Dora blast air after air on those lefts. But you want to talk versatility, you want to talk tricks. Felipe Toledo, Griffin Colapinto, and Zhao Qianca, 3 of the most exciting surfers on planet Earth, meeting up in the opening round in beach break wedges. We're about to see an air show, Strider.
I can't wait. I mean, I just love these 3 surfers and how I feel like they're all 3 of them are some of the most high-performance, hard-hitting surfers on tour. So it's really, I mean, this is a final, basically.
And if you talk rankings, underrated.
100%. And for Qianca, you know, still coming off of the injury a few years ago, he had a major bounce back at Punta Roca as a wild card last year. And looking at the Banco do Brasil reaper right here, this is the right that he was surfing during the free surf this morning before the calm started. And the local boy knows how to get to work right here at Itaúna. Down the line floater, kind of a wrap in the pocket. Potentially something on the inside for the closeout re-entry. Kind of a down carve right there and much bigger towards the end section. So great timing for Qianca. Should be a good keeper. And Griff behind him strides.
Yeah, he's loading up. He wants something. Throws it to the air. Quick little spin. And let's see if he can get a finish off. But
not bad, not bad.
Not really of substance, though. You know, there wasn't any big section or power in it, so I don't think there's going to be much of a score there for Griffin.
It's a heat, though, Chris.
I'm a sucker for an air right off the takeoff. You know, usually the common air is turn air or just pump air, but you can stand right up and do an air.
It's pretty cool.
I like it. I think the judges appreciate it, but kind of a flat spin, like you said, not a consequential ramp. But either way, Griffin Colapinto looks like he's out there screaming for vengeance like Judas Priest. I mean, he's already ridden 4 waves. We still have 25 minutes, 10 to go. Scores are starting to drop now for Zhao Qianca's first wave, a tough right-hander to ride, but he grew up and learned to surf right here.
I feel like he ripped the bag out of that thing. I mean, he was all over and he just barely outdid Griffin on his wave, so.
Yeah, 5.33 versus 5.07. Here goes Griff pumping down the line. You wanted an air show? Well, you're going to have to settle for a nice roundhouse carve from Griff. Wise decision there. That ramp was not going to help him out at all. Nothing wrong with a little rail surfing. You mix that in with progression. Complete package. I think all 3 of these surfers have it. They're all. This is probably going to be the fastest heat you're going to see of the draw. All 3 of these guys considered 3 of the fastest surfers on tour.
Yeah, and Toledo to me has the best wave we've seen on tour all year long, the 10-point ride over there at Burley Heads. But as you see, Griffin was able to make it to the semis here last year. It's his best result ever in Rio, and having qualified back in 2017, debuted in 2018. Guys had a stellar career, especially for the U.S. Not many guys have relatively maintained their spot within the top 5, top 10 conversation for as long as he has. But I said a great adjustment right here. Goes for the full roundhouse cutback. That's it, though, so unfortunately it ain't going to be a massive score. It just shows how versatile he can be in his approach.
See a paddle, Zhao Qianca.
Ali writes.
In his backyard. Kind of a little caught up a little bit on the first turn. Second one was whippy, laser sharp. Little mini stall, looking for the ramp. He gets it and lands awkwardly on a flat face of the wave. But he's right back on his board, straight back into it. That was kind of sketchy, though.
It was. Boy, his leg extended right there at the end.
Anytime you separate from your board and you have that extension and you're
still
away
over
from
it,
it and you're coming down on it, that's scary.
Ankles, knees, hips, whatever, but Still, it seemed like he was in a bit of two minds right there towards the end. I don't know if he timed the backwash well enough either, but first few turns were great, Chris.
Yeah, I love the second turn. I think the judges are going to as well. You don't have to ride completely out clean to get effort. This is a great read here. Jalchanka right in his backyard.
A little sticky at the top, and he comes around for a nice hook right there. So that was basically the one turn on this wave that made sense. The rest of it was a little dangerous and a little sticky.
Man.
I like that he tried, though. He tried to hang on.
A for effort.
This guy's a by any means necessary type of surfer. This turn, though, poof, perfect placement, powerful, super speedy. It's almost like he's going upriver. It's like a full Ben Gravy novelty wave for the green.
He actually is going upriver with the way the current happens out of that deep spot. It just really rips out that. There's a deep spot for a reason, all the water rushing back out and taking the sand with it, and it creates that right ripple. I think Toledo's out there looking for that left, though.
Yeah, he is.
He's like, I know where the points have been.
Way back out there.
He knows where the points have been all event, right? So they haven't come from this right yet. These two are in here trying to get it.
Well, a ripple is really good for airs. It's just pretty hard to find the section because it's kind of, it can get messy. But here we go, Griff now whipping the tail out.
Get a pressure by Xianka too, forced him into that one.
It's like a Griff v. Jiao battle in the right-hand ripple on this inside right now.
And they haven't got an award of priority right there either, so priority judge really focusing on the outside, telling them on the inside, hey, you guys are going to have to battle for positioning if you guys want to keep surfing there.
I'm fine with that.
For sure.
That's interesting. Good point there, Salazar. Didn't even realize that. So they're just deeming that they haven't even made it out the back to the lineup.
Primary takeoff zone, yeah.
So maybe Zhao's going to go and grab that second priority, then come back into where this...
But you'll get suspended at that point if you do that. Because if they're not awarding it to you right there, you won't keep it if you come back inside.
He's going to go have to high-five Felipe out the back for second priority. 20:45. Zhao Qianca is going to stick to this inside section, having a look there. Who, even though he did have slightly a paddle, going to stay in this bizarro no priority zone on this inside right ripple.
I can't even imagine what it was like during your guys' day where you had to go around the priority buoy and everything. I'm fortunate I either surf with no priority or with four-person priority, but that just seemed like way too much work.
Bro, that was like the 70s.
That was Martin Potter's days.
I'm sorry. Did I just call you guys old?
Yeah, you did.
I didn't mean to do that.
Go sit outside.
I'm sorry.
20 minutes to go here. Zhao Qianca creeps into the lead with a 5.33 and a 5.03. Griff with a 5.07 in second place. And where in the world has Felipe Toledo been? There's inside of 20 minutes left. He's only got one wave in the first 10 minutes. Where is he?
He's comfortably sitting on the outside looking for that left. Or the right little ramp section could happen too for him. But I think he's got a game plan of, you know what, all the biggest scores of the day have come from this left out here. Maybe that's where I'm going to go.
I don't think anyone's worried yet about Felipe Toledo.
And there he is.
I mean, he's just a stalker out there. He's just hunting potentially a huge ramp. He did one of the best airs in the history of surfing.
Two of them.
Right here in Saquarema.
That one massive one where he did telegraph it a little bit, where he went all the way down. But then when he left the water and the amount of distance that he covered was just astronomical.
I was commentating that heat, and I was
you called it a 540.
I was pretty much speechless, which is a rarity. And yeah, he flew 20 feet long, 8 feet high. It was one of the best airs that anyone's ever seen in competition.
Oh.
And I hope we get to see another one. Griff, you know he's hunting for the ramp. Goes upside down, and I mean, I love what Zhao and Griff are doing. Listen to that crowd. That was epic.
Yeah, the energy coming off the beach, you could feel it, like physically in the water. When I was on the beach and the people are screaming and they're all excited about the waves and everything that's going on, it just blows right through you.
It's contagious, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like hitting your soul.
Well, there's two different heats happening right now. You got Zhao versus Griff with the air show on the inside. Both these surfers look like they're trying to land these wild airs any which way. And you got Felipe
Way
out the back.
outside? Way outside.
Way out there. Okay. The Felipe show is now on. Nice carve to start. This one looks like it's fighting against him a little bit, but he's going to stick with it. Okay. Here we go. Build the excitement. And all show and no-go on the inside for Felipe Toledo. So waited all that time, nearly half a heat. Wave was a bit of a dud.
Yeah, work on the outside wasn't bad, but as you said, flatter section, so it shouldn't be a massive score, but the inside just let him down, and we just got off of the peak of the high tide right now, so slowly decreasing. It ain't going to make things way better on the inside in just 17 minutes, though, so he's got to adjust and adapt, and hopefully we can see him get on ramp, too, especially going left, as you said. He's had 2 of the all-time greats out here at Itaúna.
Yeah, this wave kind of stayed pretty flat. So, I mean, there was a lump section coming at him. But, you know, the wave never really offered up a section for him to, like, tear into. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah, there was a nice flow in that turn, but it wasn't what the judges are looking for, which is a section that stands up with a bunch of lip thrown at you. It looks like it's going to take you out. You know what I mean?
These trunks are wild. X-ray trunks showing his bones. 16:40 to go. Jiao Chianca now awarded priority. Griffin Colapinto is in second priority due to the fact that Felipe Toledo rode one all the way through. Looks like we have somebody searching on the inside.
That was a good wave.
Yeah, Felipe Toledo, or no, Griffin Colapinto now. You see the subtle stall in a messy wave that went weird. So
okay,
he's
attention
out.
in the lineup. It's time to go back to the left.
All right, 16:14 to go. Our surfers making their way back to the takeoff zone. Maybe. We'll see where they end up sitting. While we wait, let's go down to the glass. We've got Leonardo Fioravante with Raquel.
Leonardo, parabéns. Pretty solid scores to advance this one. After watching the previous heat, how did you strategize for yours?
Yeah, I think the waves got better during the day, and I think the conditions are really improving, and so the scores are becoming a bit higher. I saw Cole Hauschman get a really good wave, also Al Cleland, so I really went out to try and find those wide lefts, and I was pretty happy that I got 2 scores within the first 3 minutes. It doesn't happen like that very often, so I'll take that, and then I was just more in control mode until I went right and tried an air and made it. So pretty good start to this Brazil trip.
Takes the pressure off.
Yeah, for sure. When you start like this so quick and so easy, it definitely makes the heat much easier. But against competitors like Jack and Rio, especially Jack, he always comes back. You know, it's you're never safe with him. So I was stoked to make it. You know, to hold the lead until the end, and excited for the next couple of days.
Let's talk about your equipment. How did you tweak your equipment to approach this event?
Yeah, so this morning I actually rode a different board. I rode a Sharp Eye Model File 50, and the waves got a bit bigger, so I swapped to a 77, which is actually Philippe's model. It's a little tweaked though, it's a bit flatter. You know, we've been tweaking it with Marcio, and it's a board that feels good when there's a bit more push, especially in my backhand. So it's a new one. I only rode it one of the days when it was small, but I know the model, I know the board, so I went for it, and it was a really good choice.
It was definitely. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you, Raquel. And yeah, congrats, Leonardo Fioravante. Nice and calm, cool, collected, ready to rip. He gets to skip the elimination round. And the big news dropped, this is a bit over a month ago, is the restructuring, the retiming of the championship tour for 2026. The good news is no elimination rounds. The bad news is it is an elimination round to start. There's no walk, there's no reseeding. You can show up and blow up or show up and go home that early. It's going to be real fun to watch. But right now, Felipe Toledo has joined the fray. He's right there on this inside right with Jiao Chianca and Griffin Colapinto. Here we go, Jiao. Big section to work with. Blows the fins out and gets blown right off his board. 13:30. I'm loving this inside right-hander battle.
Yeah, from my perspective, though, here goes Griff now, Chris.
There you go, Griff with a huge whip to start in a, not a dry barrel, but a barrel nonetheless. He rides out, messy, but on his feet, 13:20 to go. Nice even scores, too, across the board. Nothing better than a 5.33. This has the feeling of a heat that's about to blow up.
Well, I feel like everybody's trying to do just a bit too much, and for how the waves are, they're trying to oversurf them, and sometimes you got to take just a step down and make sure that you're actually adjusting to what the wave's telling you to do, and at the moment, score's reflecting it. We were expecting a couple of 8s by everybody. So far, it's really been a couple of 5s by the heat leader, Shianka.
Well, 12:50 to go. All three surfers making their way back to the takeoff zone. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back, and I know you will too. Zhao, Griff, Felipe, going wave for wave for wave. It's the VIVO Rio Pro. Stay tuned. All right, let's get things going with the pulse. I feel like Bushwick Bill. My mind is playing tricks on me. The day is flying by so fast. We have had some pretty great highlights, though. The reigning champ returns. Italo Ferreira doing big things early this morning.
Definitely, and was adjusting very well to both the rights and the lefts. A couple of great combinations on the backhand right here, Chris, and taking out another W right here in Brazil.
Yeah, so Italo on fire as the defending champ, coming through, swinging his hammer, nice and happy. He runs his way up the beach past a crowd that absolutely loves him, and then Brada Cross went out, advanced in a really tough heat, Strider.
Yeah, he was up against it. He had to get busy, though, and there's those big left hacks. You know, he strong surfing, beautiful, clean fundamentals, but hitting the consequential sections and riding out in front of it, that's going to get you the nod.
Yeah, you saw expertise there from Crosby, and then Cole Hausman came through, and he just muscled his way through this heat. 2 big scores. He got himself a 6.83. Excuse me, he got himself an 8 and a 5.30. Power, precision. Cole was on a good one earlier on. He got the heat win there. And then it was Miguel Pupo. You know, the magic. The Mickey Magic came through today, and this was a really stacked. I mean, it's
every heat's been stacked.
It's a broken record. Come on.
But in the end, consistency is what's really mattered so far, and for Miggy, doing just enough to be able to take Ethan Ewing and Marco Mignot, moving straight into the round of 16.
I think the more Miggy, the better. I mean, his style is just so nice to watch, so smooth. One of the best styles on the championship tour. And in the heat in the water right now, you know, we were expecting an air show. We were expecting fireworks, but Strider, I haven't heard the cacao at all. Has this heat kind of been a flat tire in a way?
Well, I've kind of heard it on the rail of a couple of these surfers because they've been just digging rail, and I can't believe it. You would expect a lot more out of this heat, but, you know, I think Joao has surfed the best out of all 3 of them so far. The cleanest turn I think I saw was out of Griffin, but this right is not doing them justice. And
they're being stubborn.
Well, I want them to, you know, I don't know, maybe I can't see it, or maybe it's just, you know, not happening anymore, but those lefts out there, we're goofy foot, so we'd like to see those.
Well, the numbers aren't making sense either. There's nothing above a 5.33. This happened during the break.
Okay. Little flatter air reverse, but still very nice. 5.03 is what he's looking to better. Still waiting on this score, but the insides were kind of let him down here. last turn, not that bad, but very difficult wave to surf. And when we talk about challenging conditions, I know it's a little glassy on the outside. Once you make it to this ripple, right, though, it is very difficult strides. And Felipe looking for at least something close to a 6 on this.
Having fun doing, you know, what you do on a ripple, which is just find those little sections and hack away at them. But it's just not a lot of radical surfing within it so far that we wanted to see out of these guys.
Yeah, we're waiting for somebody to break on through to the other side. Will it be Griff?
Oh,
No. And again,
I just
the
want
highest scores of 5.33 with 3 of the biggest stars of our sport. Three of the most high-performance surfer on tour.
Doug is in this heat.
Doug Rail?
Yes.
Yeah, I met him before.
Unfortunately, I've seen a lot of that.
Well, there's still 7 minutes, 22 seconds to go. So maybe our collective commentator curse.
Here we go.
Can be reversed.
It'll turn into something positive, is what you're saying?
Well, if
I
we
like
shoot our positivity beams
Here
through
we
the
go.
screen.
Come on, let's see it.
There's the stall. Okay.
Nope.
Hey guys, what have you guys been up to?
We're trying to turn up the volume so that they hear us out there in the water, and we can't wait to see what they've got.
Wow, Griffith's caught 11 waves, guys.
Well, there's something about a ripple that is so fun. I mean, as surfers, when you see a ripple, it's not easy to surf, but it's super fun. And right now, yeah, it's fun, I'm sure, for these 3 guys in the water, but they got to start to feel a little frustrating because no one has even come close to an excellent ride. And, you know, Griffin's ridden 12 waves already.
So far, not one left in this
Well,
heat.
Felipe's first throwaway was a left.
It was?
Yeah, literally like.
But it was a
Just a
0.5.
closeout, yeah.
Well, 6:24 to go, and I feel like they're, you know, these 3 guys that love to compete against each other. We've seen incredible matchups in different variations between Felipe João and Griff. And it's almost like when somebody's in there having fun.
Well, you don't want to give in either. Like, that's a major thing right here. It's kind of like, you know, puffing up your chest and making sure that you're the big alpha out there, and every now and then you got to prove it.
But Felipe's wave on the outside was not good.
No.
And of course, we're watching the action right here. We don't know what's happening on that bank. I mean, maybe there aren't.
I guess
any
we shouldn't
lefts.
assume anything, and we'll stay here on the inside bowl, and we'll see the action light up.
You know
right
what
now.
happens when you assume.
Felipe did take the lead, though, on his second to last one, so situation change right here. Wow, they're basically tied, though. 11-2-4, 11-2-3. That is razor close.
Well, Felipe had one really sharp turn, kind of on a whitewatery section, but it was a pretty bowly looking wave. Here we go. João Chonka having a paddle. Here, take my priority. He just handed it over to Griff. And there, I mean, there's a 200 yards of area for these surfers to play, and they're all within about 6 feet. Oh, there we go, Griff, making a run for it, straight to the outside.
Yeah, but Felipe's got priority, and he's got, you know, the outside of him, so he can choose to block him if he wants to. It's typically these heats, almost the same thing as prize fighting. You have all the hype, you have everything behind it, and then once you get there, it's nobody wants to lose, is the thing. So there's times where you try to overperform, and then once you know that that hasn't resulted in a positive way at the beginning of the heat, you got to tone it down a little, and scores are reflecting that at the moment. Still, it's tough out there, guys. I mean, if the three of the best surfers in the world are struggling to be able to find something above a 6, you know that everybody else out there, any kind of surfer worldwide, wouldn't be doing anything even close.
We'll never count out Felipe Toledo. Clutch 6.67 with 4 minutes, 16 seconds to go. Here is your CT by the numbers. Excellent waves here in Rio. Look at that.
Wow.
Felipe Toledo with 38.
Not even close.
That is wild.
That stat is hard-hitting news right there.
Gosh.
Shout out to John, too. Despite being injured a good amount of events, still 23, but Felipe at 38. What, first time he ever surfed in this event, 2013?
Yeah, and you know
Oh
what?
my God.
I feel like we're all missing Gabriel Medina, too. I'm sure Gabe's watching. Gabe, get well soon. We've seen you getting barreled. We've seen you starting to do more airs. We know you're ready to come back. So hopefully we see Gabriel Medina come back in Tahiti, J-Bay. We'll see.
He's won both of them.
He's really good at surfing. And he's got a lot of fans, too. And he's probably watching this on a yacht somewhere. Who knows? The Life of Gabriel Medina. I mean, that should be a documentary. I'd watch that.
Well, here we go. Felipe with priority.
And he's going to Take off just in time. A nice face to work with here. Cranks it off the bottom.
Oh.
Whips it with the front side reverse. Talk about the critical part of that wave. I mean, this guy's got ice in his veins. Pressure does not affect Felipe Toledo. So he's got a 6.67, and that right there, Mitch, you said you didn't want chop hops. That was a really good chop hop right there.
That was pretty.
Come on. That was the best chop hop we've seen in a long time. Straight curb cut, front three.
Was it though? The section was coming
That
at
was
him,
a
and it was like
huge chop that he hopped off of. It's in the dictionary.
Okay, I'll give it to you.
Oh, we're getting a ride out. Here we go. He wants to go back to the peak.
Well, he's going to be improving on the 4.57. There's no doubt about that. The first section alone going to be able to do that in a much larger wave than we've seen so far in this heat. Very critical first section. Throws the tail up and over, rotates without a problem. And, of course, you know, re-engaging your rails after having to shift your feet on your weight back on your board, extremely difficult. Probably the most high-performance surfer we've ever seen on tour, though. And I'll give it to you. That is a chop, and it is a hop.
Cool.
So
how fun did
good
that
adjustment.
It looked good.
I mean, that whole wave, like the dramatic extension he had
Coming
on
out
the
of this
reverse.
right here, I mean, coming out of that to adjust your feet to
It's
get
so
back up.
difficult.
Yeah, it's
Well, he's river surfing right here.
pretty sick.
Actually, that's a good reference.
Yeah, I mean, that's novelty fun right there. Against the grain. There's the
Boing.
side wedge. When Felipe Toledo starts having fun,
It's dangerous
big
for
things
everybody
happen.
else. That was a critical first section, though. And, I mean, for how the judges have had to adjust scores so far throughout the day, it's complicated out there. It's not easy whatsoever. Could potentially add on to those excellent numbers that we've seen so far in his career right here in Rio.
I think that's going to be better than the 6.67. The front side reverse,
Yeah,
that's
they're
the
great
money. That's the
difficulty.
money turn right there.
100%.
And then just the flash at the end. Got a snap in there.
Going to be right around it, it seems.
The one section is pretty much where that I mean,
The whole score is
the
going to come
real,
from.
the real, you know, turn he did on that wave was from that big outside first turn.
Yeah, so 6.23, it's right there. But that gives him a double-digit heat total, 12.90. Zhao Chianca drops to second. Does have priority. Griffin, who's paddled way up the beach, testing the theory that something big could happen on the outside, but so far no waves have come his way.
No, he's not very far away.
Oh, wow. It was a deceiving angle.
Yeah.
Zhao is
Well, with priority, yeah.
going hard at something.
And he doesn't need a whole lot of 7. It's not impossible. And there's a wave coming through, guys.
This whole thing is a rip. Look at all the water moving out there.
Yeah, that's crazy. Maybe that's why they're not out there. The riptide is pulling through so
Ooh,
hard.
He's got a chance.
There he is.
All right, Chianca looking for a 7. All right, very important first turn. Nice slice there, comes around the section. He's got a ramp. The wave got weird. Toledo now, most likely a victory lap for Felipe Toledo. You hear that? That's 40,000 surf fans going wild.
That is so cool.
For a Brazilian hero, a surfing hero. Felipe Toledo gets the victory there. He skips the elimination round. Zhao Chianca and Griffin Colapinto will head into the ER. That was a strange heat. There was moments of excitement, but also a lot of moments of frustration. But Zhao Chianca, this strong start. Your new Tour kayak recap?
Surfing really well, strong on the corner there. Beautiful in the beginning of this heat. He was in control. And then as the thing wound down, Felipe Toledo, he got to work. Got a couple of great turns on the face here.
Well, and as soon as he got one of his 6s, it just seemed like he was way more comfortable, got into rhythm, and of course this wave under everybody else's priority and positioning was able to get something going. Once he was able to do this, Chris, I mean, you're really talking about a world-class surfer in a very tricky lineup, adjusted very well, and this one right here, maneuver of the heat so far, the one below to reverse on the outside, and majority of the score came from that one turn, but they gave him the lead and eventually the win as well.
Yeah, this is kind of upriver surfing at its finest. Felipe Toledo, 12.90 total. He gets the victory over Zhao Chianca and Griffin Colapinto. And just like that, your men's opening round is over. And unbelievably, we are headed straight to the elimination round for the women. There are your numbers. We were expecting bigger numbers, but we did get a heat at the end, thanks to Felipe Toledo. Coming up next, we got a wild card going up against world number 1, Arena Rodriguez, going up against Gabriella Bryan. This is a heat you do not want to miss. We'll be right back. It's the VIVO Rio Pro.
The thing about history is that whatever happens, happens. There's no denying it. It is what it is. And no matter how hard you try, you're never entirely in control. It's the beautiful chaos. Hell and heaven canceling each other out. Triumph and defeat. This year, history will be told in 12 chapters. 54 men and women will write it. History will be written live at worldsurfleague.com.
Welcome to the elimination round. World number 1, Gabriella Bryan, finds herself in this matchup with wildcard Arena Rodriguez representing Peru. It is a really big round for the world title race, especially when the number 1 seed could end up falling in the elimination round. All the top 5 would be backing Arena Rodriguez to help them in the title race this season. Thanks for being with us. Great day of competition. Joe Turpel, Maida Pops, and also Jesse Mendez here for the call. We just finished off a super heat. Felipe Toledo on top again as he's looking for a 5th title at this event. That is radical how good he's been over the years.
Oh my God, this is radical. Felipe just looks so in tune every time he hits the water here in Saquarema. He knows this wave better than anyone, and he did a pretty great job in the last heat.
So some big heats in the second round or elimination round already set up for the men. We're focusing on now the women's heats. For Gabby Bryan, we're not used to seeing her in this round this season, Jesse.
And that's when I think the pressure builds up. Obviously, she's having an amazing year. She sits on the yellow jersey, but those names are not used to being on the second round. So maybe Arena can take advantage, and let's see what happens right here.
Kind of has that nothing to lose, all to gain type of approach in her first ever experience in the championship tour jersey. But like we talked about before this morning, Maida, yeah, she is really familiar with this wave at Saquarema.
Yeah, she is. She has been competing here in the QSs and the Challenger Series as well. But I mean, on the first heat, she looked a little bit nervous. She couldn't stay on her feet so much. So hopefully she will just stay a little bit more calm, relaxed to face this challenge because she's going against Gabby Bryan. We know how dangerous she can be.
Watching Gabby Bryan through the inside corner there on this left. Sets up a nice backhand swing off the top. And she will call it away. 0.7 was her opener. We'll see if she can get like an early quick start. She's had heats kind of all over the shop this year where sometimes she's got to settle into rhythm, and sometimes she starts with it on her opening wave. It kind of keeps us guessing this season, Jesse.
Yeah, and that's why I think it's very important for her to actually start to build. It doesn't, not try and look for something of substance whatsoever, but just, you know, keep gaining the confidence. This wave obviously is not going to do its job, but she's definitely going to apply the foot on the wax and build that confidence, mostly with the difference of maturity that she has on top of Arena in the big stage. You don't want to let your opponent, you know, start to run away from it. This is a beautiful wave from her. Massive attack, very up and vertical, but just one big turn. This is going to be a decent score, though. I don't know if that came in a 3.67. I'm not sure if the score came out already, but that was a critical turn for her.
Lorena Rodriguez coming from a place that has a lot of surf, tons of waves up and down the coast of Peru. A lot of competitions will be at Punta Hermosa. There's a right and a left right next to each other. Caballeros and Senoritas, and then there's Pico Alto just behind it, a big wave spot. And just crazy amount of lefts. Typically you see a lot of Peruvians, if they're regular footers, with a great backhand.
That is true.
Kind of like Luka Messinas. So good on his backhand. World champ Sofia Milanovic as well. And just watching Lorena just on the Challenger Series and some heats before and what she's done in this heat, her fundamentals look perfect, Jesse.
Yeah, she does have an amazing backhand surfing, very solid off her bottom turns, which that's what dictates a surfer to be very good on their backhand. They need to draw on all that bottom turn and drive off the heels very well to get the dynamic on top. So she is so far doing that.
Maida, it's a pretty heavy elimination round as we've got 4 heats to talk about to set up the quarterfinals. It's not just Gabby Bryan being a huge name in the mix. We're going to see Betty Lou versus Tyler next. Katie Simmers, the 2-time champ at this event, dealing with the ER. Late takeoff, choosing her forehand, and an aggressive little rip back into the pocket for Gabriella. Controls the rail on the second turn. We'll just have a nice, easy pace through this open face that's really sloping out. This is where it turns into like a standing river wave. This one was actually a little easier to read, a better line for that one than Felipe had in his previous heat. And she was able to shut it down to get her best score so far. So 2-5 and building in the right direction, Maida.
Yeah, she's building this wave. Her maneuvers just look like a little bit down the line. Probably she will need to find something steeper to go more vertical. But, I mean, she's just trying to build her score line.
So looking at some lefts, switching gears, checking out a right is Gabby Bryan, Jesse.
Yeah, it just takes off. That wave kind of dissipates. Beautiful how engaged and how unreal she always is. But, yeah, lacked a little bit of verticalness like Maida just mentioned a little bit ago. And then right here, she starts zigzagging, waiting for the wave to stand back up. It does for her, but just slightly. She finished it off clean, but the wave lacking a bit of energy and copeness there for her. But Gabby, I think it's just smart for her to keep her foot on the wax and, you know, start applying pressure on top of the opponent that never was exposed to that previously. So, and on the other hand, I think Arena just has to kind of try and be calm and wait for the best waves because obviously lacked a little bit of experience on the big stage, and you have to roll the dice and contain your nerves and your energy.
Maida, you've been on the call for the Portuguese team for the WSL all year, and it's rare to see someone step up and take the yellow jersey off of the tour. What's been your favorite part about this season watching Gabriella Bryan perform?
Yeah, it was just incredible to see how she stood up for that. But let's first talk about this Arena's wave.
Arena lighting up a little end section turn, and she'll step off.
Yeah, I was talking about Gabriella. After she took the yellow jersey, she felt like really happy and light. I don't know. It just kind of, she got a little pressure in the beginning, and later on she said, I think she really, I don't know how to explain, but she really suits that.
I like that. I know you're going with that, Maida. As we watch last of Arena Rodriguez, do you think this will be a keeper, Jesse? And anything you like out of that one?
She's very fluid, like I mentioned, very good bottom turns, cracks that end up that closeout section. I think she's going to better her situation. Might even get the best score that she's ridden so far, but I don't expect with 18 minutes left that being her best score. I hope it's not. I hope we have like plenty of opportunity for both surfers, and they end up going to town. But yeah, let's see how it pans out. You never know. Like last heat, it was such a stacked heat on paper, and until the last few minutes, like most of those surfers didn't have anything above a 5. So we'll see how this one goes.
I know where you're going with that, Maida. It was like with Gabby Bryan grabbing the yellow jersey. It was almost like she was like, yeah, cool, just let me surf and let me go paddle out for my next heat. She almost didn't want to spend too much time on it. She was almost not quite shy getting the yellow jersey, but I think not wanting to overthink that process where she feels the most comfortable when she's just ripping the lip to pieces and doing her brand of power surfing. Now that she's had a few events, though, I think she's now kind of owning it. She's like, yeah, I'm leading the tour right now.
That's what I meant, because she mentioned once, whenever you get the yellow jersey, people are starting to chase you. It's not you chasing the yellow jersey anymore. But now she really feels, it seems that she feels comfortable.
Yeah, sometimes it just creates the target on your back. Some surfers kind of treat it like I've got something to lose now. Certain surfers can go, yes, that's right, I'm the best surfer in the world. It can go either way.
Embrace it. I think that's the best word to just, I mean, if you're sitting in that position, just embrace the position that you are. You're actually being chased by everyone. So it's a privilege for you. Very easy to say it sitting down here. Very hard to commit to that.
Let's catch up with Felipe Toledo with Rachel.
Felipe, wow, you are and you will always be a favorite here. How do you manage these massive expectations when you paddle out there?
Not really putting expectations on myself, I know it's a big contest for us. We only get to surf in front of this crowd once in a year, so when we're here, we always want to put on a show for everybody, and the crowd that makes me do well. I feel like the energy, it's fuel to my legs, to my body, to my mind, and I just love it. It's always fun to come back to Saquarema, place that I love it, with my friends, with my family. It's extra special.
Now em português, quais são os rituais? O que tem de novo nessa etapa do Brasil com o seu novo momento, tendo a sua família aqui? O que acontece de diferente dos outros eventos?
Eu acho que esse agora, principalmente aqui, né, ao invés de só falar com o coach ali, com o treinador, aí, né, fala com a família, fala com o filhinho que está na barriga, então é especial, por isso, por estar a família perto, estar os amigos, meus amigos de infância, né, e essa energia que me cativa, que me faz ir lá e dar o meu melhor.
Muito especial, very special. We are all happy for you. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Felipe Toledo, winning a big heat. It was the heat of the round over Joao Chianca, local boy here in Saquarema, knowing this lineup better than anybody on tour. And also Griffin Colapinto, who just had that battle with Felipe at lowers, where Griffin won on the last wave of the matchup, a 3-tune combo for an 8.93. So there was a lot in that opening heat for Felipe, looking for a 5th title here in Rio. And he's off and running into the round of 16, 15 on the clock here. Arena Rodriguez leading over world number 1 at the moment, both with high scores and a 4-point ride. Arena just caught another one during that catch-up with Felipe. She got a clean first turn and ends up stopping at a 2.93, but just real clean fundamentals on her backhand attack. The big announcement was made about the tour expanding next year, so we get to follow Arena's run to try to qualify for the tour next year. Finishing in the round of 16 over at Newcastle. She'll be heading to Bolito, place where Jesse's had a 10-point ride in the past. And she'll be looking for big points on the Challenger Series. So we'll take the top 7 now off of the Challenger Series to bring on the Championship Tour next year. Now up to 24 spots on Championship Tour events for the women. I can't wait to see how it unfolds.
Yeah, neither do I. More opportunity for the girls. And I'm really excited about this bigger field for them, and especially here for the Brazilians. We're really wanting to have another representing.
Francisca Veselko winning the first stop over at Newcastle. Such a solid surfer. We've seen a lot of her over the last few years. But Arena Rodriguez out in front at the moment, putting a lot into this. She knows there's a lot of opportunity on the line, getting a wild card call, taking it very seriously. She kind of had her day where she let the emotions come out of her, realizing her dream was happening sooner than she expected, but then got straight to work with her coach and her filmer and got to Saquarema nice and early. It looks like it's paid off. She's been picking good waves, nice clean single turns, and you know, when she's matching #1 in the world over the halfway mark, she's off to a good start, Jesse.
No doubt, and she's actually making Gabby double think. If you paid attention about a minute and a half ago, as Arena was paddling back out, Gabby had a look and lost priority, paddled for the wave, and she had to kind of redirect herself and put herself a little bit away from Arena right now. That sits with priority. Let's see if it's going to, you know, pay off. Arena to actually make Gabby commit that mistake. They both sit in opposite ends off the bank right now. One kind of deciding to surf that right into the ripple, which is Gabby Bryan on your screen right now, and Arena just choosing and opting to stay on the left, which I think is her strength, and she should keep doing that.
Paddling for this one is Gabby Bryan. And it's interesting with your strategy of just picking a different bank. You got to live and die by it sometimes. You have to make a really thoughtful decision with your coach, or even up to you. If you see something in the lineup and commit to it, it could be the difference of not winning a heat if you just pick the wrong bank at the wrong time. 12 on the clock, Arena out in front. Let's catch up with Kaipo.
Whoa, Joe, you caught me recovering in the VIVO Recovery Lounge. You got my massage chair here. Oh, it's so good. We got our recovery lounge back here. Some surfers are getting worked on right now. We got the therapist floor. We got Dr. Carlos back there, all in the Red Bull athlete zone. But check out this massage chair action at the VIVO Recovery Lounge. It's like, oh, relaxing. I'm recovering. It's been a busy day.
You have been slammed, Kaipo. I love it. You deserve it.
Thank you.
Relax. And he didn't need to have quarters or coins or reais. Those are all free.
I'm so bummed I haven't seen that yet.
I hope you get a turn, Jesse, as we look at Arena Rodriguez. Wow, she's smooth. What a great read, and surfing with a lot of confidence against the #1 seed in the world. Just has such a flowing style. Easy to watch her from start to finish as she's looking to replace a 3.67 on that one, Maida.
Yeah, and I think she can get the score. I really liked the way she placed it, the turns, and nice flow. Smooth.
Yeah, definitely one of the smoothest styles we've seen in this event. Not rushing any of those sections and trying to create a major upset. We've got a few surfers in that top 5 picture in this elimination round. And these next few heats are so important for the world title race. Can Arena Rodriguez create another upset as a wild card? Gabriella Bryan did lose to a wild card at lower trestles. When you're the high seed, you take on wild cards. It's a different type of wild card with Sora Lindblad, since she had just come off a great run on the championship tour. What'd you see in this one, Jesse?
I mean, just this closeout turn that in like the conversion of the 2 sections coming in, she was able to get up high and vertical. She does have a wider stance, so she gives her a lot of stability, and she's not really front-footed or back-footed, so she keeps the pace of the wave very similar throughout the whole, every section that she hits it. Like, you see a lot of people like accelerating. She kind of keeps the same pace throughout the whole wave, but very stable and fluid. So she's going to get rewarded with a decent score. I don't see that coming in a huge score, but yeah, for what we see in an offer right now, it's doing its job.
Best score of the heat so far comes in for the wild card from Peru, a 4.9, extending her lead over Gabriella Bryan. 9:22 on the clock to see if world #1 can save herself here in the elimination round. We'll be right back.
I'm so proud to represent Hawaii and Kauai around the world on the tour.
Gabriella Bryan is kind of in a shadow, representing the island of Kauai. There's been so many huge names come out of that amazing island. You talk to locals on the island of Kauai and they're like, oh, she puts in the work.
I think one of the biggest challenges I've faced, which has honestly worked in my favor in a way, is always being the underdog.
Rolling into this one is Gabriella Bryan. Late for the climb, but gets up there and pulls it off. She wins her first ever championship tour event, and it's the Western Australia Margaret River Pro.
Man, when I won that event, getting chaired up the beach and then with the trophy over my head, it was an incredible feeling. It was just like, wow, all the hard work has paid off.
Check out all the episodes of Inside Pro Surfing on WorldSurfLeague.com. That was a special episode to kind of bring Gabriella Bryan back home to the island of Kauai. You started doing the boxing there. That was with Dustin Barca. Dustin was on tour in the past and still loves helping out the next generation. Dustin really close with guys like Sebastian Zietz as well. There's a ton of names you could list that Barca's helped out from the North Shore of Kauai. And Gabriella Bryan, thankful that she has a lot of supporters that are backing her in the world title race this year. So much talent coming from that island specifically. And sometimes they like it this way. They keep it a little underground because there's some great waves over there and incredible talent. But obviously the spotlight's always on the North Shore of Oahu. So they like to sneak in, sneak out. You're never really seeing clips of where they're surfing. They keep it quiet, as the saying goes. But you think about who Gabby Bryan would be able to look up to, you know, from Tatiana Weston Webb, Malia Manuel, Bethany Hamilton. You've got so many all-stars coming from that island specifically that all made a really big impact on professional surfing, Maida.
Yeah, it's true. But it's good when you have places that they can keep a little bit of secret, isn't it?
I think it's important. We're living in the age of social media, geotagging. I think that's always great advice for people traveling. Sometimes you don't need to use the geotag feature. There's something kind of cool about experiencing it, and maybe just tell your friends about it.
And the cool thing about it as well, you always got to bring something to the table. If you're John Florence, if you're Mason Ho, like you're in the North Shore, you're getting filmed by everyone every day, and nothing seems new. So for someone like Gabby, she spends the time off getting better, and all of a sudden she comes back like she does right now, ripping and tearing everyone apart.
Little backside turn there for world number one, still chasing the lead and looking for a 4.91. This is huge. A stellar season. I mentioned she did lose to Sawyer Lindblad, who was a wild card at lowers, but that was in the quarterfinals, so much more points available for her, getting an equal fifth.
This is Arena's crew. Very excited. Almost 5 minutes left, and she's in the lead.
She sits in a good spot. As much as Gabby only needs a 4.91, looks like dog, you know. He's always riding on that book, and I feel like you don't want him to be riding on that book when you're out there.
You'd rather him just be watching
and
just enjoying what you're doing. If that pen's moving, it's definitely not a good thing. But yeah, the support crew for Arena, how cool is that? Luis Escudero from Peru, a coach in the Olympics for Luca Macinas. Yeah, her filmer as well, capturing such an incredible moment in her career. Pushing world number one at the moment, has 3:40 on the clock. Her profile will explode if she creates an upset like this. And we'll see how that would then inspire Katie Simmers and what would happen with the leader's jersey into the next round. 3:25. Arena controlling this one with priority. She will keep Gabriella Bryan off it. It's starting off a little bit flat. She lays down just a backhand carve, so maybe using priority a little early. Gabby checks the next one and holds back.
Yeah, but I mean, she had to use the priority to avoid Gabby Bryan because she doesn't need much. It's just 4.91, so she could have get the score at that wave.
Gabby Bryan working her way out the back. We saw that little piece from Inside Pro Surfing where she won her first event of her career at Margaret River. Well, this year she was able to go back-to-back, owning the West at the moment. Now she's flowing into a little backhand wrap. Not a whole lot of curve in the wave here. Pocket staying pretty flat. So she's just trying to force the score and incomplete on that one.
And that's what I was mentioning in the beginning. You see Dog freaking out right there, and I get him. Like, she kind of let that heat get away from her because she was putting herself in very bad, like, opportunities. She needed to kind of build that confidence. That's why I wanted her to start early and get waves of substance to get the 4-point or the 5-point range, which for her is nothing. If you think about the level of surfing, you just don't want those heats with the wild card that has nothing to lose, build confidence on top of you, and then you start being on the pressure side of things. But looks like right now on the screen, she's, you know, getting a little bit of distance from surfing right Odina. You can see Gabby way on the corner right of the screen right there. So maybe with that set coming and approaching, she might find some room from her and have an opportunity.
Number 2 seed watching closely. We saw Katie Simmers walking down to the beach with her family just moments ago. This will be a really important one before she surfs in this round. She has Luana Silva. She'll be surfing against the crowd in that one. Obviously, though, Katie's really popular being a world champion. World number 3, Molly Picklum, did get a win in the opening round, so Molly's already in the quarters. It'll be a big opportunity for Molly as well if Gabby goes down in this round, but she's still going to put up a fight here, finding a closeout section. As we go back to the reaction of Richard Dog Marsh on her wave previous, that ended up being a throwaway 2.10. And just so you know quickly, Gabby's last, just a quick up and down, 0.7 on our screen. As she's paddling back out again, definitely feeling the stress at the moment, Maida.
Oh my God, less than 1 minute left with no priority. Imagine what is coming through Arena's mind as well. Huge win she can get.
It's one thing to get called up, and then you get to see what you can do. And no one's going to blame a wild card for losing in the elimination round. You know, they're getting their feet wet. They've got their whole career ahead of them. But when they do rise to the challenge and make good decisions against the current leader of the tour, it's such a huge statement. We've got 14 seconds for Arena Rodriguez to try to run out the clock on world number 1. And as we count this one out, Gabby Bryan's trying to find a little bit of wave to work with. It won't come to her in time, and we've just seen the biggest upset of the event. Her filmer, Noriega, puts the camera down to celebrate. Her coach carrying the Peruvian flag. We've just seen world number 1 knocked out of the event in the elimination round, and Arena Rodriguez will compete in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, that was crazy. That's a huge win for her. Hope she builds in and loosen up for the next one, because she's obviously going to have another tough match being the lowest seed of the event.
That's right. Wow, what an impressive performance. Earning this spot, being the highest on the rankings, representing South America, and got the call up and turned it into a giant upset. Arena Rodriguez practice this week has certainly paid off. And now we'll be looking to see what Katie Simmers does. Also Betty Lou, who's sitting in the top 5. We'll be right back for more action here at the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero. Hi, everybody. We're watching the elimination round. Betty Lou and Tyler Wright hitting the lineup now, looking for a spot into the quarterfinals. It's a good time to check out WSLstore.com and grab yourself your favorite jersey for your favorite surfer on tour and back them in the world title race. If you get Betty Lou's, you can get Tyler Wright's. Tyler's has been very popular. One of the best careers we've had in pro surfing. A 2-time world champion in the water now. One of my favorite jersey changes that Tyler made was actually when she clinched her first world title in 2016. She put on her brother's jersey, Owen Wright. He was going through some troubles with fitness and physically. He was trying to make a big comeback. Remember the scary head injury that he had in the past. Tyler put on her big brother's jersey, took off switch when she clinched that world title. That was back in France. Now that is a fired up coach, saying you can beat everybody on tour.
Literally, like, she needed to believe. It needs to come from you and no one else. Everyone else can tell you, but if you don't do it yourself, it all goes to waste. It doesn't matter. So, yeah, put that right foot forward and go forward, Arena, because, you know, it's a lot to come still.
Now the yellow jersey is going to be in jeopardy. We'll be following Katie Simmers first to see if she can get back into the lead at this event. Katie is up next against Luana Silva. But this one's a great one to break down. Betty Lou's been on fire this year, her best year to date. A 20-year-old from the North Shore of Oahu, picking up 2 wins this season. And we've got a little roll in. Potentially Betty Lou holds back. And for Tyler, she started off great. She won pipe, beat Katie Simmers in the final. But it's been very clear that she's been going through some back pain. We saw that in competition at lower trestles. Let's see how she looks here. Tyler swinging into that open face hook, looking a little bit looser than she did in the last event. Nice flow, does her signature little lean back, and then has a nice flowy finish through a whitewater climb. Definitely a little bit more movement from Tyler than we saw at lowers at the last event.
Yeah, in trestles, she seems be really in pain now. I really like this wave, the way she plays all the turns. Three good maneuvers. She's already has 4.5, so it's going to be a good backup for her.
Now into her 11th start here at this event in Rio de Janeiro. She's had 10 previous, 3 wins, 4 finals, 6 times making the semifinals. It's been a really solid event for Tyler Wright in her career, Jesse.
Yes, and I mean, you think about Tyler, you think about the point break rights, but she definitely does some damage out anywhere that she goes. And here is just the reason why. Clean rails, very solid all the time, dealing with that lump very well. I think this actually might be her first wave, the 4.5, not the last one that we've seen it. So we'll get caught up with that. Starts off with some cutbacks and finish it off strong with a nice vertical turn, and even one more. Oh, she gets stuck on that one. But yeah, that sounded like it's the 4.5 that she had, because the previous wave, the last one we just saw, is probably going to be higher.
Here she goes again. Tyler controlling a rail once again on that Paizel surfboard. Oh, instead, we just saw this wave. So this is that second effort. She had the 4-5 start, her better wave here where she got the flow off the top and then wound up for the late hit on the end section. So first wave, 4.5, improving to a 6.5. And Maeda, it's nice when we have this clear generation shift with these younger names taking over the tour. You can't deny it. And for Tyler, she's representing the older guard and still winning at this level, like how she started off the season wearing yellow. It's great to see.
Yeah, it's just amazing how Tyler can be like consistent. She is a real athlete. She's always training, always giving her best time to do this, but also dealing with this new generation. And she keeps like talking that she's enjoying a little better now because she's not thinking too much of everything, you know, like overthinking, just enjoying the moment to be here, and that's cool.
So Tyler off to a great start so far as Betty Lou just has a 1.5. Wright's looking, and she will take this wave. Just a quick up and out. How would you break down the features of the right at the moment that Tyler's surfing, Jesse, and what type of maneuvers she could maybe switch to? We've seen a lot of the frontside round.
Yeah, you just kind of got to delay yourself a little bit and try and identify that pocket when the wave has a little bit more curve, because that wave is obviously going into the channel, and there's a lot of lump and a lot of texture on the water as it hits that water, the exit coming out with all the pressure of the swell filling in. So she needs to try and find those pockets, and she did find it so far. Like, she's in a very good rhythm and kind of applying a lot of pressure in Betty Lou that sits in the same spot, but so far only took off in one wave of a 1.5. So definitely identifying those waves that we're talking about better. And I think this is the 6.5 where she does get that nice critical layback and gets up in vertical once again, comes out clean, and the judges liked it.
6.5, 2 points better than her 4.5. And she was able to mix it up a bit more on this one, Jesse.
Yeah, I think the judges just adapting to the situation. I feel like the conditions decrease a little from the previous heat. You can see that the surfers weren't able to identify too many quality waves. So as Tyler got that wave, it was a little bit more critical, and she's coming back up in another decent looking one.
So she's staying really active. That's a positive sign for how she's feeling, as she is getting a little bit stuck there. That's just classic Itaúna. As Jesse said earlier, some of the stickiest whitewater you could feel, especially with some bounce trying to take you off your finishing move. But she's just rolling the dice on these rights, where Betty Lou is sitting quietly with priority. Tyler coming from one of the greatest surfing families in pro surfing history. We had sometimes heat draws on the championship tour where she didn't just have one sibling on tour, so she sometimes had two, with Owen and Mikey on the championship tour.
Yeah, this might be so nice to have like your siblings in the championship tour, and we now have Griffin, the Pupos, and look again, the replay for Tyler.
Yeah, the wave kind of, like I mentioned, that wave's going to run into the channel, and a lot of times it's just going to lose a little bit of curve on the wave, and you can't really get critical, and that's what happened on that wave for Tyler. But luckily for her, she's already got two pretty decent rides, and the pressure now is on Betty Lou. That somehow, the weird thing for me is Betty Lou sits in the same spot, and she still hasn't yet found anything of substance, and all those waves that Tyler's sketching is just underneath her. So, you know, a little bit of more accurate feelings right there in this heat.
Last heat was a giant upset wild card. Arena Rodriguez just took out world number one. Arena is with Rachel.
That's right, Arena. Congratulations. The wild card just eliminated the number one yellow jersey. How was that heat for you, and what does that mean for you and for your career?
Well, I'm really happy to make it through. I'm really happy with how the heat panned out. I was searching for lefts. In the morning, I wanted to surf because it was really good actually, but I didn't cut the waves I wanted, and I'm so happy to have showed my surfing this heat and, well, be the number one. She's been ripping all year long, and I just love her surfing actually so much, and I'm just so stoked to be in the quarters.
Of course, the goal is always to win, but what else becomes your goal when you are a wildcard and you have a lot of things to take advantage of?
Well, I'm actually without nerves. I'm just taking it all and just learning so much from the best, because they make no mistakes, and like they capitalize on yours. So it's really important to be present, and I'm just like, I'm feeling so much right now.
You did great. Congratulations. Thank you very much, and good luck.
Can I say a few?
Sure.
Yeah, I just want to say hi to all my fellow Peruvians back at home. Thank you for the support. I'm so stoked to be in the quarters, and vamos Peru.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Rachel. And muchas gracias to Arena Rodriguez, as we see a real classic Tyler Wright carve. Nice patience through the bump in the wave. Stalling quickly just to try to find a pocket here. She'll be fishing around. gets the wrap, and then she will go way down to that little end section that turns into a bit of a river rapid. And now we come down with a big closeout finish from Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She's been playing a completely different game, trying to simplify it into just 2 scores. And we'll see what she did out the back in the moment. It's been the Tyler show, 4.5 and a 6.5. And Betty Lou trying to keep her spot inside the top 5, knowing that there's some room at the top with Gabby Bryan out of the event. Such a big win for Arena. I mean, we've had nothing less than a quarterfinal for Gabby Bryan in the 3 previous starts, 2 semifinals as well, to throw in an elimination round loss. That's a big one there as we watch the start of Betty Lou's ride, Jesse.
Yeah, let's see, catch up to what she did in the beginning. Nice scarf to start things off, and here just the wave gets critical. She stomps on that back foot, keeps those rails clean, and looks like Tyler out the back on the wave behind her. Nice layback to start. The wave dissipates a little bit, starts to slow it down as she delays herself, trying to connect the dots to get that criticalness on the inside, right on the shore again. Up and vertical. Finish it off, looks like she came out. She looks back to the scaffolding, so it seems like she rode out of that. Obviously that angle, very hard to see, but good answer back for her, because Betty Lou probably did one of the best turns of the heat so far with that closeout finish on the snap.
So exciting now, Maida. 2 different types of surfing where Tyler's end of the wave is kind of running away and turning into a river rapid, compared to Betty Lou getting a solid big closeout section. Judges always eat that up.
Yeah, here, like, especially when the conditions are like this, it's just about like wave selection. They are playing totally different, strategic, but I really liked Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. It took a while for her to find that one. Let's see what the judges think.
Betty Lou, 2 wins this season, first on the Gold Coast at Burley Heads. That was an amazing move from WSL officials to realize that the sand was gone at Snapper, changed everything to Burley, and that was one of the most exciting shows we've had this season on tour. Betty Lou winning her first CT event over the Australian veteran Sally Fitzgibbons. Realizing her dream. There was a big rainbow that went over the point. It was really fun to celebrate a surfer's first win on tour.
Yeah, and you know what? I feel that Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, she's very confident, but after this win, she just changed a lot. And imagine now, after winning Trestles, it would be a real bummer if she loses in this elimination round.
She's had just a lot of things going her way, too. You know, after Margaret River, you just want to go home so bad. You know, where Betty Lou lives, it's usually flat in the summertime. And she gets home to a winter swell in the summer and gets to surf her home break.
I mean, that looked very fun. I was kind of jealous that I wasn't there, let me tell you that. Yeah, it's a huge blessing for her to come back in the middle of, or end May, and, you know, score Haliva pretty much 5 foot as good as he gets. So she even mentioned, like, that doesn't happen so often. So everything's clicking her way.
Yeah, her idea was to go home, reset. She almost thought, maybe I'm not even surfing. Next thing you know, she's surfing every day. Leo Fioravanti was out. She came in so fresh and ready for lower trestles and beat everybody. The last stop was a victory for Betty Lou. And she had an excellent score, 8 or better in every single round she surfed in, including a 9 and an 8 in the final victory over Molly Picklum. Scores in now. Being patient, paying off for Betty Lou. A 6.9 is now the best score of the heat so far. Now just chasing a 4.17. Jesse, great game plan for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson being selective here.
I mean, you either, like, it's so easy for people just to judge you. You're either a hero if something like that turns out to work your way, or you just blew it super hard your heat from waiting so long. But yes, at this case, it was the right choice. Obviously, answering back with the best score of the heat, very smart of her, and move on to the next one, get another one.
Katie Simmers looking like she's got to make at least the semifinals to take the yellow jersey off of Gabriella Bryan. So far, Tyler Wright in the lead, but Betty Lou's got the highest single score of the matchup with a 6.9. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Saquarema. Heavy barrels, powerful walls, and a close-out section built for big airs. Real waves, true physics, the closest feeling to real-world surfing. Download for free now.
11:10 on the clock here in elimination round heat number 2. Tyler Wright still in the lead with a 6.5 and a 5.4. You want to surf like Tyler? Well, that might be hard in real life, but you could get close if you download True Surf today. You can check it all out on worldsurfleague.com/True Surf and actually surf in live conditions, the same conditions we have here at Saquarema today. You can surf on True Surf. Find it in your app store or on Google Play. Tyler, a two-time world champ, her last world title in 2017. She was able to win in back-to-back seasons. She went back-to-back with John Florence on the other side. He dealt with knee injuries. She dealt with illnesses. They both had some time off to follow those domination seasons. But she's always put herself back into a world title type form. And she's hoping to be a cloud break at the end of the year. Dealt with just obvious back pain at lower trestles. And stayed in California to work it out with Mark Kazuki and a crew that she's been working with for a very long time. And she definitely looks a whole lot better into this event. And she's looking for a 4th event title here in Brazil. Tyler's last score was a 5.4. So Betty Lou needs a nice clean 5 to take the lead. Maida, it's been a fun world title race so far. Obviously, all roads head to Cloud Break. Well, before we get there, let's watch Tyler's wave, Maida.
Yeah, nice first rep right there. And then, again, throwing a lot of water, trying to find the clean face, coming through the inside, and then bangs it again. Another one. Yeah, she's finding these very long waves that comes through the inside here and capitalizing the best as she can.
We call Saquarema the surf capital of Brazil. Has it always been that way, or has it kind of moved around and shifted over the years?
Yeah, actually, it always been like this. Like we have memorable stories here from the 70s and like many stories to tell. But when the championship tour moved south to Florianopolis or even Imbituba, it changed a little bit. And after when we came back in 2017, I think after 10 years of Brazilian dominance, what comes to the mind of everyone here in Brazil is Saquarema.
So many great events here and different disciplines, different rated events right here at Saquarema. Yeah, national titles back here in the 70s really was the beginning of giant events out here. Obviously, the CT's moved quite a bit. It's been at Operador in the past. It's been in different parts of the state of Rio. We're in the northern state of Rio now at this country town as we've got Betty Lou on her 3rd decision. And, ooh, that's a tough section to ride away from. She gets clobbered and will still be chasing a 5.
Yeah, that's not what you want to do with 8 minutes left with priority needing a score. Just kind of a junk wave selection right there for Betty Lou. The wave was very hard to read, and that closeout lacked a little bit of energy. So she's going to have to get back out and make sure she stays away from Tyler at least for a bit and, trying to find something of substance in the 5-point range, which is not far. One big turn to do it.
As we look at the Banco do Brasil fan picks, we always love to hear from you. And now this is a big one for the career of Betty Lou. Tyler's got the biggest profile, being a 2-time world champ and winning this event multiple times. But the role for Betty Lou is undeniable. We've got a lot of people voting that have watched a lot of this season and seeing Betty Lou getting heavily favored from the fans' point of view.
Yeah, I think it's just because she won twice this year and she just came from a win in Trestles. So everybody, it's really feeling what you guys said before, that everything is going on her way. So yeah, huge win on fan picks.
Katie Simmers, the reigning world champ, defending event champ, preparing for a big elimination round clash with local Luana Silva. It's an important one for the world title race. She's obviously trying to go 3 in a row with event wins, but knowing that world number 1's out of the event, she has an opportunity to retake the lead before heading into Jeffreys Bay.
I mean, this is a very important heat for Kayleen, and a stacked heat as well. Luana obviously coming from the best part of her career in her entire life, and going against Luana that it's also is dating João Chumbinho, which knows this wave better than anyone. But then you go against Kayleen, which probably has the best record out of 3 years that she surfed in the event. She won 2, so you know she feels right at home here. So it's going to be a fun one to watch, and it's really going to be up to whoever identify the best waves out there.
5:55 on the clock. There's a really cool little mini documentary series, as told by our friends at Yeti, talking about the story of Katie Simmers. She's a very competitive athlete. She talked to Brendan Buckley at Stab, just saying like, hey, I'm actually sometimes uncomfortable with how competitive I am. It's a fun interview that you guys can find with the friends at Stab Magazine. And Brendan just said it kind of had an accidental long-form interview with Katie before this event. It's a fun one to read. You get some insights about her headspace of her life-changing being a world champ. Well, that one's next against Lulu. 5:14 to go to see if Betty Lou can stay in the contest and keep her streak alive with big wins on tour. Only chasing down a 5 as we go to the Natura Kayak recap. Tyler getting a lot of waves, Mayuda.
Yeah, she found these nice rides right there. This one was the best one, 6.5. She worked pretty well placed the turns. Here is Betty Lou, Jesse.
Yeah, this is, I think, the difference in between those two waves. Why that came in at 6.9 is just the criticalness of this last turn, how aggressive she got. Airdrops off the sky. It's just dramatic, you know, catches the judge's attention. Here, Tyler being a little bit more on rail, surfing very well, but the wave is a little bit on the flatter side. But that's enough so far for what she needed. Gets a 5.4 and applies more pressure into Betty Lou. Because of surfing like this, just super on rail as we expect from Tyler Wright. Finish it off strong, right on the shore, and so far, sitting in a good spot on the heat.
Tyler Wright's best combined heat total this year is 15.17. Betty Lou actually has the highest combined heat total of the entire tour for 2025. 17.83 combined total. 8s and 9s in the final. Back at lower trestles and trying to feed off that one, but she's got priority. She's been very selective. Fell on a left where 2 sections collided. Tyler jumped on Mayhem's and when she won world titles and went back-to-back. Betty Lou's jumped on Mayhem's just at the start of this year, and Matt Biola still dominating the CT Shaper rankings. Late decision for Tyler to go under priority. Right now, stepping on the gas for a moment and ends up hopping out. So a good leave by Betty Lou as she still holds priority, and Tyler didn't come up with anything.
Yeah, she has 3 minutes left, Betty Lou, to find another wave. Let's see if that whole waiting that she took in the beginning will pay off or not, because she got the best score of the heat, but she needs to back it up.
Tyler Wright's got to feel the energy of the final 5 story. She was able to compete and show up at lower trestles in the past. It's a day that goes by maybe faster than any other day you could imagine in pro surfing. The first time ever, though, it will be at Cloudbreak. And there's a wave in a free surf way back when Cloudbreak was consistent on the tour. Tyler dropped into the barrel, rode over the foam ball, hands-free, and got blown out of the pit. It's still one of the best backside tube rides ever executed. You can't stop thinking about that, knowing that would be the final stage, knowing what Tyler's done in a wave of consequence if it would have that size, and her fans and supporters are trying to really will her on to a final 5 finish so she could get that chance, Jesse.
I mean, who doesn't want to get that chance to surf only with the top 5 surfers in the world at one of the best waves ever? And you know, you can never think about on a jersey. So fingers crossed there's going to be amazing waves and offer for the surfers along the road.
Last year, Tyler ended up in 10th, so missed out on the title race as she goes up and out. And we've seen some of her peers kind of changing gears, you know, with Joanne DeFay on maternity leave We got to see her a little bit this year, which was great. Those two have pushed each other really hard. Sally Fitz back to the Challenger Series and turning in just a huge result once again at Newcastle, and a great start to make her comeback. Finishing runner-up to Francisca Veselko. But yeah, the look of the tour is really changing. Last 3 years, we've had different world champs, from Steph to Caroline to Katie Simmers, and we'll see if it will continue to change as Gabby Bryan is getting used to holding the yellow jersey. And Betty Lou's just figured out how to win major events. Still chasing a 5. You can see Katie preparing for the next tee. And that's Luana in blue. She'll be getting the fan support. And an adopted local to this venue because of her boyfriend, Joao Chianca. And her parents are here as well. Her younger brother flew from the North Shore of Oahu to support Lulu in the next matchup. Down to 30 seconds. Betty Lou looking at that wave with Tyler. He's almost going to wait and see if priority would change. Haven't seen it switch on screen. Betty Lou paddles again. And a clear paddle there. Tyler will have priority for 14 seconds. And not taking off. Betty Lou looks like she will have this opportunity to try to fight for a 5, and she ends up going down. So worked hard to find some space. Ended up going down on her last decision, and will lose another big name out of the event. 2 surfers in the top 5 out in the first 2 heats of the elimination round, Maida.
Oh my God, what an upset. She's coming from a winning in Trestles. We saw this happening to Jack Robinson after Bells Beach. Yeah, but I mean, Tyler Wright did a great job in this heat.
Tyler Wright moving forward, current rank number 7, and now there's 2 spots opening up in the final 5. World number 1 out, and now world number 4, Betty Lou, knocked down in the elimination round. Great job to Tyler Wright, a 3-time champ here in Brazil. Coming up next, Katie Simmers takes on Luana Silva. Chris Cote is going to walk you through the action.
Well, there really is nothing like a Saquarema Sunday. Here we are back at the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero. And I'm Chris Cote. This is Mitch Salazar. Mitch, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. The wild cards are doing it yet again. World number 1 taken out by a wild card. World number 4 taken out by Tyler Wright. Now, that's not as wild. You know, that could be expected. Tyler is that good. But now we have an elimination round with Katie Simmers going up against Luana Silva. I'd love to be able to tell you exactly what's about to happen, but I don't know. This place is very unpredictable.
Definitely is, and Katie, two-time champ. Every single time she's won here, she has been in the elimination round. She wants to be able to do it again. And Lulu Silva already made a final earlier this year over at the Ripco Pro Bells Beach. Tough heat, especially with the conditions out there. It's been changing quite a bit this afternoon, and it seems like Katie already a couple of scores on the board. She wants to get to work early, Chris. And coming from Oceanside, she knows how to surf a beach break just as good as anybody else. A couple quick in and outs, though, just a 2.67 right there for our current world champ.
Cool little pop off that first turn. I love the look of this Chris Borst surfboard. It just looks so pure. And of course, any surfing purist out there will tell you that Caitlin Simmers has a perfect style. I mean, you see her take off on waves, her arms are down to her side, and she's super explosive when she gets the opportunity, which she might have right here, leaning to the right. Katie Simmers now gets around this opening section, nice and smooth, setting things up. This is where things have been unruly in the past, but a nice slicing turn there. Then things get a little weird. She's going to stick with it. Pretty much river surfing at this point. She's going to make her way into the Red Bull jet ski pickup zone. So with 25.58 to go, that's the third wave ridden from Caitlin Simmers. So I like that idea. Just get out there and start swinging.
So do I, and I started talking to her coach, Tom Whitaker, before she piled out. It definitely seems like activity was something that they were looking at. So, yeah, river surfing is one thing. I mean, just going up against this current, though, and having these little chops coming at you, too, is very difficult. But read it well. Shouldn't be a great score, but nonetheless, at the moment, it's going to extend her lead, and just see how flat it gets here on the right all the way on the inside. So, you know, by no means going to be an excellent score, but gets things going, and especially considering the forecast that we have on hand, good potential. She might not surf for a few days, so might as well really extend those things right now.
Ooh, a nice ricochet turn there for Luana Silva. Only one turn available there, but
of
I liked
consequence,
it.
yeah.
There was some fire in that backside snap.
Yeah, and she's only competed here once before at the CT level, but at the Challenger level, she's done very well. But you can see right here, best result so far has been this year runner-up finish at the Ripco Pro Bells Beach. Great result. Waves are big, and you know, despite representing Brazil, she does hail from Sunset Beach over there on Oahu, which has a lot of similarities to the Bells Bowl. But as you said, strong one on the backhand. That should score well for how the waves are this afternoon.
The last wave from Caitlin Simmers come through a 3.67, so we'll see how this wave compares to Katie's last. She got a 2.67 to start, so she's already got a 6.34 total. Score is coming through, and it looks like Luana got the better of that exchange. It's going to be a 3.97, so not by a lot. Still hovering in that 3-ish, 4-ish zone with 24.16 to go. Katie out the back, quick look. So no priority on the board right now. Neither one of these surfers is...
Doesn't seem like it's really mattering, though.
I think this playing field is so big. Unless you get into a tight paddle battle situation, there's a chance you might not even see the other surfer in the 30-minute span of this heat.
Unless now they know that, okay, it's a close one. I need to go over and approach you towards the tail end of it. But, you know, yeah, it's a good concept, 30 minutes. You know that you're probably going to have to get to work early on. You don't want to be in a hole, digging yourself right there towards the back end of it. But as of right now, real competitive. Nobody's really, you know, gotten a huge number so far. But there's potential for excellence, I feel. Betty Lou had the 6.9 in the last heat. It was a good score, and especially, you know, with that backwash slowly decreasing with the tide also on the better end of it, I feel like we could potentially see a two-banger on the right and maybe even one on the left, too.
With 23 minutes left to go, Katie Simmers does get priority. Interesting break, too. I mean, and not only is the takeoff zone really wide, but it's also kind of long from the outside to the inside. There's a big kind of deep spot right off the beach where our Red Bull skis are whipping these surfers in and out. But once you get past that deep spot, it kind of has these like shallow, deep, shallow, deep. So there's just really not it's not an easy wave to read. The takeoff zone isn't super well defined. And I like this situation. This means we get to see more waves ridden by Katie and Luana. So everybody wins when the Red Bull skis come out.
And to your point, if you don't pick the right line from the get-go on these waves, majority of the time you're going to either be playing catch-up or something else.
22:30 to go. While these surfers scan the horizon for the next wave, let's go down to the glass. Manu is with Tyler Wright.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Tyler. And Tyler, looking at you surfing out there, you were so in sync with the ocean here in Itaúna. It seems to be easy because you make it seem easy, but it's not definitely. How was that for you? Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, it's tricky. It's one of those there's two defined banks. There's the left and then there's the right. You know, and I feel like I just decided to pick the right because it was a rip bowl and I thought I could get a lot of rotation. The waves were really tricky. I got a 4.57. I was like, sick, that's a great wave, but it was not a great wave. So it's hard to tell what they're going to give a wave as well. And I know Betty Lou has been on fire. She just came off a win, or 2 wins really, and she's been on fire. So I think it was just, for me, just getting underway. I had the 6.5, she got the 6.9, and, you know, even I was in 2 minds. She only needed a 5, and that's a small score for Betty Lou surfing at the moment as well. So, yeah, I kind of made a mistake at the end where she sold me on one, and then there's, a few waves that came through that she didn't like, and then nothing really towards the end. So, yeah, happy to get the win there.
Yeah, and you are young, a lot younger than me, but pretty experienced. And you were the leader from the beginning to the end. How do you think this experience helps you to control your mind, like with a tough opponent, tough conditions?
Yes and no. Like, I feel like I know not to go out in 2 minds. So, you know, just pick one and just all in. And so I think that really helps. Even then, like, I've got 15 years experience, but you're still learning stuff every heat. You're still learning. I still got sold a lemon out there, and I was like, yep, the kid sold me, that's for sure. So, you know, it's a part of the game. There's so many variables in surfing. You can take the experience, but you also have to be really adaptable.
Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations. Good luck. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Manu. Congrats. Tyler Wright getting through a tough elimination round heat, going up against Betty Lou Johnson, who's been on fire the last 3 or 4 events. So that right there is a statement victory for Tyler Wright. So she survives these vicious elimination round heats. And these are going to be the tempo setters for the rest of this competition. You know, there's surfers that basically have been here for 2 days, and they're already starting to pack up and decide whether to go home, regroup, or go straight over to Jeffreys Bay. And that's going to be a long flight when you have that early round loss just hanging over you.
Yeah, and it's a good attitude to have for Tyler right there. She talked about the 15 years of experience on the Championship Tour, winning 3 times here in Rio, 1 in the city, and of course a couple here, or actually 2 in the city, sorry, 1 here in Saquarema. But overall, growth mentality, knowing that you can learn something every single day. Good way to look at things, Chris.
Absolutely. 19:20 to go. Luana Silva taking a paddle right there, but she wasn't second priority, so that's not going to hinder her ability to get straight back into the takeoff zone. So as these surfers scan for the next set to roll through, here's a question that a lot of people have been asking me around town at night. Where's Kaipo? And I'm going to ask you guys, where is Kaipo? Exactly. We don't know. He's somewhere out in that crowd of about 40,000 people right now. This is a huge contest area. So with 18 minutes, 35 seconds to go, Katie Simmers is out the back with priority. Just a 3.67 and a 2.67 to start. So both these surfers with room to grow. Luana Silva, slight edge with that 3.97, but we're hoping, Mitch, that all 3 of these scores are evaporated by some big numbers in the next 18 minutes.
I would think so, but there's sometimes you just got to settle for what's out there, and especially the quick start for Caitlin Simmers, that's something that's benefiting her at this moment. She recovered priority, she went out there, and of course, the dominance that we have seen in the only 2 events previous to this one that she has surfed have been impeccable. But just looking at her overall career stats so far, it's only her 3rd year on tour, has been in the WSL finals both times, and most importantly, she's getting an excellent heat nearly 1/3 of the time she's out there in the water. So impressive stats by a youngster, about to be 20 years of age in September. And I think we just always overlook, and it's probably overshadowed just because of her brilliance so far, the wins that she's had outside of the CT2. U.S. Open, she's won at Snapper Rocks on the Gold Coast in order to qualify for the Championship Tour. Denied the chance when she originally qualified, went back to the Challenger Series, and look at her now. number 2 in the world again, potentially regaining number 1 at the end of this event. It's been a spectacular career in less than 3 full years on tour.
With 17 to go, Luana, quick paddle there. Now, I think we found Kaipo. Kaipo, where you at?
Hey guys, it's all about health and wellness. Just came from the VIVO Recovery Center. Now I'm in the VIP and I am enjoying my Probiotica shake. It's 100% pure whey. It refuels you. So many nutrients in it. You can have the Probiotica here or you can take it to go. Probiotica. It's delicious. I love this stuff.
I'll take some.
Yeah, like seeing Kaipo on the health tip today.
You've been doing your push-ups too. You need your whey protein.
Should I go down there?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna try it out.
Ask for a bucket for me too.
Probiotica, it takes a village to put on an event of this magnitude, so we thank all of our sponsors, and Kaipo's got the great job of being down there in the mix as we see Luana Silva. That was a nicely placed turn. Perfect style through a ton of spray.
Mike Tyson left hook right there at the end.
That was cool looking. It was really clean, good, powerful surfing from Luana Silva.
Well, she definitely did not look on this morning in the opening round, and as of right now, had a turn of consequence on her only wave previous to this one. You can see adjust well on the fly into the lip for the first one, but deep bottom turn for the second one. I mean, she got a ton of release on that second one, Chris. What a way to finish off that wave. And for number 2, no doubt going to see a situation change right here. Look at how deep she draws this bottom turn off, though. Couple of seconds right there, all the way on the bottom, and even drifted the fins while she got to the lip line. So some really good stuff, and no doubt going to take the lead with this wave.
Yeah, super stylish too. I mean, everything perfect flow from beginning into that wave. So it's a 2-turn combo, and two turners so far have been heat breakers. We've already seen a couple heats won on the strength of 2 turns just like that. So we'll wait for that number to come in from Luana Silva. So far, pretty quiet out there. I mean, we're used to seeing big numbers put up by Caitlin Simmers, and luckily for all the Simmers fans out there, we do have 15 minutes left. But the score comes through for Luana Silva. It's a big number, a 6.50. That means Katie now needs a 6.8. She's having a look at... There's Leandro Dora. He was cheering for a second, but was silenced. But now, some relief, I'm sure, with the Luana Silva camp, because Katie was on a pretty sizable chunk of water right there.
Yeah, mistimed the bottom turn and just slightly late to that opening section, and she's going to have enough time to make it back out. Hopefully she recovers priority in time before Lulu gets out there, but looking at the replay here, Chris, you can see off of the bottom well, but just seemed like she caught a little bit of an edge right there, and unfortunately mistimes that one turn into the lip line, but plenty of time, 14 minutes, but that is a significant wave when you look at the conditions this afternoon. A 6.5, you get 2 of those, your chances of making the heat are pretty darn high.
Well, she made it through this tough bit of whitewater here, just got pretty pounded on the inside. Luckily, she's used to beach breaks. You see her all over Oceanside, harbor, pier, everywhere in between. So definitely, I would say, probably the most in tune with a beach break of any woman on the championship tour.
You would think so.
And of course here, with back-to-back victories, I mean, she's been dominant here in Saquarema in the past couple of years. I'm not worried yet for Caitlin Simmers, but Luana Silva came into this heat with a lot of confidence. You could tell she is not intimidated by the numbers that Caitlin Simmers has been putting up.
Well, the worst part was already done in the opening round. You can't really do any worse than that if you're her, and probably going with that mentality, knowing that anything you do is going to be an improvement on that. And with 13 minutes right here, she recovers priority, so this is a big moment in the heat, Chris. If it goes flat for 5-6 minutes, you're forcing Caitlin to make a decision really on any set that comes through.
Well, I hope it doesn't, because I want to see both of these surfers get a lot more waves. Caitlin has 4 waves ridden, only 2 of them really counting.
That's a good wave right there if she can get on the corner.
Luana's having a close look at what Katie's doing here, and she's going to let her go. We'll see if that decision comes back to haunt her. Coming around this section, setting things up. Smooth, not radical yet. There we go. No, there we don't go. That is rare to see Caitlin Simmers fall on her trademark layback snap.
And under priority, too, I thought that was a golden opportunity for her to try to match the 6 that Lulu has at the moment. And 2 in a row, Chris. The one fall before this on the left and now going right where Lulu didn't even have a look at this wave. She just completely let her go. And now 12 minutes. Things are going to get difficult. You probably want to work on the inside if you can. And clean wall at the beginning of it. Just one soft tap to start things off. And this is where you have to readjust. Use the full roundhouse to be able to get to this section on the inside. And, I mean, that's a dagger if she's able to pull it. But too much pressure and weight on the front part of the board and catches her nose. So an incomplete one right there.
It looked like the wave hit a deep spot, too. It kind of just got pretty vexing on that inside section. But Luana sticking to her backhand. One quick snap there. The wave collapses around her. Most likely not a score of note for Silva. Yeah, it comes through quickly at a 3.17. Caitlin Simmer still in this one. Looking for a 6.80. Will she get it in the next 11 minutes and 28 seconds? You're going to have to wait to find out after these brief messages. We'll be right back. It's the VIVO Rio Pro.
We are at the Centro de Treinamento de Léo Neves in Saquarema at Itaúna. The mission of Rising Tide is definitely to inspire the next generation of women surfers, but not only that, it's to get some one-on-one time with your favorite surfers.
Today when Tati showed up, all of the girls, their faces just lit up.
I've heard so many personal stories of girls saying, oh, you're my inspiration, I'm surfing because of you. Makes me feel really good to be representing something a lot bigger than just me surfing on the tour.
We always want more women on tour, and especially coming out of South America. I think it'll start to expand and to grow, and I hope I can just be a part of that change.
And if you see a gang of girls in those yellow body glove jerseys, get out of the way. It's a Rising Tides takeover. Actually able to watch that session go down, and it's always such a fun and special moment, not just for the young girls that are, getting their first taste of what it's like to be an elite pro surfer, but also for the pros. Katie was out there, Aaron Brooks, Tatiana Weston Webb, Luana Silva, Isabella Nichols, the who's who of the Women's Championship Tour, pushing these young girls into waves. Maybe their first wave, maybe they're, already competing, but either way, really, really special moments anytime Rising Tides comes to town.
When they first started doing it, Erin was actually still a Grom. She had just started surfing. She met Tati Weston Webb right there, who was, at the time, probably still is her favorite surfer. They've now met in finals where Erin has beat her. Look at, the impact that it's had now. And it's so cool that not only the world's best, you're talking about world champions that have given back to this, and it's so rad. We want to develop a lot more, especially in countries where we don't see a lot of females get to this point, and Lulu, Tati, everybody doing so well representing Brazil. The last time we've seen a female champion from this country, right here in Rio, 1999, Andrea Lopes. It's been a while.
Ripper.
Yeah.
7:30 to go. could have a Brazilian champ at the end of this one because Luana Silva right now is on top with a 6.5 and a 3.97. Simmers sitting on a 3.67 and a 2.93. Those numbers just don't compute. Vexed. Katie Simmers at a beach break, at a place she's won twice, yet to break through that 4-point range. But there is time. There's 7 minutes left, and there are sets coming through, and she does have a priority. All those things put together could make for a meaningful moment for Katie Simmers. Luana's got to defend. She's doing it in front of her home crowd, but let's take a look at the global crowd of surf fans out there. We're talking Banco do Brasil fan pick, 64% of you out there in the world are leaning towards Katie Simmers. 36% think that Luana Silva has got it. And right now, you're right. The minority is right. But this is Katie Simmers we're talking about.
Definitely.
She's not only one of the current best, but will be considered an all-time great. She's got 20 more years left in her career on the championship tour, at least. I expect 3, 4 more titles. I mean, call me crazy. I think she's got 3 or 4 at least.
I agree, and you know what's so crazy about it to me is that I've seen a lot of these young women through a lot of the junior programs within the U.S., and, you know, Lulu came through USA Surfing, through NSSA, same thing for Katie with WSA and USA Surfing, and same thing, you know, I think Caroline Marks is a big product of all those amateur organizations worldwide and how well they developed a lot of their talent through big events that are basically pro juniors nowadays. And for these two, Lulu became a world junior champion earlier this year. Caitlin Simmers is still within the junior limit. She hasn't even turned 20 years so far, Chris.
Well, Katie now with a little bit more aggression than her previous efforts. Second turn.
Tough.
Bam. That's the 2-turn combo we wanted to see. She's hyped. We're hyped. Simmers fans from all over the world are stoked.
Bonus.
Like that. Frisky little backside whip on that inside foam section. That's going to make this a heat. She needs a 6.80. That could be right on the edge, Mitch.
Yeah, and with 5 minutes to go, if it isn't, there's still enough time with the Red Bull ski assist, so got to get back out there, reposition herself. And if you're Lulu, do you take a risk and try to improve on a 3.97 right here, or wait for her, maybe wait for the score first and see if you'd rather play a little bit of defense?
Yeah, priority feels pretty heavy, I'm sure, with under 5 minutes to go.
Especially right now where talking about a 6.8. First turn's great. Second turn well-timed and a tough one with all the backwash too, but gets a couple of bonus sections right here at the end. They're non-consequential really, but still add a little bit of extra flair to the wave. The second turn is difficult. I mean, you're talking about going up with the white water, with the lip, and all that backwash reverb. Doesn't help you at all, and actually tends to be contradicting to what you're trying to do out there on your surfboard. So just over 4 minutes, they got a decision to make right here. Is it going to be blue or red taking the lead?
Well, there was some dramatics on that wave. First turn, polished, beautiful.
And if
stylish.
you compare it to Lulu's wave, she didn't really go up into the lip. It was more of kind of that sidewinder section that came towards her. So there's a larger degree of difficulty right there. It is difficult to be able to score this, though. I think you're right. I think it's going to be very close.
So now we're at 3 minutes, 45 seconds.
Oh, butterflies.
Yeah, Luana Silva has to wait to see what the judges give Katie for that last wave. So it was 2 turns, 1 big one, and then a little bit of added pizzazz on the inside. One of my favorite turns on that wave was that little foam bounce.
Right at the end.
Yeah, that was cool looking.
Gian Bernini, team manager for Lost Surfboards. He's got a surfer coming up in Caroline Marks. Already had 2 losses in this round, actually, with Sakura and with Gabby Bryan.
3 minutes left there.
Ooh, man.
The score comes through just under a 6.57.
2 judges said yes, though.
Yeah, but 3 said no.
And really, it's that middle one right there. If the middle judge probably would have thrown a 7, we're probably seeing the 6.8 that she's needing, but just under. But enough time, 3.9 with 2 minutes 40.
Yeah.
That's doable.
And here's the good news for Katie Simmers fans all over the world. She only needs a 3.9. That could be bad news for Luana Silva, who's currently sitting on a 3.97. There's Leandro Dora.
And exactly what I was saying, Chris. Lulu didn't make a decision, decided to keep priority right here, didn't try to go on anything to improve on the 3.97. Now's where you play defense. And the only way things will go Katie's way is if there's a two-wave set. And at that point, you have a control of which wave you can go on.
Or if she does the right head fake.
That too.
Sells Luana a dud, puts herself in the pole position to catch the next wave. We'll see.
2 minutes is a long time.
Huge decisions are about to be made. We are in the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. Katie needs a 3.90. Looks like a multiple.
Got some lines.
Group of waves coming through now.
And they're both in position for the left, too. Oh, he got good towards the end, didn't it, Chris? Slow start, and all of a sudden.
Literally at the edge of my seat right now. Katie having a look. Luana taking a look. Both surfers paddling.
Well, that's a paddle from Lulu.
Yeah, Luana's going to be going. Comes around this section. It's a pretty bouncy wave.
So maybe this improves, maybe it doesn't, but 3.97, basically a 4, which she's looking to improve on.
I'm not buying it.
Young Grom likes it.
A little late on that first hit.
And either way, if she improves or not, she did her job. She's in the lead, playing some defense. You kept Katie off of the wave. That was the most important part about it.
I mean, and then where Katie was too, she might have had a little bit better of an angle on that wave. 50 seconds left.
So looking at the replay, early entry for Lulu. Little late, as you said right there, more of a body pass rather than actually getting to the lip in time. But, you know, this wave going flat on her towards the end. So if she does improve, it'll just be slightly. And 30 seconds to go right here. Katie needing just a chance. And hands need to leave the rail before the buzzer sounds.
Yeah, we're at 25 seconds now. Where's Caitlin Simmers?
And she doesn't improve. It's a 3.5, Chris.
That point could be moot unless Katie has a chance right here.
Wow, that's
14
it.
seconds. This wave sneaks underneath Simmers.
It's a big win for Lulu in terms of confidence.
Wow.
And we're looking at the two-time champion, the two back-to-back champion out of the event for the first time in her career.
This elimination round has been wild. You know what? What happens in Rio does not stay in Rio. Huge win there for Luana Silva and a shocking defeat for Caitlin Simmers. Both surfers, though, I mean, look at this matchup. A 6.5, a 6.57, a 3.97, a 3.67. The difference there. So by the slimmest of margins, Luana Silva. Yeah, there's prayers, there's relief. Luana Silva camp. So, dodged an early kind of a bad heat this morning, but right there,
made
a
up for it.
statement victory for Luana Silva. And guess what? More to come. We got Isabella Nichols coming up against Caroline Marks. Stay tuned. The elimination round continues here at the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero.
The VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, by Natura Kayak, feel the power of freshness, by Riachuelo, official apparel of WSL Brazil, and by the state government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero.
All right, here we are in elimination round, heat 4. Even matchup right here. Isabella Nichols, who was on fire throughout the Aussie treble, going up against Caroline Marks, current number 5 versus number 7.
I like this music. Little carioca music, last heat of the day vibes.
No, it's no time for samba. It's time for rock and roll. Who's going to show up and glow up? Isabella Nichols and Caroline Marks, both with pretty forgettable opening round heats, but this is the elimination round. One of these surfers is getting a one-way ticket out of here, and this is paradise. You don't want to leave Saquarema after only 2 days.
Damn, why are you yelling at me, Chris?
I'm yelling at everybody. It's getting intense here on this beach.
It's been intense all day long, and for Bella Nichols, already had 2 finals so far this year. She's won one of them, as you mentioned, won the Aussie treble, champion over there at Bells Beach, missed her twin sister's wedding because she was doing so well at Punta Roca, made it into the final over there, defeated by Bryan. And for Caroline Marks, she's already won an event, but just outside of the top 5, and she was looking for number 2. When it comes to her personal best result right here in Saquarema, semifinal back in 2023, Chris.
Well, both these surfers are looking at a shot at competing in the final 5 at the end of the year in Fiji. Now, this could be a rocket launcher straight into that conversation for either one of them. For Isabella Nichols, solidifying her spot. For Caroline Marks, who unbelievably is outside of the final 5 right now.
Yeah, she's been a little inconsistent, you know, after the second, third of the year, I'd say, or second, third part of the year. When it comes to Bella Nichols, though, incredible development. Not only did she survive the cut, most importantly, she's been able to win, make multiple finals so far this year. There's been a couple of waves that I have been super impressed on when it comes to competition in 2025. And outside of that, too, you just got to give it up to her after falling off tour, requalifying, made it into the semifinals last year at the Challenger Series event. Look at her now. She's competing for a spot in the Lexus WSL Finals, but it would be incredible, first of all, because it would be her first time doing it. Most importantly, though, you give yourself a shot at a world championship for the first time, Chris.
Yeah, I think for Isabella, I mean, that run started in El Salvador. That second place finish down there. For Caroline Marks, she's had 7 career championship tour wins. Won a gold medal, she's won titles. She knows exactly what it takes. She's that good of a surfer. You know, she's fought her way through slumps before, and I'm not saying she's in one now because she's had some great results throughout the year, but it's just not the number that I'm used to seeing next to Caroline Marks' name, ranked number 7 right now.
Yeah.
Still a couple of events that you know play right into her favor. Her backhand at J-Bay is going to be lethal. She's great in Tahiti. Isabella Nichols, the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach champion this year. That was a huge, coming off a second place finish in El Salvador, heading to Bells and ringing that bell, made all the sacrifices that she made throughout her season totally validated. So we're waiting for one of these surfers to strike first with 24:18 to go. Let's go down to the glass. Luana Silva standing by.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Luana, and it's even hard to listen to what you're saying because look at this crowd. They're amazing. They're yelling so loud and so excited about Lulu. Lulu, that's awesome. That was a huge win. How do you feel about that? And how did you manage your emotions there inside the water? Congratulations.
Thank you. It was hard to manage the emotions. I felt like it was kind of a grindy heat. I only got the 6.5 and I had a low backup score, so that was kind of sketchy. But, you know, I just had faith until the end, believed until the end. I was praying that there wasn't another wave coming because Katie can get a 3.9 in her sleep. Yeah, it was a tough heat, tough conditions, but, you know, this is the best part, having the best support in the world. That's what motivates me to do my best.
And how does it help you, Lulu? Like, now you go home. Let me speak in Portuguese now. One question in Portuguese. Como isso te ajuda, Lulu? Você vai para casa agora descansar e pensar que amanhã vai estar essa galera toda aqui para te dar toda a energia que você precisa para chegar onde você quiser.
É inacreditável, na real, sem palavras para essa torcida grande. Essa galera tá aqui desde cedo na praia, torcendo para todo mundo, com todo paixão, com todo amor pra gente. Então eu agradeço eles muito, porque dá muita energia, dá muita força e garra pra ganhar mais baterias, vencer mais baterias.
Parabéns, Lulu. Good luck. Back to you guys.
I believe she was saying recharge her batteries. And I loved the perspective from that interview. I mean, we saw dogs, cats, we saw signs with hearts on them, and this crowd is awesome.
Even the dogs.
Even the dogs are
enjoy
surf
the
fans
beach
here in
here.
Saquarema.
Yeah. No, it's pretty rad. She was just mentioning in Portuguese that, you know, having the support of the crowd right here, especially literally from the crack of dawn, people are like camping out here just to be able to get the best seat in the house. And, you know, for all the local surfers, it motivates them and pushes them to want to get a good result. And for Lulu, obviously right there, going up against the two-time champ, the defending champion, and big moment for her in her career.
No doubt. So we got 21:57 to go. No waves ridden yet. Not going to say the R
Don't
word
go
yet.
there.
I'm not throwing anything
Don't go
out of the
there.
universe. I'm knocking on wood. I'm doing it
I
all.
see a couple of lines coming through.
Who will get the first opportunity? We'll see if it knocks right here. I mean, the title shift has made things a little bit more complicated, and that's kind of saying a lot because even from the first heat of the day, there has been moments of just pure unruliness out here in this lineup. Seemed like a lot more consistency and more power. They're at the mid-morning. Things have kind of gone a little docile here. Should keep going with this because maybe if I down talk it a little bit, a big set will come through.
You should.
It's
Well,
flat.
they're already
It's
moving.
over. It's flat.
And seems like Bella with positioning for the left right here, Chris, but Caroline underneath. Yeah. Ooh.
Who paddled? Who made who?
Could that be a block? Seemed like a decent wave with potential too. So if you're Bella,
It can be a little different looking from the drone angle. That wave may have just flattened out underneath him.
yeah, but did she force Caroline to not go on that wave? That's the big question if you're the priority judge, because if she did, that's a wave that had potential and we could probably see priority be established right here. But at the moment, nothing on our screen.
Our questions will be answered in 30 seconds here. It looked like that was plenty of opportunity. A couple waves came through. Nothing ridden yet. These elimination rounds have been like haunted houses. You look around every corner and there's something scary over there. And now, the elimination rounds for the men are equally haunted. There's predators everywhere.
Alien v Predator?
At least. All right, so we're now getting word via the numbers on the upper left that we are in a restart situation. That's fine with us. It's not happy hour yet. We got 30 minutes of business left here. Isabella Nichols v. Caroline Marks. We'll reset this one again. That was a pretty deep paddle for that wave by Caroline. Our priority judges are the best in the business. They're monitoring every movement by these surfers. And we're going to see a wave ridden, and it's Caroline Marks on her backhand, which the surfing world knows is a lethal combination. What were you about to say before?
I was about to say that was sick.
Yeah.
And look at this now, Bella with the answer.
All right, Bella now on her backhand. So we got a Goofy v Regs matchup here. One quick snap to start. So nice and clean, pretty bumpy on the face, but 3 turns down the line.
Well served.
Yeah, that was a good start for Isabella Nichols. Better than the start from Caroline Marks.
You know what I will say, for a lot of the surfers coming from North America, this is basically an afternoon heat at the U.S. Open or anything in Huntington Beach in the summertime. Get to surf a lot of high tide heats, really chunky, different conditions, and it forces you to have to move around quite a bit. So in terms of experience in that sense, you're probably thinking it'll go to Caroline's way. And as of right now, this is going to be the best wave of the heat. Deep bottom turn, great extension on that first carve on the back end for Bella. Adjusts very well right there for the second one, just wrapping it back and into the lip. So well-surfed wave for what it was worth. I mean, by no means was that a perfect wave. She made the most out of it, though, Chris.
Well, I liked it better on the replay.
Yeah.
You could see some of the subtleties, and I always like to, when I'm watching surfers at this elite level going backside, I watch the back leg. And when they're able to fully extend that back leg, kick it all the way out, that's kind of a special turn. And Isabella gave us a couple of those on that wave. The judges liked it, a 5.17. tell you, both surfers, Luana Silva and Caitlin Simmers, would have done anything for a 5-1-7 in that last heat.
100%. And so far, I know we only have 4 heats in the women's elimination round, but all the top seeds have lost. All the people in the red jerseys have lost, and Caroline Marks, despite not being the top seed in this one, should definitely be considered the favorite. She's been world champion in 2023, runner-up last year of the world title in 2024, and as of right now, 27 minutes, 30 seconds. Bella Nichols off to a great start. You get anything above a 5 in the first few minutes, that's always going to be considered a really good start, and I was sold on this one. I mean, first carve's not bad, and then I'm just thinking, just right out of that, you're going up into the lip. It's a critical section, and just catches her nose right there coming out of it.
Well, Caroline Marks falls in a backside turn. You know that nobody could make that backside
It's
turn.
tough.
There were some weird chunks coming up the face of that wave, oddly timed backwash. So now we have plenty of time left, though. Thankful for the restart because we want to see more of Isabella Nichols and Caroline Marks. So far, Isabella with the edge, that 5-1-7. It's got to feel good at the VIVO Rio Pro.
Still remember one of her breakthrough performances, an event that I worked with you actually in Los Cabos. 2018, last time we had the women's QS right there. Defeats Tati Weston Webb in the final, and I just remember Caroline. It was her debut on the CT that year. Didn't necessarily have to continue to do the QS events, and overall rise to the occasion. Next year she ends up runner-up to the world title, but defeated Steph Gilmore on the Gold Coast for her first event win in the quarters, and eventually became a champion over there. And since then, it's been all superstardom. Olympic gold medalist, as you said, a lot of magazine covers, and one of the, I'd say, more popular athletes on the West Coast, even the entirety of the U.S.
Oh, for sure. She's had a fabulous career already and many years ahead of her. She's done everything you could do in the sport of surfing. And trust us, there's so much more to come from Caroline Marks. Right now, she's got to dig deep. Slow start, just a 2.33. Meanwhile, Isabella Nichols sitting on a 5.17. Positioning here in the afternoon heats has been real tricky. These surfers are just fighting to stay in the right spot. 25-30 left. Here's your head-to-head CT matchups for these two surfers, 2v2. They each have a pair of wins. Average heat score, well, that's with Caroline Marks. Maximum heat score, Caroline again.
It's pretty even, though.
It is. I mean, it's just a couple points of difference right there. And this season, they're 1 for 1. And you know, every surfer I've ever talked to, when you think of these head-to-head matchups, they have files. They have receipts.
Dude, when we were talking to Kelly.
Surfer. Oh, he's got a lot. Yeah. He's got a suitcase full of receipts.
That's a good graphic, though. That's way closer than I was expecting. But Bella, world junior champion, she's been around for a good amount of years right now. Already with multiple wins on the CT, multiple finals, too, in different waves. And, you know, especially competing at home, everybody knows that that's the most difficult thing to do. Winning, especially. She's won in WA with her career on the line back in 2022, defeats Gabby Bryan in the final. This year at Bells, wins at home right there, rings it. And, I mean, what a moment for her. And now for Caroline Marks, imagine if you get on a roll back into the year, you have a couple of events that you do very well at. Right here in Rio, you've made it to the semifinals before. Jeffreys Bay, she's no doubt one of the favorites to win the event over there, considering her backhand. She's also won in Tahiti in different occasions, in the Olympics and, of course, at the CT level. So sky's the limit, really, when you're looking at the top 5, and especially all the top seeds already losing out in this round.
You got to make it through this heat. I mean, this could be a huge momentum shift. For Isabella Nichols, you know, she's a representative of Bonsoy, who was a main sponsor of the Aussie Treble. And they used her a lot in, you know, social media posts, and she was all over the webcast. And it was really cool to get to see a little bit more of her personality shine. She is an absolutely brilliant human being. Very kind, super cool. You can't root against Isabella Nichols. And I think that's what makes it tough on the Women's Championship Tour, you know, post-cut. All of your favorite surfers are going head-to-head early on. And it just makes it really difficult to figure out who to cheer for.
It's hard
to
to
all so awesome.
Select your fantasy team, too. I can tell you that. And, you know, what I like so much about the format change for next, and I haven't even asked you too many questions about it, but I really like that from the start, you're already going into head-to-head matchups. And I remember Bugs talking about it back in Oz. He's like, back in my day, we didn't have elimination rounds. We didn't have an opening rounds. It's like, you win or you go home immediately. And I kind of like that there's something on the line from the very get-go of these events.
Your wish is our command. You're going to get that in 2026. We got 22 minutes left to go. Both surfers now waiting for the next set to roll through. While we wait, let's find Manu on the sand.
Hello guys, I'm here at the VIP area and it's just so much fun. People are watching and they're yelling and so excited, but for me the best part is açaí mãe terra. You guys know Brazilians, they love açaí. Açaí is a Brazilian fruit and it's delicious, it's fresh, it's healthy, and it gives you a lot of energy. So as I have a lot of work to do, I am just maybe I'll eat the whole thing because it's delicious. So I'll give you guys a tip. After your work is done today, just come by and grab some açaí mãe terra. You're going to love it. Back to you.
Take some of that right now.
I was going to say, deliveries are welcome. Look at this crowd still raging down here in Saquarema. And Caroline Marks cutting her way down the line this wave. Kind of the gift that keeps on giving. Just offering up some sections that are bending at her. So nice 3-turn combo there. Marksy. And how fun is it to have this large of a commentary crew? We could just keep ping-ponging all around the beach, up and down. But that açaí did look
I know.
really good.
I'm like looking forward to it
How
once
much
we
time's
finish
left?
this.
21 minutes. Well, let's take a look at this wave from Caroline Marks. Speaking of looking good, I mean, kind of had to fight for it, but definitely was rewarded on this inside section.
Yeah, and keeping the flow going, too, which is always something super important, especially at a beach break like this. Can turn into really long waves with this higher tide still dropping in. You know, ain't necessarily going to be a huge number, but by the standards of the heat so far, it's definitely going to matter. So looking to improve just on the 2.33, and with still plenty of time on the clock after the restart, this could be an important wave considering how slow it's been out there for both of these women. And you know, as of right now, Bella Nichols with priority has the 5.17. It's the best of the heat. Knowing how patient she can be, there's definitely a wave that she is expecting and probably preparing for in the next 15 to 20 minutes.
Well, I think the big score from Caroline Marks is going to come from a big backside whip. The lefts right now
kind of
flat. Mushing out. 3.6, earned every bit of that score, no doubt. But, you know, there was nothing really critical happening on that wave. So maybe just a placeholder for now. With 20 minutes, 23 seconds to go, she's going to have a lot more opportunities in this lineup. So this is elimination round, heat 4. Final matchup of the day.
Mm-hmm. Highlight of the day for yourself, Chris? Too many heats?
Molly Picklum had a memorable turn earlier on. I loved Felipe Toledo, kind of going up current, going upstream, doing a huge frontside chop.
You like the
hop
chop hop, didn't
360.
you?
Yes. I like tricks, and this is a really good place to do cool tricks.
I'm kind of leaning on Leo, honestly. To me, he was one of the standouts.
Power surf.
Felt he surfed great.
We're giving away the whole post show here.
I know.
We know this post show is going to be awesome. It's hosted by our very own Kaipo Guerrero. It's going to be coming up pretty soon here, but we have some work to do. 19 minutes, 30 seconds to go. That is a lifetime in a heat. This thing
for us.
This thing has the ending is yet to be written.
When you're in the water, though, 19 minutes, I mean, you're looking at your watch the entire time, and you're just looking down. It's like every single time you look down, it feels like 3 minutes have gone by just automatically. And, you know, a standard, especially at a beach break where you're paddling so much, it's physically taxing and demanding. And overall, right here in Saquarema, especially being the last heat of the day, on the women's side, you already had to compete early on. You saw the men go out there and do their thing, and now having to wait till the very end can be a long day out here for a lot of these surfers. Luckily for a good amount of them, they're staying pretty close by. You can walk back to the posada or to the hotel or anywhere your accommodations are. But yeah, it tends to be, you know, quite unforgiving in that sense, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, it is a lot of work. There's a lot of paddling involved, duck diving, but Caroline Marks might have just found a little gem here. Textbook. Caroline Marks backside snap. Second one was impactful. Third was pretty good too. She's got a meaty inside section, but just a little overdone. Awkward landing, sensor straight into the flats there.
Lip reading moment right there too. Backwash is what Gian said at the end. And just the slight miss time, Chris. This was no doubt going to be the best wave of the heat, and unfortunate for her. I think got a little hung up on the third one and was probably thinking, okay, I can get there in time, but just a little late to the party. First setup snap, second one's critical into the lip, a lot of spray. Look at this, has to cut it short and maybe just went a little too far on it, slightly off time for that last one, so an unforced error for Marksy.
Fully in control until the last second, that little backwash, you saw her just kind of flying a little.
Extra elevation, right?
Yeah, she flew further than she thought she was going to. She will get credit for those first 3 turns, and I feel like that second turn may make that wave her best yet in this heat. I don't think it's going to go into the excellent range, but she's definitely going to get rid of a 2-3-3. As we wait for the scores to come through, Isabella Nichols, 17-15 to go, patiently waiting for her second wave to come through. So Caroline Marks, we're going to wait for this score. While we wait, we're going to take a quick break as the elimination round continues. You've been watching the VIVO Rio Pro, and you will continue to watch it after these messages. It's been a roller coaster of a ride here on day 1 of the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero. Let's get you caught up from the jump. Every single heat showing 3 superstars of surfing. Erin Brooks went off up against Tatiana Weston-Webb and Molly Picklum. Those are the 3 standouts from the women's opening round. These 3 surfers won their heats. Tatiana Weston-Webb coming through as a wild card and making the tour surfers pay.
Yeah, and she definitely put everybody else on notice too. She's made it into the semifinals here a couple of times, and just looking at the way not only she was able to compete but enjoy the moment out there, Chris, a memorable one for Tati. When you talk about consequential maneuvers though, Molly Picklum might have the very, very best so far today. Just one close to an 8-point ride for the single maneuver.
Yeah, closeouts really counted earlier this morning. It seemed like the biggest scores of the day came on these big closeout sets.
Big smiles.
Molly Picklum doing Molly Picklum things right there. She got an early victory.
Bravo.
Yeah, Italo. This is probably the most chilled out Italo we've seen yet
For sure.
on the championship tour. But there's the wind up, power hack. I mean, this is just classic textbook Italo Ferreira. Pretty easy victory for Italo, doing it in front of this incredible crowd. No need for a claim. He did his job and some. And then powerhouse Cole Houshman came through. He was throwing hammers out there, Mitch.
Yeah, and in a matter of minutes, he went from 3rd into the lead, dropping an 8-point ride on this ride. And of course, when we talk about power, meeting power, Saquarema, well, meet Cole Houshman. He's up there to potentially win his 2nd event on tour.
The Toledo show started off pretty slow. This was definitely the best heat on paper. It was Jao Chianca, Griffin, Colapinto, and Felipe Toledo. He lit things up towards the end of this heat. That was the best frontside reverse we've seen in the comp so far, no doubt. Surfing weird waves and doing it well. Felipe Toledo with the win.
And even adding a chop hop to your liking right here towards the end too. But A couple of sixes got the job done for Felipe. Looking for his 5th victory in the state of Rio, Chris.
Yeah, no one has done that in the history of surfing here in Saquarema. And the wild card story for 2025 rolls on, calling this Upset City. So unfortunately for Gabriella Bryan, 2 shockers in a row coming at a bad time. That yellow jersey could be in a predicament right now, but give it up to a wild card coming through with that victory. Coach right there probably saying something like, you are her, you can do it, you can win out here.
Yeah, so Arena Rodriguez defeating Gabriella Bryan. That is the best and the biggest moment so far of this event. And then Lulu Silva upsetting the 2-time and defending event champion Caitlin Simmers. Really close heat, but Lulu got the edge on this one and making Brazil proud, Chris.
Top of the totem pole has been knocked off. Most of the highest ranked surfer in that final 5 pictures are out of this contest, which means a shakeup is in the works. Now you know what happened. What a day it's been. I mean, these surfers have had to earn every bit of the points being allocated by our judges. And at the moment, Caroline Marks is on top with a 5.43 and a 3.6. Isabella Nichols with a 5.17 and a 3.60. Now needs a 3.87. So with 11:44 to go, as golden hour starts to come, Strider Wasilewski is always on the scene.
It's definitely golden hour down on the beach. No restarts down here on the beach. Everybody's down here in the afternoon. Everybody's playing football down here, volleying the ball. You look all the way down the beach, all you see is like popcorn, little flyers all the way down as far as you can see. And everybody, you know, they don't turn it off here. It just gets hotter and hotter and hotter. They just enjoy it all day, all the way till it gets dark, and then they get ready for the nightlife here. So don't you go anywhere, because we got the Corona Cero post show coming up. We got Kaipo, Jesse, and myself. We're going to be on that, breaking down today's action. We can't wait. It's going to be really fun. So I'm going to get involved down here and try and get some volleying happening. But I got 2 left feet, so we'll see what happens.
Couple selfies, Strider.
Yeah, he's about to get mopped by fans. They love him down here. 10:50 to go. There's your overview of what's happening on the sand. I mean, it's been popping since 7 o'clock this morning.
What a fun day.
And guess what? It's probably going to be popping till 7 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning, yeah.
It's a cycle of excitement and fun down here in Saquarema. So 10:30 to go. Caroline Marks out the back with priority. Low scoring heat so far, but very, very tightly matched.
Kurt Jacobs right there, manager for Bella. And to extend your comment right there too, you need to prepare yourself in anticipation of this event with a mentality of that kind. Like, you can't just come in here thinking, oh, it's going to be super mellow and chill. You got to embrace it. Because if you come in thinking, okay, like, I'm just going to go to bed, make sure that, like, I go straight from work into my house again, it ain't going to work out, my brother. You know? Like, you got to be embracing those people on the boardwalk, knowing that every now and then you're probably going to have to stop, sign a couple of autographs, make sure that you're doing your job as a professional athlete, too. This is really the one spot outside of the U.S. Open where I feel like that's way more noticeable.
Well, I talked earlier on about the siren song of Saquarema that draws so many surf fans from all over, but then there's that microcosm of that when you're walking down the boardwalk. Just to the other side of the whole contest area is a long boardwalk, and it's incredible. I mean, the excitement that you feel, you actually feel the energy. There's bars and restaurants and shops all up and down that walk. Be fun to do a pass by with a drone later on just to see how packed these streets are. And I would say 99% of the people in Saquarema right now are surf fans, which makes it even more fun.
You come here when there's not an event, and it's usually super chill, really mellow. There's a ton of places to stay. During this week and the Challenger Series week, it is nearly impossible to find a place. I mean, you're having to book and, you know, reserve months in advance just to be able to know that you're going to have a place to sleep in. And that's how wild and crazy it can get here. But it is so entertaining, so fun, and especially if you're able to conquer this week and come out victorious, makes things even more special.
We got 8.5 minutes left. Both surfers kind of locked in. One decent score each. Pretty much one throwaway each. 3-6 being that number that Caroline Marks and Isabella Nichols need to try to concentrate on getting rid of. Of course, you go above and beyond that and eclipse the 5 they're hanging on to. I feel like with 8 minutes left, there's only going to be 1 or 2 more opportunities for each surfer.
Kind of feels that way, doesn't it? And especially for Caroline right here with priority, you're probably forced to make the better decision out of the 2. But, you know, Bella, her best wave is on the left. And, you know, I think we'd normally think of Bella Nichols being way better going right. But so far this year, and really the past few, both the Challenger and the Championship Tour, she's made major improvements going left too. And she's actually working with former champion at this event, Adriano Souza. So seems to be paying off so far, Chris.
It's a good guy to tap into. He's had a lot of success here in Brazil and, of course, in the world. As you see, a 2-stager. Caroline Marks, snap, float, gets a little air under her board, trying to get around this section. Maybe a little something here. We heard the G word earlier on, grindy. It's kind of the word of this heat for sure. You know, Caroline Marks just trying to finish off that wave. I like the first turn. I feel like it's going to be right there in that 3.6 range.
I know. Kind of debating myself. First turn, a bit awkward, kind of really a weird landing right there, but I feel like the bonus section could play a big factor right here if she improves or not. And if she does, it probably won't be by a whole lot either, but 6:45 uses priority right here. Good pressure by Bella, forcing her to go on that wave too. And looking at this from a different angle right now. Yeah, more of a 2-stager. It wasn't her fault though. She actually went up to the lip well, and the wave kind of decided to do that on its own. And
one time the backwash is going to help you.
It helped, correct. And gets the bonus right here towards the end. And not a whole lot, but it does add a little pizzazz right there towards the end. So if she does improve, I don't think it'll be by a whole lot. But as of right now, with 6 minutes to go and showing how inconsistent it's been, Gian doesn't like it.
The judges did. Comes through at a 5.43. So Caroline Marks now.
That's actually the last one, yeah.
Right. Spoke too soon.
Maybe they do.
I got excited.
Maybe it is another 5.43.
I looked over there and I saw that number. So we are waiting for the score to come through. But Isabella Nichols now sits out the back with priority. Quick look there. And this could be the opportunity. Isabella Nichols.
Well, she's looking right.
This drone shot can be deceiving. So this wave, yeah, it has a little momentum. Setting things up. Could stand up for her through the inside. There's a little slash right there. Again, that wave had a 3-ish feeling to me.
Oh, man.
The score came through for Caroline Marks, a 3.47.
And it was a kind of split decision right there. There were a few judges that went up and some that went under, and overall 3.47, so it doesn't improve. And this wave right here is an interesting one. I know there wasn't anything fully committed to it, but that's because the wave never really offered up a whole ton of scoring potential. When you look at it though, well served for what it was worth. First turn, more of a setup, much better engaged right there on the rails and in the pocket. That was a tough section, Chris. And I mean, when we're talking about much more commitment and degree of difficulty, not needing a huge number, close to a 4.
That's a different reaction from Caroline Marks' camp.
When you compare it to the 3.47 though, even the 3.6, Caroline got up into the lip once. This was kind of a 3-turn wave. I mean, when you look at the first 2, not great, but still the last turn, to me, well served.
4 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Caroline Marks now at the back with priority.
And another big thing like we saw in the previous heat, if the score comes through, do you retain priority knowing that you're still in the lead? Or if she gets a score, do you just go on anything right here with 4 minutes? Because it's going to be an important one. Oh, man, just under 2.
3.17. It's not a very exciting number. One of these surfers has to just break through. One big section, a closeout, take off and smash it.
They've been very low with the rights, too. Unless you do something very critical on the opening section, they're keeping those super low.
There's not a lot of happiness in the coach's corner for either one of these surfers
Neither one of them
right now.
It's funny to see the reactions, too.
Yeah.
We've all been there before, whether you're competing or you're on the other side of it.
No poker face right there. That's
it's impossible to have one. All you can do is kind of maybe have your hat on, your glasses on, and try to not react at all.
You can really only surf what comes to you. obviously, and this afternoon has slowed down a lot. It's slowed down, and it's also just as challenging as it was earlier. So put those two together, and you're going to really have to force the issue, and that's how you at least start. Only a one-turn burner there for Caroline Marks.
Bella sold her on that, though. Could that be a mistake?
It was a good turn. It was a good turn. So 2 minutes, 45 seconds left. Isabella Nichols out the back with priority. Caroline Marks will be quick to get right next to her. Here's your Natura kayak recap. Big start for both surfers, both of them. 5.17 on this wave for Isabella. Caroline matched it with a 5.43. Right, those 3 6s have been haunting both of our athletes in the water.
It's been the battle of the backup so far, and you look at Caroline right here. She had to grind this 3.6 just to be able to get that score. And well surfed, very flat face though, and you know, having to keep the rail in the water the entire time, more with the carves or the cutbacks. And right here, this is where she got to town, and unfortunately, with the fall at the end, it probably could have been up into the high 6s, maybe even a 7. Just a little untimed right here on the tail end of this one, and Backwash got the better of that exchange, but really close heat. 9.03, 8.77, extremely competitive, and priority with Bella Nichols right here could have come down to potentially just a single turn.
Yeah, I mean, leave it to the last heat of the day, right?
Yeah.
Be a little languid, a little sleepy.
Last minute, you never know, huh?
Yeah. Well, here's where it starts to get a little bit more exciting, right? With a minute 30 to go.
Don't put him on screen.
Stressing right there. That is Kurt is trying to support, trying to will a wave out to Isabella Nichols with a minute 15 to go.
I think the people outside of the water suffer a lot more than the actual surfers majority of the time. I mean, when you see their reactions, that is just hilarious majority of the time.
Is this the wave Isabella Nichols needs? It's nice and clean on the face. A little bit flat though.
But you got to grind it. You're already up on your feet.
I mean, nice effort. Just the wave didn't give her anything.
Double up?
She's not giving up. I'm not going to give up on it. Here we go. Pump through to the inside.
Oh.
No, the wave gave up. None of us gave up except for the wave.
I wanted better body language right there at the end. I feel like if you put a little bit more emphasis on the first turn.
You can't claim that wave.
I'm not saying claim it, but at least, you know, stand up a little straighter. Make sure you're smiling, super confident. I mean, that's going to be the heat right there, 15 seconds. So this heat's going to be decided with this very last wave.
Whew. Well, luckily,
we're not scoring, so we don't have to, you know, go through the stress.
Right now.
First turn's not bad, Chris, but as you did say, it goes super flat right here towards the tail end of it. That's much better, puts in a little bit more power.
She did everything she could on this wave. It's just the wave was a letdown. You're looking for a 3.87.
Basically a 4. And if you're a judge, you're just thinking to yourself, who deserves to make it out of this heat? Was it more convincing towards red, or am I leaning towards blue?
Well, that's all you need to know right there. Nobody's happy in either camp. This is a replay of Caroline Marks.
Oh, we did not see this, and this is going to make a difference. Or at least
maybe.
It seemed that way, yeah. Oh, that'll for sure improve on the 3.6 for Caroline.
Well, I may be putting my words on a plate and eating them, because the first indication from the judges is looking pretty good for Isabella Nichols.
Right.
That is, of course,
if she still needs a 3.87.
Yeah, before that last wave ridden from Caroline Marks. So at the moment, as the judges deliberate, Isabella Nichols needs a 3.87.
She's going to get that.
Another set of numbers comes across, and it's a 6-point ride for Caroline Marks. That would mean Isabella Nichols would need a 6.26. And a valiant effort from Isabella, willing every bit of score out of a lackluster wave, comes through with a 4.40, but it just wasn't enough. The last-minute dagger from Caroline Marks was enough. So another upset.
Not a single top seed made it out of the elimination round.
The door is wide open for the final 5 on the Women's Championship Tour.
Wow. What a day. What a day of upsets at the end, too.
We know it's not upsetting. The Corona Cero post show is going to be awesome. This is going to be
They're going to have a lot
watch.
to talk about.
It's a lot to unpack here in day one of the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero. There is your elimination round heat 4 final results. Caroline Marks, clutch wave on her last effort, a 6-point ride paired with a 5-4-3. She will advance through. Unfortunately, we lose Isabella Nichols. It was one of those strange kind of slow heats, but I do like that we got a fun finish.
Yeah, it was cool. And what a day, what a fun one to start things off here in Saquarema, Chris.
Absolutely. Well, Golden Hour is almost here, but we still have some business to take care of. It's a business of fun. It's the Corona Cero post show coming right up after this break.
And welcome to the Corona Cero post show here at the VIVO Rio Pro, brought to you, of course, by Corona Cero. 0 APV, all natural ingredients. And look at this crowd here in Saquarema. I don't know if we could fit more people on the beach. It was a beautiful first day of competition here. Obviously, we had a large audience to enjoy the opening day. The surfing was spectacular. The crowd was engaged.
And welcome to the set. It's Jesse Mendez. That's Strider, Raspberry Wazalewski. I'm Kuiper Girl, and we're going to talk all about day number 1, Jesse. Huge audience, and you know, here at Itaúna, though, it's all about adaptability in these heats in this beach break.
No doubt about it. Mostly in those like eliminations route, the pressure builds up, and we've seen every red jersey fall off in that second, you know, the second part of the day.
I was in the coaches' corner talking to the coaches, and they were pulling their hair out. What's left of it? I don't think they have any hair left.
Yeah, most of them don't.
It was crazy.
Strider, you were out and about like a lot of the day. What about the energy on the beach? There was tens of thousands of people for this opening day.
Yeah, it was crazy. I mean, honestly, I said it earlier, but you could feel the energy from the crowd when the surfers would ride the waves, and there was cheering, and everybody was there, and even just doing our little hits down on the beach, you know, saying hi and doing conditions reports. Everybody's so excited. They just, you know, everybody wants a piece of it, and they love to get involved. They all want to be on TV. They all want to scream. They all want to say hi. It's pretty amazing.
Aren't they some of the best fans on tour?
100%. Not only are they educated, but they're excited, and their passion for the sport just shows through. And I believe that's because, you know, when Gabriel Medina won the world title for Brazil, and they were having a hard time with the soccer, it just rose up to surfing, and surfing became a national, you know, phenomenon here in Brazil.
Yeah, you guys, let's hear from the last heat winner. Caroline Marks had a challenging heat, but she came out with the win. We're going to see her in quarterfinals, and right now she's with Manu Caeldo. Manu.
Hello, guys. I'm here with Caroline that is really excited. How is it to win the last heat of the day with this amazing sunset here in Saquarema? Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really stoked. I got my friends here with me, and yeah, just a lot of support. Brazil's got a different kind of energy. It's really cool. It's really electric. It's been a long day, though. I came like super early this morning, and last heat of the day, so I was really determined to win that heat. I've had a few restarts last couple events, so I was like, no, not again, but I'm really happy it worked out in my favor. And the ocean's changing so much from my free surf to my first heat to now, so just trying to identify the right waves out there was really tough, but just trust your instinct, and it worked out, so I'm really stoked.
Great, and tomorrow you're probably going to wake up really early, so how's it going to be your night? I mean, your friends are here, you have a lot of things to do in Saquarema, but at the same time you have to focus.
Yeah, I've been up really early, so hopefully get an early night's sleep. There's so many parties going on at night, it's actually really hard to sleep. Honestly, I've hardly been sleeping here, but it's all good, it's part of it. You can hear the noise right now, so it's part of it. It's all good, we're enjoying it.
What about acai? You're going to have some?
Yeah, I love the acai here. It's so good, so I've been having one like every day. It's good. I need a sponsorship.
Okay, good luck. That's some rest. Back to you guys. See you tomorrow.
Good times. Thank you very much, Manu, and congratulations, Caroline Marks. That was a tough battle, you know, and it's just, again, adaptability is not just in the water. You got to adapt to a town that is loud almost 24/7, Jesse.
I mean, it's loud for you to sleep, it's loud for you to go to dinner, lunch, and breakfast. It's like literally like trouble for those surfers to kind of get around. So you have to be, you know.
Find your bubble, huh? You got to find your bubble.
They don't have a bubble. I was talking to Caroline, and you know, her friend that's here has her coach, and you know they're hanging out together. They've got this little room, and all night long, all they can hear is the party going on. So I think tomorrow night they'll get some rest, but not tonight.
Not tonight. Not tonight. Well, let's look at shift gears a little bit into the men's action. We're talking about Heat 8 of the men's opening round. It was a pretty spectacular heat. We had some big names in it. Griffin Colapinto, Felipe Toledo, Joao Chianca, Colapinto, Toledo, Chianca. What more do you want, Jesse?
I mean, mostly here you have Joao, that it's a local guy and knows this bounce better than anyone here. And they're kind of all going for that right into the ripple right there. You can see Joao attacking the wave, very fierce. But it was all about Toledo getting that reverse and connecting the dots very well to finish off the wave.
Yes, Chianca 5.9 to 5.33 in the scoreline. Not enough because this was Felipe right here, Strider.
Yeah, this was the heat that changed everybody's mind. Everybody just started surfing this little right ripple, and you know it was there were still lefts out the back, and then these guys were like, you know what? No, we're gonna ride this little nugget on the inside. Toledo got the most work done on each wave, so you know he came out on top, and he looked really good. This turn right here was pretty crazy. I mean, Jesse, this was radical.
Well, this was actually a low-scoring affair. Just a 12.9 two-wave total, Jess.
And it's crazy to think how well those guys surfed, obviously. Like, that wave itself for Felipe, he was able to delay himself on the takeoff, get very critical. And right here, somehow pull the miracle to get another little reverse.
Yeah.
Like, it was like a wake surf, you know, wake surfing.
So Felipe Toledo, his friend and trainer, Rafael Romano, came in and talked about Felipe and how fierce this is. Even though it's a tough heat, there's lots to learn from these victories. He said he was cold-blooded out there, and that's what they look for in these tough situations. There's the numbers.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You have to be on your A game, going against guys like this that, you know, pull it off miracles all the time.
So we're going to see Joao Chianca and Griffin Colapinto Strider in that dreaded elimination round. That could happen tomorrow.
That is not where you want to be. Felipe stoked on that win. He, you know, after that loss against him at lower trussels, you know he wanted that win over Colapinto more than anybody.
A little bit of a redemption, perhaps,
he
right?
needed that. Plus, they're right there. I think number 10 and number maybe 7 or 8 on the world rankings. So
yeah,
it's pretty close and tight. And there's some grudge match in there.
Speaking of world rankings, number 1 in the world on the women's side, Gabriella Bryan. Today, it was very, very unusual to see Gabby go down.
Yeah, that's a big loss for her. You can see, we could see actually Dog on the corner just pulling a little bit of the hair left that he has and just freaking out because it was just like she kind of let that one go. Like she was surfing great. The surfing was there, just making poor decisions.
Yeah, it was hard. It was hard for him to watch. And you know what? Somebody's got to win. Somebody's got to lose. And there was a big upset. And you know what? The girl from Peru, she came in. She got a couple of good waves. She had that good left-hander. She got a solid score too. I mean, it was really hard for Gabby to lose this heat, but it happened.
Arena Rodriguez made Peru very happy today. This is a big moment for a wild card to come through here, Jesse.
Yeah, fluid surfing. She kept it patient. Gabby lost that wave. Like she kind of pushed Arena on the first wave, and then she had the second opportunity, kind of like a nice double up, and she just let that one go unreaded. And then Arena just closed the door on this last wave, just kept the rails clean and attacked when she needed to. And yeah, great surfing, took the win.
A 4.9 and a 4.0 for Rodriguez. An 8.9 two-wave total was enough to take the Peruvian into the quarterfinals. They took the flag up the beach. Big moment again, like I said, for Peruvian surfing. Love that. Take a look at the numbers. And again, another low-scoring affair. It just showed you how challenging some of these heats were. But I love the drama that unfolded today, Strider.
Yeah, it creates, it's funny, a low-scoring heat can still be one of the funnest to watch. And you can see the drama boil all the way down to the end of it, just like in that last one with Caroline, having to try and find something and her opponent almost taking her down, and then she got a last wave right on the buzzer. So it's fun. It's still really fun to watch these heats with low scores.
Yeah, it was fun. Continuing on the upset conversation, and actually this was a win for the home team in a way. In the next highlighted heat number 3 of the women's elimination round, Luana Silva comes up against Katie Simmers, and I'd have to call that an upset for Katie Simmers.
For sure, it has to be an upset. You obviously have someone like Caitlin Simmers that won this event twice and the most informed surfer in the last few years. So going a bit against Lulu, obviously she has the home crowd advantage, and also her boyfriend lives here and grew up here, so she knows that wave very well and got some insights from João Chumbinho. No doubt about it.
Yeah, she was aggressive too. She wasn't holding back at all, and that's, that's why she won. I mean, look at that whip in the lip right there. That was sick. Fins out, throwing buckets. And Caitlin wasn't surfing bad, but she did fall on the inside of a good-looking right. So I think that was the difference in this heat.
It's very impressive to see how in attack mode Caitlin always is. Like, she's so small, but she still is not afraid to throw herself on the lip in conditions that are heavy. As much as it's not big here, there's a lot of water moving on that lip, and she always goes for it. It's fun to watch.
Crowd erupted on the beach with Lulu exiting the water. Nothing but high fives and cheers for the Brazilian surfer. There's the numbers, 10.4 serving versus 10.24. That was a super close one.
So like I said, Caitlin Simmers fell on the inside of a right, and that was the difference in the heat. She really surfed well in that heat, and then that backwash, crept up on her, got the nose, took her down. Lulu did that big backside waft, big hit, spray everywhere. I love it.
Well, post-heat, we move quickly here, and we're already to the quarterfinals in the women's. And take a look at some of these matchups. I like this one. Arena Rodriguez coming up against an in-form Molly Picklum, quarterfinal number 3. Can the wild card continue on her roll through here, Jesse?
Yeah, she's going to have to step it up, no doubt. Like, she obviously served good, but you could see there's a little bit of tenseness in it. So she's going to have to free up, because coming against Molly Picklum, mostly with the forecast that we have in offer for us, with lots of waves coming in Wednesday, Thursday, the bigger it gets, like, the better Molly will serve.
Yeah, looking forward to that. But we always have to talk about our wave of the day, the Kayak Natural wave of the day today. And this wave of the day, it's the big dog came through here with some big slashes, heavy moves. I'm talking about the Kayak wave of the day, and I'm talking about this guy, Cole Hauschman, with an 8-point ride. Couple of bangers, Strider, on this left.
Yeah, powerhouse. This kid just laid it down. He was so perfectly positioned to catch this wave, and a wave that has that closeout look at it is going to give you enough to get up there twice, and he did just that. And there was just spray flying everywhere. He had a lot of really just solid turn in the lip, the way he just torques his whole body in that weight. I mean, he's got to be 220 pounds. And
he's a big dog.
He's the biggest dog on tour for sure.
Kayak Natural. Feel the power of freshness, and that was some fresh surfing. I mean fresh in like a fresh, like dope, fresh, old school way, but with new school character.
Yeah, and that's what he brings to the table. He can kind of mix it up both, like those massive laybacks as he threw at lower stress. So he's kind of bringing it to here as well. It's just fun to watch, because this wave has even more juice, so it makes him look even bigger.
I like what Kaipo said. There is that old school like energy in it, but there's that new school flair where he gets really technical at the end of each turn, and it brings all of it together for the judges. They just love it. They went excellent.
Well, now it's time for us to check in with our surf line forecast, and let's see what all of the weather meteorologists, that whole crew over at Surfline, have in store for us as far as data. We've got 2 more days to finish up here, but look, Jesse, looks like might be some action out in the Atlantic.
Yeah, there definitely is. We have that kind of system that happened for today and tomorrow, getting a little bit smaller, but then look at that red moving into the coast.
That's good. That's like big and scary almost, right? I mean, that was pretty solid.
Too much almost, right?
Well, from what we saw the swell today, we all thought it was gonna be head high, and it was way overhead. So,
and
it could be big and chunky, and we'll see some big and chunky surfing.
And that's all because this place faces straight south, so this swell's coming in just south direction, and it just hits it stronger than ever. So deep water's moving in, and swell hits as hard as like it says on the webcast. Oh, sorry, on the websites.
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, this place packs a punch. I mean, I feel like this is almost like kind of like, in a way, kind of the North Shore of Rio, actually, how much swell comes in here. So, yeah, so we'll look forward to it. We're going to pick it through. The good news is we got tons of swell on the way. We're just going to have to monitor the conditions.
And days on the waiting period.
And we got plenty, we got plenty of days, so don't worry. We're going to get this in epic conditions. We do some epic stuff here. And one of the epic things that we do is the rising tides. And that went off in kind of perfect conditions for the Groms. The rising tides is always a gathering that we do everywhere in the world. And here in Saquarema, it was another special one. Let's take a look at our rising tides and the activation that started before the competition. Sakura kicking us off here.
We are at the Centro de Treinamento de Léo Neves in Saquarema at Itaúna. Today we are having rising tides. The mission of Rising Tides is definitely to inspire the next generation of women surfers, but not only that, it's to get some one-on-one time with your favorite surfers.
Today when Tati showed up, all of the girls, their faces just lit up.
That's a really, really memorable moment that the girls will remember for the rest of their lives.
It seems like a really cool place to grow up.
And not only that, it's going to make them really want to be on tour one day, I'm sure.
Okay, so they're all learning, kind of?
Yeah.
Okay. Should we go surf?
It's always been a dream of mine of being here at the CT and also being at the Rising Tides to inspire other girls.
In Brazil, they have so much passion and stoke about surfing. There's a lot of girls here today that I'm excited to watch them rip.
Assim. Yeah, goofy. Me too. Você também?
Yeah. The surf culture for women in Brazil has been overlooked for a really long time, but I think in the last few years, you've seen so many more women in the water. I've heard so many personal stories of girls saying, oh, you're my inspiration, I'm surfing because of you. Makes me feel really good and happy to be representing something a lot bigger than just me surfing on the tour. It's creating a movement for women wanting to surf.
We always want more women on tour, and especially coming out of South America. I think it'll start to expand and to grow, and I hope I can just be a part of that change. There's so much talent that's coming out of Brazil, so I think in a few years it's going to be a very big promise.
Yeah, another great activation as far as the rising tides, and saw Tati out there with the girls and inspiring them.
I mean, I don't think there's anything better for you to give it back to the community. They give you so much, you know, so I'm sure they're having so much fun and enjoying with this, you know, the future of surfing.
Yeah. Well, it's time to call the doctor. And I'm talking about Dr. Peanut.
Oh, he's coming back.
He's coming back.
With your prescription for nutrition, and the Dr. Peanut is bringing us our top 5 moments of day number 1 here at the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero. We're gonna start off here with number 5, defending champ. He advances. That wasn't a surprise, Jesse.
I mean, you expect big things from the guy. Obviously, kind of having a few events that he didn't do as well as he expected, but here, just linking it up beautifully and finish it off strong in this wave, which it was enough for him to advance into the next round.
He smashed that thing.
Sure did.
Riding a bigger board, too.
Yeah, he does. It does look like he's riding a little bit of bigger board, which it suits him very well. He's very whippy, very fast, so it slows himself down a bit and keeps him a little bit more on rail. Massive floater for him to finish it up.
Yeah. Keeps the surfing looking big, too.
Yeah.
All smiles coming up the beach for Italo Ferreira.
Imagine being him in this crowd. Woo!
Couple of
Superstar,
bodyguards.
yeah.
Superstar. Number 4, Strider.
Oh,
Don't call it a
Tati.
comeback, but Tati's back.
No pressure, coming off an epic trip to Indo and just showed up and blew up. I mean, had so much fun out there, belted these lefts. Look at, she's drifting the tail. It's like coming around a corner and just drifting the car. She was just all about it. Solid surfing.
We surfed enough lefts in the last few months, so it helped
she
her
better
out.
be good, right? Oh, man.
And not to mention, like, Caitlin Simmers actually kind of smashed this wave. Like, that was, like I mentioned just in the previous, a little bit that we were talking about, she's not scared to throw herself in the lip.
But you know what? Tati was going more vertical. And that's what, that's why she got the nod in this heat. And she just looked more comfortable, more vertical, freed up. And we like to see a freed up Tati.
Number 3, Jesse. The big dog, Cole Hauschman, smashes a left for an 8-point ride.
I mean, the Hauschie, he was my favorite surfer of the day, no doubt about it, because of turns like that. That layback, he's been doing it so far since the last few weeks at lower stress zones, and it just looks better and better. This wave obviously packs way more juice than lower, so it makes him look even better.
Yeah, and he's just grinding away. I mean, look at these poor waves don't stand a chance, even through the backwash. I mean, he just runs right through it, and it's so fun to watch. Power versus power.
Yeah, Cole. Number 2, Lulu. A big victory for the home crowd. Beach went wild, Strider.
Yeah, this was huge, and you know what? Coming up against 2-time champion out here, she knew she had to give it her all, which she did. I mean, she didn't hold back at all, which is fun to watch when she's looking like she's just going for it. Lulu has so much more to offer, and I like that. I like to see that out of her. I mean, she does a turn here where she just throws buckets off the top, throws the tail, everything drifts, and I mean, that was really great technique right there.
And a big victory for Luana Silva, really coming into her own on the championship tour. And we were watching her surfing. She'd always had the talent, but her heat orchestration coming through. Number 1, And Arena Rodriguez beat number one in the world. I'm talking about Gabby Bryan with an upset. Big one for Peru.
Yeah, I was commentating that heat, and I was worried that she was going to let the, Arena get a little bit loose. You want to apply pressure on those surfers that have nothing to lose. And felt like Gabby was just never finding the rhythm of the good waves, like putting herself in kind of junk conditions and junk waves with no scoring opportunity, and she took the advantage.
Gotta surf lefts well when you come from Peru, right, Strider?
Yeah, but you also got to listen to your coach if you're Gabby, and she didn't. Dog said, go sit with her. Don't let her out of your sights. Well, she just had free range on the left over here and took her down. It was pretty interesting to watch.
All Gabby needed is one of those 3 waves she got. She would have probably got something into the 6-point range.
Arena,
with her
though,
power.
she performed. I mean, those are some sweeps off the top. I like it. Coming through on the power section.
Yeah, number one. Hey, great moment here, and we're always impressed when we see kind of a new face on the championship tour via a wild card selection, and she did not waste this opportunity at all. Hey, right now, Jesse, we got the air show happening. Look at it. The surfing's not all that we do here.
Every year I look forward. Unfortunately, we're kind of missing right now, but we'll get there in a minute.
We got close-ups, man.
There you go.
It's on out there. Yeah. The beach is still raging. There's so many people down there. I love that they stick around for it all, and then they drop this on them right at the end. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, this is actually happening live right now on the beach, right outside of Itona. And it's an annual show that we always look forward to, the Daredevils in the Sky, Jesse.
Yeah, I really do look forward every year I come here.
Yeah, good stuff here. And a crowd favorite. Everyone's going to stick around for sunset, some flybys, smoke screens, Strider.
Speaking of the smoke screens, I'm ready to see this heat tomorrow between Tatiana Weston-Webb and Caroline Marks.
All right.
That's going to be my drop the mic moment for right now. I think that's going to be a heater.
Yeah. We got to get through our men's elimination round first, and then we'll get into all the women's quarterfinals. So that's going to be next up on the set. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you for the Corona Cero. Thank you, Strider. And remember, you guys, 6:45 Brazilian time tomorrow, worldsurfleague.com. Check it out. See if we get going with competitions again. And until then, I always wish you an aloha and cheers.
broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.